ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another day of the ESL StarCraft 2 Masters. Not just another day, but another week. I'm Wardy, joined by Fear Dragon Ravi, my friend. How's it going?
It's going well. You know, I feel like we haven't worked together for a while. I think we managed to dodge each other at some of the other recent events and stuff. Or maybe it's just you dodging me, because I know I can be a pain in the butt to you. But I'm so glad that you're trapped here with me all day today.
I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. I have all the buttons to press. If I need to mute you, Fear Dragon, you can just be gone and away. No,
I remember, actually, you're not afraid to press those mute buttons on me.
I am not. But no, it is. You're right. Last event, I did the morning shift and you did the late shift, so we did kind of just cross on by. Like we had a little chat, you know, in between matches and stuff. But yeah, it's gonna be fun to have a full day of casting. We definitely do have a full day of casting ahead of us, as we've got 10 best of 3s coming up throughout the Asia, European, and American regionals. But on top of that, right now, live over on the Africa TV YouTube and on the Africa TV website, you can also tune in to GSL, which is playing Group A of their quarterfinals, or round of 8. Round of 8. Do you call it quarterfinals if it's like a group stage still? I guess not. Round of 8 group stage.
Yeah, I don't know. We call it Code A. We call it Code A, I guess.
It's Code A. It's not Code S until you're top 4 in GSL nowadays. But that's going on right now as well. We have a bit of overlaps, so obviously check them out. Get your dual screen action going, and go give some GSL some love. And with that, we're going to look at our schedule, because we've got loads of games coming up today for your Dragon. Starting off in Asia, we've got a couple of series, a ZVP between Rex and Cyan, and an elimination match between Tebow and Nanami. We're then going to move into Europe for 5 best of 3s, Hellraiser, Clem, Mana, Gung Fu, Lambo, Young Yakov, Shadow-P-Chi, Drogo, and Blythe vs. Milky Cow. And we're going to wrap it up with Fear Dragon's Sweetheart of a Region. It is Future vs. Vindicta in the Americas, with Cham vs. Masa in the middle, and Scarlett vs. Eggz to ZVZ out the end of the day. So a lot of fun matches for your Dragon. Anything, or any region, or just any part of the day in particular looking forward to, apart from obviously being here with me the entire time?
Well, I mean, you know that I always have a little bit of the NA bias, and I'm always going to be enjoying those. But I think this is overall just a great day, because this is the start of round 3, for those who don't know, for the whole Swiss format thing. This is the kind of final round for some players who are already, you know, gone 2-0, and if they win today, like, they advance out to the playoffs. And for players that are 0-2, it's like their last chance before they potentially get eliminated. So all of the matches are close. There's actually like a good bit on the line for a bunch of the matches as well. So I think actually across the board, they're all pretty solid.
Yeah, no, they really are very, very solid. And just excited to kind of dive into it, which we'll do in just a moment. We'll have a quick look at our Asia standings before we get into this third day for a lot of the players. Like you say, it is exciting because some players will be going home, some players will be going to playoffs, and some players will be looking to see if they're well placed or badly placed after the day, such as Cyan and Rex. As you can see here on the Asia standings, they are 9th and 10th. I mean, you know, basically they're 1-1, they're in the middle. And for, you know, one of these guys, they're going to move up a match away from playoffs. If they lose out, they're a match away from elimination. So this is their opportunity to really, you know, take an opportunity to take a step up, get to that next stage of the competition, and just be in, you know, touching distance of reaching those playoffs, which is, of course, everybody's main goal. So it is Cyan versus Rex coming up. Fear Dragon, what are we thinking about this PvZ to start us off?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think I do have a little bit of respect for both these players in terms of their performance in like their regions and previous season stuff when it was a little bit more split up. But I would say, like, in the past, I did have a little bit higher of a, I guess, expectation for Cyan, especially given how well he would sometimes do, it felt like, in some of those seasons that he'd have. So I'm a little bit surprised already to see that Cyan had already dropped one of his series, but I think this is going to be an interesting one. I still give a little bit of favoritism to Cyan, but I think this is going to be a pretty close one.
Yeah, I feel like Cyan is, to me, someone that could have very easily been 2-0, but when I see the 2-0s are like, well, Coffee, but then I just look at who Coffee be, I'm like, okay, I can see that, and then Oliveira, Mira, Mike, and Nice, I'm like, yeah, maybe Cyan should be at a 1-1 scoreline, and Cyan lost out to Firefly initially, who is actually a really solid player as well in that PvP matchup, so not really overly surprising in the end of the day that he's here. He did bounce back nicely, and he'll look to continue that streak as we start with him. In the bottom right corner, the Red Protoss player from SSLT, it is Cyan.
And up here at the top left-hand side of the map, our blue Zerg player, he is Rex.
Bit of PvZ action to start. I've always enjoyed watching Cyan. For me, he's been a player who I first learned about him actually like 2016. There was a Chinese tournament, and he beat Parting in like, I tell this differently every time. He beat Parting in like the playoffs, basically. It was like semifinals, I think, or maybe it may have been finals. And he like did some celebration where he was like, he took like a picture of Parting and like ripped it apart, and he was just like, yeah. And I'm just like, man, Cyan's freaking cool. And he was like a real up-and-coming player back then. We didn't really, know about him. And to me, he was like the next great thing out of China. And he kind of just stagnated and then disappeared. And, just kind of was like a middling kind of the road kind of player for a while. And more recently, the last year or two, has really taken that step up again to maybe not quite be Oliveira levels, who we look at as the top of China nowadays, but to be more of kind of that like still top-end China, always in the Chinese regionals, looking to make finals and, pushing Oliveira and even winning one of those regionals across the last couple of years.
Yeah, 100%. And I even remember a bit of that era. I think that was the era where all of the pro players had like an extra meme going on where they'd say "Feels Cyan Man" instead of "Feels Good Man." It's like just because Cyan was popping off so much. But I'm totally with you. It does feel like he didn't quite hit like the highs that maybe some people had expectations for him for. I do think again, like in the past year or two, I think he had some like pop-off seasons and stuff, just specifically for the China region. But like you were saying, like the competition in China is pretty legit right now. So I totally get it. It's very, very tough to live up to a region where you're competing against players like Coffee or Oliveira and stuff. But it is still a little bit unfortunate that it didn't really pop off quite as much. That doesn't stop him from maybe having a good season over here. If he can pop off in a time where he's not just competing with the Chinese players like Coffee, Oliveira and stuff, he's also competing with others like Emil Micah, a Nice, a Haas and everything. I think it definitely would mean a lot for him.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I could really see. I feel like Rex would love to kind of get that kind of big result here. He's been training and kind of doing better for a long time. He obviously moved to Korea for a while and was playing in the foreigner house there to practice and just improve as well. So it's just really cool to see him just pulling in it all. And Rex is that player who also has his moments where he can look like he can really fight anybody, but that consistency is really where his weakness kind of lies. He just does not get set up all of the time. And I'm a little bit worried about that here. Is this going to be an opening from Cyan? I believe a Dark Shrine likely to come down in the near future because we're saving up that gas. And this is the kind of thing where, you got to be really on the ball as Rex, really make sure you know what's coming, have that preparation, and not just against the initial DTs, but against the Archon drop after. You've got to be on top of your defense throughout this game.
Yeah, and scouting this kind of stuff can be a little bit of a pain, especially since you have to remember this is one of those openings for the Protoss where you do end up getting a Stalker, but there's not even an Overlord really for that Stalker to worry about sniping. I mean, it's basically just the Overlord with the natural, and there's not really a great opportunity for that to move over toward the main base to scout out the Dark Shrine. At best, it just keeps an eye out on the gas geysers, and it's going to be a little bit harder to scout and know exactly what he's up against unless he spots out something like the War Prism with these Lings.
Yeah, I think these Lings are extremely important. Patrolling around the edges is usually their job, just to watch for something like a Prism moving out, so you get an idea ASAP of what it could be. Obviously, right now as Cyan, you would like to try and sell this as an Adept attack as well, to maybe make him skip out on Spores in favor of making a few more units. So showing the Prism and a group of Adepts is not a bad thing. You can see the preparation from Rex. He knows what it could be here, and he is going to start up a couple of those Spore Crawls, just going to get those on the way. And just prep for what is going to be DTs, and he should be well set. I mean, there's still moments where they can find gaps between bases and gaps between spores, but I think just having the spores is obviously step one to defending this.
Yeah, even though there are a couple of these DTs being worked on, I do want to mention that the worker count for Rex is awfully low. He's got a lot of Lings. He's really, compared to 4 Adepts that have been made, there are a lot more Lings than he necessarily needs, but he will be able to easily push back the DTs, easily push back the Adepts over here. But the problem is he really needs to make sure he doesn't really lose any workers, because if he loses almost any workers, he already cut workers so much. It's going to already be economic damage at that point. So far, his defense has been solid, but yeah, needs to keep it up.
Yep, absolutely. And even just this, right? The DT's sitting between the bases. It stops where units can go to, and just being that little bit of an extra annoyance. Cyan trying to get everything out of this opening. Now, we'll open one more DT, morph the 2 Archons, and this is the next phase of this harassment. So even though the DT phase has been defended well, this is where it continues. You have to deal with these Archons. Don't let them get too many units. Don't let them trade too well. there's no roaches, and I don't like that because the only thing you have to push back these Archons is a combination of Queens and Lings. And if Lings are the only thing that push the Archons back on the ground, well, they're going to trade very badly, and I think that's something that we kind of meant to get some roaches for. Like, it's all well and good skipping roaches for eco, but if it costs you a ton of Lings, then I really don't love it. And you can see these Archons already having a pretty good time, even going to go after some Queens that do not have transfusion energy.
Yeah, this is like some old school PvZ right here that I haven't seen for a while, where it's literally just 2-gate Archon drops that are actually getting a substantial amount of damage, because like you said, the roaches are not really out in time. I think the Queens were going after that Warp Prism, and it does barely manage to actually get away. It's taking a little bit more damage, so Cyan has to be careful with that, because that is a lot of his resources invested in army, and that is kind of what also prevents those Lings from being annoying on the other side of the map for a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. This is 1DT as well, grabbing a few drones as well, just adding up to the damage here, just making it that little bit extra. You observe also allowing some creep clearance, so creep clearance. So really important to just have this much control as Cyan. You're doing as you wish back at home. Extra gates, immortal production too. Actually kind of interesting that that's all it is. I'm kind of surprised we do not see a Twilight upgrade. I had to double check one hadn't finished or anything, because yeah, kind of baffling we don't see like a charge or anything that's then going to support this attack. I guess he's just putting everything into what is going to be an Immortal Archon Sentry timing around this 7:30 marker.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's not really going to be that strong of a transition. And I guess it's going to kind of potentially work out over here, because his army composition is going to be relatively strong against just a straight up Roach army composition. He's going to have +1 weapons. It's just going to be pure Roach for the most part here for Rex. So we'll see how the actual engagement ends up panning on out. He's continuing to try and just keep Rex a bit occupied with the Archon drop and stuff. There's finally the Robo Bay popping on down. So, I mean, do you wait for like +2 weapons to get up a handful of disruptors and stuff? Or do you just kind of go for it with, what is that now going to be, 5 Immortals?
I think you just go, right? Like, I mean, I thought he was going to go with 3 Immortals, honestly, and he pops down the Robo Bay in the 4th base, and maybe it's just the amount of units he's seeing, because Rex is only on 65 drones, so I suppose then you don't really need to go and make a play right now, so yeah, I guess that's fine just to not to, but the one thing I was just worrying about, and he starts up charge now, is just why was there no Twilight Counts upgrade, right? Because to me, whatever you do, you're going to have some amount of gateway units with it, unless you're playing like Sky Toss, right? So it was just intriguing that he was going so long without a Twilight upgrade. Finally getting charged makes a lot of sense, I think, finally to add that in. Just thought that probably could have popped in a little bit sooner. He could have already had it, but I guess not the biggest of deals. I mean, he already has 8 gates, so it's not like he doesn't have any warping potential. It's not like he was so focused on tech units that he didn't have any way to build gate units. And, well, now it's actually going to be Rex that brings the fight over to Cyan. And Cyan is going to sit here and dodge barrels for a little while.
Yeah, gonna be using that Warp Prism as well to try and pick up some of the Archons. I love that little bit of extra micro. If you think about the army composition for Cyan, yeah, a few Zealots got warped in, but it's a lot of very beefy units that actually are very microable with the Warp Prism. Immortals, Archons, they have so much health to work with and so many shields that you really can do a lot with just that one Warp Prism you kept alive from earlier. Yeah,
Prism is just huge in this moment, and this is usually one of the difficult things, defending the natural and the 3rd base at the same time. Little cheeky force field going down as well, but Cyan's done it well. He's split up nicely, and as he gets a disruptor out, it's only going to get easier for him. And because he took the bottom left corner base, I wouldn't say that's the common one to take as a Protoss here, but it's actually going to keep him safe on a 4th base because Rex just hasn't been there. You know, if he did attack it, it probably wouldn't survive very long. You know, Cyan still has to defend the natural/3rd location too. But in this case, because Rex didn't check for it, it has stayed alive, so Cyan gets away with the 4th base, ahead in workers, and currently launching a counterattack that might turn into something of a base trade, but I do think if it does turn into a base trade scenario, you've got to favor the Protoss there. They've got the, you know, the freedom of recall when they feel it's best to do so. They've got a little bit more firepower in their army in general. So I'm kind of down for this for Cyan right now as he starts to engage his top right base, and he will lose the bottom left.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm 100% with you. And even just considering the fact that there's things like DTs that can be on the defensive. So now moving to the 3rd base is going to be a lot more costly. And during all this, Cyan, as he's pushing into these bases, he's also killing units that are popping out of production, not just the bases themselves. So he's actually getting some value on unit kills, some army supply kills. 2 hatcheries getting sniped off over here. Is he going to go for the recall, or does he actually try and take the fight on the retreat?
Yeah, I wonder if he even feels like he needs to recall right now. I mean, there is going to be a massive wraparound here, and he sees it now with his other disruptor. I feel like maybe you should have recalled because I just don't think you need to fight when you've done so much. Being back at home would have been better, but he's obviously a little bit too late for that now. He decides just to go for it. The Ravagers do not get in range to dial down the Prism in time, so that's a big win at least for Cyan. He loses it now, but at least he got the warp in off, as he will continue to fight. A few Zealots tanking, and he might kind of get reset on everything, but it's going to be good enough, and he's actually going to have just, I mean, it's always amazing to me, these last few Protoss units, just how much they do, and they just come out the other side, absolutely whacking the Zerg army down.
Yeah, man. Even just having 2 of those Immortals to act as the big firepower in the back lines. Although, as I say that, it looks like both of these Immortals are going to be taking quite a bit of damage. One of them goes down. Disruptor will finally zone out the army. But as you were saying, at the end of the day, even if every single one of the units for Cyan and Rex basically ended up dying there for the most part, it was still going to be fine for Cyan because he killed 2 bases, still has a 3rd, even retook his 4th base during all of this. And Rex lost 2 hatcheries and barely is just finishing up his 3rd again.
Yeah, the income graph moved majorly into Cyan's favor. I just don't think that's a scenario where you can turn around as Rex. It takes you so... I understand initially it was DTs and that maybe made him step back, but I feel like the moment you get an overseer, you just got to go forward again because pulling back... even if, like I feel like it was best case scenario that happened for him anyways because like it wasn't even like Cyan had to fight that army. He could have recalled and been long gone before Rex gets back, and then you've just pulled back a base down. It just doesn't add up, right? I just don't like how Rex took this, and maybe he was just not in a great position anyway. He chose to stay on 65 drones and attacked into Cyan, and that didn't work earlier. So maybe he had to do something drastic like base trade and then figure it out, but yeah, I mean, it just hasn't looked good for Rex for a good few minutes at this point.
Nah, I'm with you on that, and I think that probably would have been like his best shot. There's even like the weird potential that Cyan is trying to do the recall and he realizes he can't actually recall his entire army and stuff, so maybe you could have been able to abuse a bit of that just because a lot of the units are pretty bulky. But at the end of the day, I agree with you. I think Rex has kind of been playing from a behind position or a rough position for a lot of this game, and well, now it's just kind of trying to live with those the positions that he put himself into, and it is not really gonna feel like it's possible with this army anymore.
No, this army of the Protoss just looks way too good. He forces a couple of Ravagers to dodge back. Disruptors can continue to hit as they need to. A few more Roaches and Ravagers continue to go down. Cyan's force is way too much, and this really is just Rex on his last legs. He has gotten rid of most of the tech units outside of the Disruptors, but obviously Disruptors are great at zoning. There's enough Protoss on the ground still to support those Disruptors, and Cyan is indeed going to end up with a Game 1 lead here in our first best of 3 of the day.
Yeah, interesting game. And I mean, going back to where things started feeling like they shifted a little bit in terms of like who was ahead and kind of how Cyan got a little bit of the lead there. I'm thinking back to, I feel like the recognition of their DTs, getting up the support callers and everything, all of that stuff went really well, but it was just the heavy investment into so many early lings. And as you were pointing out, it's like a lot of the early lings that would be useful for dealing with the first round of adepts and stuff if there were more warped in, but it was just 4 adepts that came in alongside the DTs in the warp prism. So the lings were there, they hard shut down the adepts, the worker count's a little bit lower, but then, you know, DTs turn into archons and you're like, well, there's just 30 some lings that are here to deal with archons. This isn't exactly ideal because now that you've invested so much army into lings, you don't really have the resources to invest into the roaches and stuff. So it did feel like maybe just a bit of a misread there on what the initial pressure was going to be. Feels like it set him a bit behind for a lot of that game.
Definitely just trailing throughout, and like I say, by the time it came to like a base, like even if these armies had fought straight up at one point, I was like, well, Cyan just has such a better army. He'd been building into it for a long time. My only qualm was that he didn't have charge, and with the amount of tech he had, I guess it didn't really matter that he didn't have charge for the amount of time that he did as well. So, yeah, it all kind of works out. And, well, we set ourselves up into Royal Blood for game number 2 to see if Rex can bounce back. Again, the loser of this is not eliminated, but they are on their last life when it comes to round 4 later this week. I believe we actually have today is another, or round 3 is another kind of round that takes 3 days, and then round 4 and 5 are played over the last 3 days of the week. So, yeah, we're really starting to... like today really is exciting. I mean, we start to say goodbye to players, we start to send players through to playoffs, and obviously, you know, really setting the stage for the last few days of the group stage as well. So really kind of, I'm excited for this week, Ravi. Like last week, you know, we had a bit of a warm up. We kind of, you know, got going. Someone lost. It's like, yeah, okay, cool. We'll see you next. We'll see you on Thursday or something, man. It's fine. But you know, week 2, it's just getting serious.
No, 100%. I mean, this is in that whole light. the lowest stakes kind of match where both players are 1-1. But even then, it's basically setting up the difference between in 2 or 3 days, you're playing for a chance to advance with that match versus you're playing for the chance to not be eliminated. So I think even like these matches are already have a little bit more on the line than maybe some of the matches from round 2 and stuff, but you're absolutely right. This is like the lower stake end of the match in that sense, and all of the other matches for the most part are just going to be, we're getting to see someone who advances the playoffs, or we're getting to see someone who gets eliminated. I say that with a little bit more glee than I probably should, but you know, as a spectator, it's always fun to see some more stakes on the line, even if it does come at the cost of someone else's. You know,
I'm also excited to see people get eliminated. It's not because I'm a bad person, at least I don't think so. It is just because you're right. It makes it's the storylines, right? This is what we watch for. You know, eventually there's got to be a winner and a loser, and this is where things just get that little bit more serious. So.
I want them both to win, Wardy.
I want everyone to win. You just tie every time. You just tie forever. It's like, cool.
Offer a draw, please.
All right, to the bottom left-hand side from the SSLT squad, the Hungry Camels, it is Cyan.
And up at the top right-hand side of the map, our blue Zerg player, he is Rex. Which I always thought was like a pretty underrated name. I feel like there aren't that many names anymore that people pick that are just one word kind of badass names. And I feel like Rex is in my mind one of them.
Yeah.
Or one syllable, I should say.
You hardly leading by example, Fear Dragon.
Well, you know, I can blame 8-year-old Ravi who tried to reserve the name Fire Dragon initially. Because, you know, that makes a little bit more sense. And then because Fire Dragon was taken, I was like, what's an alternative I could do? Fear Dragon. And then I immediately just put on an extra, like, a couple of numbers, thinking that clearly Fear Dragon would be a taken name. So, you know, yeah, I didn't really help myself on my case of cool short names on that case.
Fear Dragon, Fire Dragon.
Wardy's
it's almost the
solid,
same. Wardy's pretty solid. It was really hard to come up with Wardy, you know?
Yeah. I still kind of don't believe you when you tell me that, because I'll call you Jonathan to annoy you.
Yeah.
But you'll tell me not even your family calls you that. Like,
no,
even your
really.
family calls you Wardy, and I'm just like, that's unreal.
For the most part, yeah. It's I don't know, man. Like it's just how it is. Like, because it was more of a nickname at first, right, than a gamer tag or whatever we want to call it. So. You know, it's a nickname turned gamer tag. And do you know, actually, when I use it outside of StarCraft and stuff, I actually write it with a Y. So it's like my gamer tag has an I. That's how it's different. It's such a lame story.
No, I think that's actually really cool. It almost reminds me of like someone who has like their business bank account and their personal bank account. And it's like the exact same looking card, but one of them has like a slight little change. You're like, this is the business one.
Yeah, it's just like it's like a darker shade of green. That's what mine is anyway. It's just like
exactly.
It's like it looks real official and it says business on it. It's like it's still just a card, like.
It's basically coming out of effectively the same account.
Yeah. Third
I
hatch,
feel you there.
Link Speed, Stargate. Stargate's obviously a difference from the last game, but out of all the builds you can get excited about in ZVP, the Stargate's not really one of them because it's just very standard, right? It's exactly what you expect. The Adept getting a drone is nice, though, because that's the first Adept of the game. If we get 2, oh my goodness, he hit the other drone, actually. But, yeah, I mean, just already getting a drone kill with 1 Adept is amazing, because there's still going to be Adept. Actually, there's only 1 Adept built anyways. That's actually a Stalker afterwards, so... Actually kind of cool. Faking the Stalker makes it look like it's not a Stargate and probably has Rex a little bit worried about the idea of this being another Twilight build.
Yeah, and maybe showing a little bit more respect for that than he really needs to, especially after taking a bit of damage from the first Adept and kind of being annoyed by that. It's going to be on the forefront of his mind, but we'll see how many Lings Rex actually decides to make. So far, I mean, it's a very reasonable, just kind of 4, poke and prod, keep an eye out for things like war prisms and stuff that could be making their way across the map. And okay, I have not seen this happen for a long time with the Stargate opening, Wardy. Cyan is banking the oracles before sending them in.
It's all because of the Stalker. He's completely playing off of the first game and selling the idea like, hey, look, I've got Adepts, I've got, like, you know, you haven't seen a Stargate, Warpgate first, Stalker's out. You know, it's not Stargate, buddy. Don't prep for it. And, you know, it might be working. There's no Spore Crawls or anything down just yet. And Obviously, our second Oracle is now out, heading across the map, has to gamble to not be seen. I don't like that he just flew where he knew the Lings were, because you've gone through all the effort of hiding these Oracles just to show them in time to get spores started. It just undoes everything you did, no?
Yeah, I'm with you. It's not like the Oracle... The reaction that he was forcing out from Rex was the delay of the spore crawlers and stuff, which there is actually enough time for most of those spores to finish on up before the Oracles get over here. It's not like the Queen count's going to be that much lower or anything like that either. So, well, still finding 4 workers is not a bad start. No workers over at that natural expansion, so Oracles have to back on off. And actually, interestingly enough, also the Adepts back off. I thought that they were at least going to try and pair together a bit, but maybe he thinks that he's not 100% sure if he's sold the story that well that a ton of Lings got made.
Yeah, I was wondering if he maybe just felt like his opponent figured out that something was kind of happening anyways, and that's why he just flew the Oracles directly across the map. Kind of a, like I say, weird sequence of events, the Lings coming over. In general, though, Rex must have been pretty confident because he had no Roach Roar and no prep. If this was something more aggressive, he would have likely been in trouble once again. So, yeah, just, you know, clearly is very comfortable, and it was not the wrong decision. Like, he did the right thing. So, I think Rex is picking up on more than we're maybe giving him credit to. The Oracle's really not having a good time either. They're taking a lot of shots off of Queens on the way in. Now we're finally going to get a whole bunch of drones. We got up to 7, which is nice. Just took a while to get started, but once it got started, it was pretty darn good.
Yeah, really nice movement there as we do have the Lings just kind of poking around over that third base. But you can see that Rex kind of had this interesting defense where he had 3 of his Queens position on like 2 of the different bases, 3 at each. But it was like the last base that he was kind of taking some risks on. And Cyan actually doing a great job identifying that and just making the dive over to that last base. Even finding a stasis trap over here because he split up the Oracles and sent 1 over to the main, sent the other 2 to the natural to try and get some extra damage done. Queens are making a bit of a march over forward, and we have some Overlords dropping creep spread. It does seem like Rex really wants to do some counter damage here with this attack.
Yes, he does. He is just going to go for it. I mean, creep spread dropping, like you say, lots of Lings on the way, and just a handful of Ravages being made too. Let's see what the defense looks like from Cyan. He does have decent supply going into this. Even the army supply is only 20 behind, which it really isn't bad. 4th Oracle, though, I mean, the 4th Oracle is not going to help a lot if the Queens are going to start lasering them down. But for the moment, the Oracles can kind of hold back a little bit. They're going to come over and help deal with the Lings. I don't like the Lings kind of abandoning the Queens because it feels like the Queens have got to support the Lings against the Oracles. We've got a Force Field on the natural and a first Immortal out. This really feels like we should be kind of fine. Even with the Bile to knock the Force Field down, by the time we get through, it's just going to be, you know, not a lot going on. Cybercore is going to maybe take some big hits, but I feel like Rex is already losing so much. It's taking so long to do anything here.
Yeah, and there's going to be more shield batteries that are finishing on up as well. So even though the Immortal does get a Corrosive Bile down, that's actually a big victory there for Rex with this attack. He's also now able to depower the robotic facility, so no more Immortals going to be coming on out. Is there enough of a Gateway army to deal with this? It feels like Rex is saying, no, I don't think so. Shield battery overcharge is going to try and save the day, and it will buy time over that third base. The Oracles are actually regenerating a lot of the energy. There's so many more shield batteries coming on up. I think that has to be the saving grace here for Cyan, is how many shield batteries he's been getting up during all this.
And this new Immortal will get out, so a little bit more kind of a sturdier unit, a bit more firepower, and just eventually over time maybe begin to hold once again. Behind this, we're spamming Lings as Rex. Cyan's actually building another Oracle, just putting all of his production to work. There is going to be a depowering of the Robo yet again, and that's the big issue, is obviously the split of these units. He was doing it really well last time around, being able to keep the kind of 2 sides of the units together on the last map. This time around, he's definitely split up heavily, and every time these units from the left side fight, it's against Queens, and they're just wasting so much damage that gets transfused away. The thing is, though, Cyan's army supply overall is catching up. Even if we just lose another Immortal, he's still holding out, and we don't have as much as we once had as Rex either, and he's only reinforcing with Lings, so it's the Roach Ravager count that's not being replenished at all.
Yeah, what's kind of wild about this is that even as another Immortal is going to get trained focus fire down by the Ravagers, the Zealots Warpins have actually been enough to push this back. And during all this, Cyan has been investing in charge, +2 weapons, 4 additional gateways just finished up. I mean, his production surge is just about to hit now.
It's kind of ridiculous when you realize that he's actually got so much investment going on while he's also just being like mass spamming batteries. This Immortal does get out. It will survive for a tiny amount of time. We're going to pop a super battery on the right side. That does mean that these units on the left don't have anything, though. We're starting to lose the last few Queens. I mean, just absolute mayhem really still going on. But I think Cyan's definitely holding. That supply gets closer and closer. Charge +2 finishing. He's got another Robo up somewhere now as well, so he's producing double Immortal. That is a hold, and Rex backs away, down 20 workers almost. Roach Speed Infestation Pit on the way, and we have got ourselves Cyan looking very good here in this game number 2, looking around this one out 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. That was, as you were saying, really wild how much future investment he was basically... I want to emphasize this. He wasn't even investing on all this future stuff, and then the attack came. It was like the attack was happening. He was spamming out shield batteries, and then he's like, you know what I need? Charge. You know what I need? 4 more gateways. You know what I need? I need to throw down a robotic space. Like, the attack is still happening. He's still investing all this stuff. And, I mean, it's definitely going to end up paying off because there's really not going to be that much of a transition point here for Rex. He's now trying to get up the hive and make use of an infestation pit and everything, but Cyan's going to be hitting the mark a lot sooner with now +2 weapons, charge, all those things we were talking about finished up. He's going to be able to hit a sick counterattack timing, as Rex was basically saying, I hope you don't attack me for a bit because I need to have transition points set up, and I'm a little bit late to the punch on them comparatively.
He is absolutely just super behind. I mean, he's basically just on Roach Ling. He's just got a Baneling Nest, but he doesn't even have Baneling Speed, obviously, for a long time. And okay, yeah, Hive is taking along and might come up, but I would be shocked if Cyan didn't attack before that Hive was ready, or at least before the first Vipers weren't ready. It would be kind of wild if he just sat back, because he's got to know. I think maybe it's rough to know because it has been a bit of a weird game. He has been on the defensive, but I think you've got to have a feeling like, hey, I got away, you know, I defended this while making all those investments that you've already mentioned. I think you've got to realize that then these investments are now going to pay off for you. So, yeah, I feel like Cyan is maybe not the easiest call to make, but I feel like he should be able to figure it out. But you could also consider the fact that he's getting a 4th base in Disruptors, and maybe he's just comfortable. His game going a little bit later as well, so maybe he doesn't feel like he's in a rush to get, you know, across the map and to deal damage.
Yeah, you know, I was totally with you, and I really thought that the Warp Prism also coming out was also going to be a sign that he wanted to get a bit more aggressive, but you're absolutely right that it does feel like he is just pulling back over to the 4th base location. Maybe seeing a bit of the army movement there from Rex a second ago was convincing him he should move. Disruptor is going to try and slow down some of the damage from these Banelings, and I mean, these are Banelings with no melee upgrades, so at least 2 of them are going to have to connect to the mineral line. Even just losing that many of the Banelings kind of destroyed the possibility of a lot of damage happening there.
Yeah, they didn't even have Baneling Speed, right? So it was the slowest, saddest Baneling Waddle we've ever seen. It's like, they were really going to go on a mission to try and get some kills, but I mean, that shows you why Rex feels like he's at. He's that desperate that he's sending Baneling attacks in before really you're kind of set up to do Baneling attacks, right? So if you're feeling that desperate, that doesn't inspire me with confidence, you know, if you're Rex. So not 100% sure about the situation right now. We do have 8 more Banelings coming up, getting those ready here. And this army of Rex continues to get set. 30 more Lings, a few Vipers coming up. I mean, I like the fact he's at least seeing some tech. Adrenal Gland's about to be done. Bane Speed is now done. Obviously, the Vipers are coming into play. I think all of these are things that could help Rex find success in the game. As Zealot, Archon, Disruptor just staying spread out a little bit.
Yeah, I think the Vipers are the thing that give me the most hope here for Rex, just because, like you were saying, the thing that Cyan was kind of waiting on were the Disruptors. I mean, the Vipers can do a really great job of just kind of annihilating those. The only kind of caveat on that is Cyan isn't exactly dependent on the Disruptors, I feel like. His army is beefy. He's got a lot of charge lots. He's got a lot of Archons. He's even still got a handful of these Immortals. I think even if you remove the Disruptors from this army, I'm actually not 100% sure if Rex wins this.
Yeah, I'm not either. Especially, I mean, if you remove the Disruptors, also remove the Vipers, right? Like, if you make that comparison for sure. Maybe if, like, the Vipers can focus on pulling the important units forward and killing those immediately, but that Disruptor shot goes off anyways, dead center! Oh my god, the evil Protoss Lava Fear Dragon tells you everything you need to know about that fight, as that is just Cyan ripping this apart.
Well, Wardy, all of the calculations I was doing about which army wins in this situation are all invalidated, because if you get a Disruptor shot like that off, I don't think that there's almost any fears here for Cyan. And even being able to afford the warp in, I love this. Not just reinforcing your army, saying, yeah, I'm just going to do a Zealot run by, because even if somehow you make some magnificent trade from here, I know I'm going to trade well enough on the left-hand side that I'll still probably do well. And I can just go after your bases and ensure that you have no economy to fall back to, that there is going to be no remax. There's going to be no potential for you to come back in this game.
Yep, absolutely. As our Archons get rid of the few extra Broodlings, and this base just has gone down, and now you keep on pushing forward. It's This at this point, Cyan's army is absolutely just 10 times better. Archons, Immortals mixed in here, just not answered, by the forces of Rex. I feel like right now, even if you abduct something in, you're gonna have a hard time killing it off quickly. So, yeah, not ideal. 5th base coming up from Cyan. He's in complete and utter control. He's continuing to just send Zealots up the right side as well, then with counterattacks, continuing to just find damage here and there. And yeah, just looking great as we do get 16 probes on the left side. So hey, there's something at least for Rex, but I mean, it's not that great because he's just that far behind anyway.
Yeah, and with losing this base, that brings Rex down to, in essence, I want to say 3 bases. But if you consider the fact that the natural and the main base are going to be a little bit lighter on resources in anyways, even the 3rd base actually is going to be a little bit lighter on resources. I kind of want to add this all up and say that's like 1.5 base binding.
Yeah, it really ain't a lot. I was just impressed. This Oracle that died had 25 kills, and it had been a busy boy throughout this game. Obviously, a lot of those lings, but also a few drones here and there, and just in general, it's been good with those. Pretty much every unit he's had, Cyan has had pretty good use out of. It's going to drop a revelation off this Oracle as it takes on down to the Parasect Bomb and will not make it out. Try to get to battery. Smart move. Just trying to find a way to keep that alive.
A little unfortunate, the revelation actually delayed it, so it just barely didn't make it to the battery in time.
It was like a, oh crap, I'm dead revelation into a, oh crap, I'm dead because of the revelation.
Wait, I know where the solution is. Oh no. Yeah, a little unfortunate there, but I think Cyan's still going to be okay with it. I do think it's kind of interesting that Cyan isn't going to try and push in a little bit sooner, because that does give Rex a little bit of time to remake some of the army and stuff. I guess the idea there is that my opponent doesn't really have much of an economy, so the longer that I wait, the further ahead I get, whether I'm building up a bank or just remaxing. And I guess I don't mind that too much.
Oh, absolutely, right? It's just a case of, like, I knocked him down to his 3 bases, and if that's all he's got, I'm not worried about him kind of, like, building up a kind of an awesome army. Like, he's going to maybe make more of the same, but, the longer Cyan waits, the more his army absolutely rolls this lower tech army of Rex. So in a way, waiting around and not being overly eager might actually be the right call this time around. I know you don't want to let the Zerg get into those crazy positions, but identifying the Zerg can't get into a crazy comeback or position from this, I think is pretty good, decent as well. He's going to start building carriers. That might be a little bit overkill, but again, why not? Because there's absolutely no answer to them from Rex, so if you do get up to any amount of them, it just kind of blocks this game down for you.
Yeah, it almost kind of reminds me a bit of the early game stage of PvZ, where, or even like a TvZ, where the Terran or the Protoss player are basically just doing intimidation moves, where they do like the fake move outs and force out units that the Zerg player doesn't really want to have because they want to have drones. But in this case, it's not about having drones. It's just that Rex wants to make units that are not Lings, Banelings, and Ravagers, but every single moment he's just constantly fearing the potential that Cyan is about to go for the big attack. So now he's just stuck at a maxed out army supply on Ling, Baneling, Ravager, Roach. Doesn't have any Vipers, doesn't have any, or actually I guess he does still have 3 Vipers somewhere on the map, but he didn't really get that opportunity to go for any other kind of additional tech, even though you could say in a sense, there was no attack in the past couple of minutes. There was a potential that maybe you could have teched up to something, but he was just having to anticipate that the attack could be coming at any given moment. And Cyan just playing and chilling back. He now has a ball in composition in the sense that he has quite a few balls of Archons and Disruptors and everything else in there.
Wow, he does have balls of things.
Yeah,
like
this is the ball army, man. It's a ballin' army.
Yeah, there's a couple of probes on the left side, and there are the Archons on the top side that are also kind of going up for a fight. I was just scared to look away from the main force for a moment because it looked like we might have a big battle going on. We are killing some probes. There's just so many units that go down here for Rex that, again, he's in no real state to replace, and I still look at Cyan's army, and this wasn't the prettiest from him, but he still just has so much more. There's a reason we've been kind of, going on and on about Cyan's position for this entire time, because his position is just that freaking good. It really is. And moving across the map here, I do think we've got ourselves Cyan pushing into this right side base and probably just looking for victory. Going to get DT and a couple Zealots going after the Spore Crawler. And these units just move on in. Hatchery will be likely falling. I mean, there's just no defending this. Disruptors are just going to make it an even more explosive battle. And yeah, some Abducts, which get a couple of kills, but nothing too wild. Rex's supply is absolutely in the bin.
Yeah, and this is what it was all coming down to, is the fact that Cyan's main army just wins, and that is going to secure him a 2-0 victory there, a solid 2-0 victory. Honestly, Cyan looking really impressive in that series.
Yeah, I mean, this wasn't even really I mean, he was just convincing, right? I feel like first game he was very, he had this very under control as well, and the second game too was just very convincing from my eyes. It really felt as though he was just, yeah, I mean, he did decentish hold initially, right? And it was still a bit scary on the hold, a bit sketchy, but when you consider he was holding with +2 on the way and charge on the way and all of that, like, yeah, it took a while, but he was always improving his position as long as he didn't die, so he walked that line very well of not just holding and then being in, like, kind of a crappy position anyway, but holding and being in really game-winning position. We thought he probably could have attacked soon, and maybe he could have, but he was also just extremely confident to say, hey, look, I don't need to attack any sooner. I can take this nice and easily. I can take this very chill and just slowly work my way into this spot, which is, you know, more or less for me, going to just absolutely guarantee the victory. So, yeah, gets that one done. Cyan goes to 2-1. Rex will be moving to 1-2 Fear Dragon, and as we've mentioned, those are going to be scary matches for Rex coming up in a couple of days' time when we enter Swiss round 4, because he's a match away from elimination.
Yeah, absolutely. That fourth round is going to be really, really tough for both, or really interesting for both of these players, I should say. Tough for Rex, but really cool for Cyan, because Cyan is now going to have that opportunity to advance out to the playoffs in the next round. So cool placement, I would say, for these two players in the group. I'm kind of looking forward to the next match, though, Wardy, because as I was saying before, I'm sadistic, and as much as it pains me to see players eliminated and I want them all to win, it is cool when we do get to see a little bit bigger stakes and stuff in these matches. And the next match definitely is going to be one of the bigger stake matches. It's going to be one of these players getting eliminated, actually.
Yep, Tebow versus Nanami is coming up next in a little bit of PvP, so we're going to take a quick break and hop on back in to eliminate players from ESL and be extremely excited about it. Well, not really, but like, you know, excited but sad. You know, that combination, sad-sighted, something like that. Anyways, we'll figure out a phrase for it during the break. We'll be right back. More StarCraft 2 coming your way in the ESL SC2 Masters Asia.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we have more StarCraft 2 coming your way. Who would have guessed it? We continue our way through the Asia Regionals as we have our first elimination match of the regional system. It's going to be Tebow versus Nanami. And we're going to PvP to find out which of these two gets to stay on in the tournament and play into Swiss Round 4, and which of them is just going to straight up get eliminated right here and now for you, Dragon.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. This is also going to... I feel like this keeps happening, and I have to imagine that this is one of those like magical things with the Swiss format, where I feel like I keep seeing matches where we'll see like two players play, like Cyan and Rex, and then the next series, I'll see two players, I'm like, oh, who were their previous opponents? It's like, oh, it was Cyan and Rex. Like, yeah. Nanami played Cyan, and... oh, sorry, actually, no, I misread this. Yeah, Nanami played Cyan, but actually it was not... it wasn't Tebow that played Rex. I'm looking at a different row, so I'm just doing a bad job at what I'm supposed to do.
But at some point in time, somebody played Rex.
So somebody played Rex at some point in time. It had nothing to do with this, but it is kind of cool to see that Nami did end up having two pretty tough opponents, I would say, of Mika and Cyan.
Yeah.
So I feel like even Tebow as well, XY and Orianna. Orianna, I think a little bit less expected for him to lose there, but it's going to be interesting to see how this one turns out.
Yeah, to me, this is a really fun one. We'll do the intros first. I guess I'll talk about why. As in the top right, our Red Pros player, it is Tebow, one of the UK boys, but also representing Pakistan and hence the rest of Asia region.
And down over here in the bottom left-hand side of the map, we have our blue Protoss player representing Mystery Gaming. It is Nanami.
But yeah, Nanami looked, kind of got rolled in my eyes against Mika, but Mika to me can do that. And then I feel like Cyan was the toughest 0-1 player in the Asia regional. So, and you know that happens for a reason, because I believe everyone that's 0-1, they obviously get matched against another 0-1, but ESL have like something of a seeding system where the 0-1s, to match which 0-1 plays which 0-1, right? It's not just fully randomized. So for Nanami, he comes in as kind of the underdog, and yeah, he looks like it against Mika, and it's like, cool, I'm sure you'll have a better chance next time. It's like, no, you actually have probably one of the worst seeds, unfortunately, and Cyan has one of the best, and so you end up with a really tough 0-1 match, and now you're 0-2, but that should mean that this is our best chance to actually see Nanami, really have a shot and really give a good fight, because this should be the match where, his opponent is the most likely to be at the same level. Tebow is going to cause chaos, by the way. Steals a gas, obviously pylon blocking the low ground. So Nanami is going to have to keep it together and get tested a little bit here as Tebow works him silly throughout the early moments.
Yeah, it's going to be very annoying for him to deal with. That pylon is like on the very edge of where it would even be a block. I had to like second guess myself because of the little graphic on the ground if that was actually blocking, but pretty sure it is. And you're absolutely right. Zella is going to be forced on out. You're going to have a Stalker chrono boosted out. Same kind of deal on both sides of the map with that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. As you just see our little cancel coming up over here as well. So actually kind of both sides just kind of getting blocked for a while. Obviously, Tebow has both of his gases though. So if he wants to put down some tech earlier than his opponent, he absolutely can. Where Nanami, he just can't afford to build tech. Like, he had to clean up the pylon to be able to build the Nexus because he can't afford anything else. So there is a bit of a difference here. We are going to see Tebow able to expand as well a few moments after, but again, has gas in the bank, so his tech should also start sooner, and that should be an advantage that Tebow can work with over these early few minutes.
Yeah, one of the other little trade-offs there is, of course, Tebow does have to invest in the extra resources to steal his opponent's gas geyser, so that's like a few extra resources he has less, and that means that he has one less Stalker on the way. You can kind of see that Nanami was making another Stalker and actually now has two Stalkers out on the map. One of these Stalkers already encountering the Adept, but there's not really another gateway unit starting until just now over here for Tebow, so he should be able to get up a gateway, like Stalker and everything over here to deal with things, but this is looking a little bit more annoying and dangerous than it normally should.
Yeah, it's definitely going to take a little bit of time to deal with, and I mean, two Stalkers are going to lose this pylon at the front. He didn't even cancel that. That would have been worth canceling, obviously, because it didn't exactly buy any time. And now you've got one Stalker out, and it's being chased around. The problem isn't his main base he built at Twilight. He doesn't have anything else, and now his battery under fire. He's building a second Stalker, but he might have to pull a couple probes. He's going to lose his battery as well. It doesn't even get cancelled, so losing resources there. Nanami having a great start and now realizing he can shut down the 2 gateways. Oh, if he'd gone for that pylon sooner. It actually would have been amazing to hit that pylon first, right? Because if you hit that pylon, he would have depowered the battery as well. As I believe Tebow only got one of his warpins off, by the way, and unable to do anything elsewhere.
Yeah, only getting one warpin off is actually going to really suck because he's also losing the Stalker battle. He is going to be able to do a bit more damage because both the shields on both of the Stalkers have been taken out, but Nanami just retreats, and again, only one of the warp gates even got repowered over here, so absolute kind of disaster in a lot of ways there for Tebow. And it's just so funny that during all of this, there's still that one gas geyser that Nanami has stolen in his own main base. So finally he retreats home, finally he's able to deal with all of that stuff. But absolute chaos, I feel like, was caused on Tebow's side of the map there.
Yeah, Nanami really just got so much done, and just coming out of this with a good worker lead. And I love the Dark Shrine follow-up as well, because you know, right now as Tebow, you definitely feel like you've had a bit of a bad start, so I don't mind the idea of doing something a bit cheeky like DTs to try and get back in this. And if Nanami gets a little bit ahead of himself, like, yes, they've got the Robo, but right now just building a Prism, if they don't get an OBS up, this could obviously be extremely deadly. But even with an OBS, you know, a DT counterattack can keep you safe if this Prism is going to create, you know, issues on the other side as well. So, lots to look at there is, we actually, I guess, had Adepts jump in for a few probes.
Yeah, I think Adepts just made their way in and barely just got cleaned up. We even actually ended up seeing, I think, Sentry using its energy, which kind of sucks for Tebow because that means that he doesn't actually have the hallucination energy anymore that he would normally want to use to try and go for a bit of scouting information, see what his opponent is up to, and, you know, maybe even inform like where he wants to send the DTs. Now that DT just has to go in blind. Nanami already... Okay, Nanami had a full wall, baits the DTs in further so that he can actually hold position and kill it once the observer arrives. So this is truly just been a disaster game for Tebow now.
Yeah, because the Adepts getting in also scouted the Dark Shrines, and Nanami knew to be ready for the DTs too. So just being able to mentally be prepared, right, and to know, right, I need to be watching for the Shimmer, and now I can guarantee a kill, just makes it even better for you. These Adepts get 3 more kills. They probably could have done a lot more, but only 3, and they're going to get cleaned up.
Yeah, God, I didn't even realize, the warp prism that he had made earlier. Nanami, he was just able to warp in the Adepts straight into the main base. No wonder it's causing so many problems there. Yeah, this is tough. I feel like Tebow surely is just going to have to try and find... No, you can't even do any kind of like big all-in or big attack or anything off of Blink finishing up, right? Because Tebow's literally just sitting on fewer units overall. Like, there's no way an attack would succeed right now.
Yeah, I don't really think so. The DT finds a couple kills on the third base that's building. A couple pros is down here early, so they're getting punished just slightly. And the DT stays alive at least. That's what Tebow kind of needs. He's down 7 workers. You know, Tebow, the shame is he has the faster blink as well, but he's just not being able to use it because he's being kept at home by this Adept play, and just maybe by the fact he doesn't have that many units either. But with blink, you can usually try and force a fight where the opponent's units are not. So yeah, that's just kind of telling you just how much control Nanami actually has over the game right now, because Tebow seems to feel terrified about absolutely everything that's going on.
Yeah, and it's even worth mentioning that Nanami is playing pretty safe with like the double shield battery over at the third base and everything. That makes things more difficult. Even if the Stalkers are able to move out, say, right now, across the map, try and take some trades, they're going to be dealing with units that are just constantly getting healed up by the shield batteries. So it just makes things a lot more difficult to actually get any real damage done. Not to mention the fact that there are going to be 2 Immortals now out on the map. Blink now finished up over here for Nanami. And after the 6 pylons finish up, no fear of supply block for a bit.
Yep, making sure you're very free in that regard, and Nanami just going to come and push. And I mean, the numbers are absolutely in Nanami's favor. There's obviously going to be a defensive battery you have to fight against, but even the Sentry doesn't have energy for Tebow, so that's one thing you also have in favor as Nanami, and you have the Prism Micro to add onto the Blink Micro, so that's another thing in your favor, and it looks very good, basically. TLD off and Nanami pushing in the lead early and set them up very well, and well, these Stalkers go back and forth a little bit, getting into a bit of a concave here, and just seeing a few more Stalkers warping in from Tebow. Super Battery healing up, and it's doing a lot of work. We now blink upwards into the probes, which I don't love. The Stalkers of Tebow can blink forward, knocking down the Prism. It might just be too little too late. You've had these Immortals wailing on you the majority of this fight, and that's just a lot of units lost, but it's a hold. It's just, you know, you're still down a lot of army supply at the tail end.
Yeah, I feel like the fact that Nanami is still ahead is a testament to how far ahead he was, because I'm with you that fight felt like it went a lot better for Tebow than it should have, even though things still end up not in an amazing position for him. Because, yeah, that blink forward is really weird, because I think it was during the shield battery overcharge still being active. So the probes are even dying slower than normally you would expect them to. Just like a lot of things not quite going exactly how you think Nanami would want them to. But now with a bunch of slow zealots warped in, Nanami can't really do anything for a bit now, right? Like he warped in a bunch of slow zealots and charges only just now started up. He basically just has to go home. And does that give Tebow a chance to like tech up into something that he can make something happen with?
I mean, in theory, yes. I do, you know, I mean, when you look at the game, Tebow's lead is, or Tebow's disadvantage, sorry, is not in necessarily like economy or anything, right? Like his probe count is good. He's getting a 4th base pretty much in sync. Like it's not brilliant. He has been mining less overall. The problem is he's not progressing his army any further. And I mean, he has the Dark Shrine, and he's been, you know, throughout the game active with DTs, but he's also missing a lot of infrastructure. So I feel like it's tough because a lot of the things he needs right now is, yeah, maybe like a Robo Bay and some disruptors, like comeback mechanisms, but he also just needs a baseline kind of setup, and that baseline setup is missing too. The 3 extra gates, for example, are something that he's just, you know, behind on. His opponent already has doubled the gateway count. So I think the answer is no, he's not going to get the chance because he just doesn't have the foundations necessary to really stay alive in the game. And what he's trying to do now is build those foundations and hope Nanami doesn't punish him while he's doing it, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the case either. As you can see, Nanami's already happy to trade and sending the Zealots up into the natural. That's a lot of Zealots to deal with right now as Tebow when you only have 4 gates of warp-ins.
Oh, that is very painful to deal with. Even if you had a full set of warp-ins over here, this is a lot of Zealots to deal with. You have to send more than just 1 round of warp-ins or something to deal with that. Stalker's also going to be able to continue to pressure over here. Shield battery overcharge was popped, so Tebow can theoretically take slightly better trades than otherwise, but even then, shield battery overcharge, it's barely actually helping out all that much, and most of the army is actually engaging outside the range of it because you just kind of have to. He's distracted dealing with the Zealots in the main base at the same time.
Yeah, great fight from Nanami. Just beautiful movement in the idea of, like, you know, you send the Zealots in one way, you're going to punish with the Stalkers on the other side. He's missing an Observer to be able to really continue through with this, but yeah, you can see that Tebow, I mean, he was just so far behind from the start, and he's just remained in that situation. A little adept that's going to check out the 12 o'clock from Nanami, just see what's going on, but you know, at the end of the day, honestly, Tebow just does not have enough, and if you told me right now that you know, Nanami had a Robo Bay and Disruptors on the way, I would actually believe you too. I feel like he absolutely could have had some extra tech coming up behind all of this, because he's just had that much of a lead throughout, and again, the moment he gets an Observer to actually be able to clean up the DT here, they'll go a lot better for him. There's actually a lot of Zealots from Tebow. This fight will be a lot better for Tebow because of those Zealots, so it's actually going to be Tebow's chance to bounce back a little bit in Nanami. And he just hasn't got any reinforcements here. Apparently, his Stalker's getting shoved back.
Yeah, you know, all things considered, army supply difference not that large anymore. In fact, with that latest round of warp-ins, granted, I imagine Nanami's going to have his own round of warp-ins soon with the little bank building there. But the army supply is pretty close to each other. I can actually see a world where, like you were saying, Nanami not really going for additional tech or anything. Maybe there's a world where Tebow can start to get out enough good trades, enough good power units and stuff, just the Zealots putting in some work, maybe even add an Archon or two. I think he's still a bit of a ways off, and it still requires Nanami to make a couple more mistakes for that to happen. But I don't know, Wardy. I feel like if I compare it to 3 minutes ago when we were doing these kind of comparisons of like how likely is it, I feel like it's more likely than it was before, even if it's still not that likely.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, man. Like, it seems it's definitely getting closer, but Nanami, I just feel like Nanami should have absolutely been able to tech up into absolutely like unlosable position, whereas now, yeah, maybe still at the whimsy, you know, because some of these fights and engagements, Zealots come charging in, Stalkers continue to take a bit of beating. It just takes so long to get through the Stalkers. Obviously, Tebow Stalkers are not dropping behind this, and that's what Nanami is able to stand up and fight with. That's why he can stay here and really kind of put on this pressure still. Extra few Zealots warping in, going to go charging forward, and the Stalker's taking a pretty hefty amount of damage as well, once again. But this time I think Nanami maybe just does have too much pushing forward. Tebow's numbers are really limited, and even with the warp in, I'm not convinced right now. As you can see, the Zealots are dying before they warp in even, so ain't looking pretty. The last few Stalkers are going down. It does look like Nanami has victory in game 1. Took, honestly, a lot longer than I thought it was going to, though.
Yeah, it really did. And even that last fight ended up looking a little bit closer than it really was because just the warp-ins were happening, I think, on Nanami's side of the map a little bit closer to his own bases. So it was taking some time for those unit reinforcements to arrive. But as soon as they arrived, you started seeing, oh, it is in fact actually 15 army supply to like 60. So
Yeah.
well done there by Nanami. And even though it did take a while, like you were saying, Nanami in the early game stages, I feel like he was able to take advantage of a very, very small thing of just Tebow losing the early kind of gateway count fight, and then also not having an additional stalker on the way. He was able to cause so much chaos just from that one thing. And I mean, just being able to capitalize on that in and of itself is a skill.
That's actually very true, right? I mean, he was very good at just realizing just the lead he had, and he kept it pressure. I just wish Nanami had put down a robo-base unit at the end. Not that the game didn't work out in his favor, just that imagine with the amount of times that Nanami tried to kill Tebow had gone for a robo-base and snuck out a disruptor, right? And then suddenly Tebow might be back in the game. And yeah, I don't necessarily think Tebow would have gotten away with making that play. Like I said before, he didn't have the foundations set up to make the comeback, and he was trying to get the foundations ready before he built up on top of that. But I mean, honestly, like, you know, say Tebow just YOLO'd it and said, scrap it, I'm just going to go and try and get a disruptor, and then you don't quite kill him, and maybe, you know, that would have been possible. Then maybe you are a bit behind, and you could have just had so much more control. So, I mean, good to see Nanami doing good, because this, to me, is the first time Nanami's looked competitive at all in the tournament, and really bringing a fight at Tebow, looking to kind of make a bit of a name and say, yeah, I'm not getting knocked out with at least a win on the board.
No, 100%. I mean, this, in a sense, is actually the first map that Nanami has won in the Swiss format so far, because it wasn't a 2-0-2-0 in his previous matches, whereas Tebow at least did manage to take a game versus XY and stuff. So both these players have taken a single map so far, but it is going to be Nanami, who's now one game away from keeping his hopes alive and eliminating his opponent from the tournament. So it's going to come down to this next game.
I actually, the first match was the first match that Tebow played against XY. I apparently forgot that we need to tell them already every time. The first match that Tebow played against XY was super close as well. That was actually a really good series. And to me, I was kind of surprised to see Tebow down here 0-2, because I was like, man, he played so well against XY, and he played Orianna right in round 2, and Orianna looked okay in some of the matches I saw, but Tebow to me looked better. So it was surprising to see that result come in, and going into this, I was then full of confidence in Tebow as well for the same reasons, and now Tebow is down 0-1, and I'm like, Tebow, mate, what's happening? Like, did you use all of your power at the start of this tournament? Because it feels like, unfortunately, it's just been a downward trend since the start. So, yeah, it's been a bit of an unfortunate one for him. We are starting down in the bottom left, though. A player that is up 1 and looking to stay alive for another round of group stage action. It is our Blue Protoss from Mystery Gaming, Nanami.
And up at the top right-hand side of the map, our red Protoss player representing Berserker Esports, he is Tebow. Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I feel like Tebow, even though he did have like a pretty tough first-round opponent, being able to take a map versus XY, I think is actually a pretty good sign of things. And I think it was a bit surprising for me to him to lose to Orianna. So him now being down 0-1, I think is tough. Though I will say a saving grace of, if you want to think about that last game, is that Tebow fell really far behind. Like, the way that I look at it is he fell really far behind to a very, very small, minute detail in how like the gateway interactions worked of the early game units, and just the fact that he skipped an extra stalker because he went for the extra gas steal, so he just had fewer resources. Like, that's such a weird, very niche way to fall really far behind, and even then it seemed like he was almost maybe starting to mount some kind of comeback for a while, because it took him a while to die. Going into game number 2, I still have a lot of high hopes here for Tebow's chances in it.
Oh, absolutely. I think you can't just disagree with the fact that Tebow just fell behind super early. And while that can absolutely happen again, if the start is a lot more even, I still think I favor Tebow based on what I saw in previous rounds. Because what Nanami did in this last game as well, while he got the job done, it still wasn't exactly convincing. Because I think if you give that lead to a lot of other players, it is much more convincing. We don't have 5 or 6 fights happening before he's finally able to break down the guy that's been half the gateway count of him this entire time, right? So, I like the move of like the Zealots in the natural and the, Stalkers hitting the third. I think that was the best attack he had. The rest of the time, it just felt very uninspired, and maybe that's him falling into the, the lull of, oh, I'm super ahead, I can just, do whatever, attack the third and I'll win. And he didn't, and then, it gets a bit awkward, but yeah, I do worry a little bit still if this game turns out even, because again, from what I've seen of Tebow, I still favor him a little bit. We'll see if it works out. Robo facility, a starting point here from Nanami, so getting that set up on the main base, getting that ready to go. And Tebow has a pylon in the main, which is obviously just trying to spot what the units are. 2 adepts begin to shade across the map, and Tebow's own tech, Twilight Council, coming down. Both players going to put the tech structure in before an expansion.
Yep, neither one of them going to be playing around with the super duper fast expansions like you do sometimes on the maps where you have a high ground natural and all that good stuff. But the Stalker's going to be encountering the Adepts right as their Shade's going out. So one of these Adepts should take a little bit of damage past the shields, but the Adept Shade should save them from taking too much more. And Tebow has 2 more Stalkers that are going to be popping on out to help deal with these Adepts, and also just knows about their location. Should know and have the shield battery already on the way, and that's exactly what the case is.
Yep, he's just going to block those off. Obviously, from Nanami, by the way, 3-gate Robo. A lot of 3-gate Robos, when it's not proxy, is just a Prism and Pressure with gateway units, but this is actually an Immortal building first, so this is going to really stack up. Now, there's a Dark Shrine on the way from Tebow. I'm not sure if we're going to build an Observer here from Nanami, because to me, he's rushing out like an aggressive attack. An Observer may not be a part of this, so it is very possible that these DTs cause trouble. Especially because if there is an Observer, I highly doubt it's going to be like 1 at home and 1 with the army, so there's at least going to be somewhere these DTs should be able to find an entry point to deal some good damage.
Yeah, 100%. I think you're absolutely right. Double Adept Warping over here. I feel like this can be good and bad over here for Tebow. On the good side, I think it's going to scout out and see kind of what's going on. On the bad side, I actually wonder if this is going to maybe draw Tebow back at home, and then it's actually going to centralize Tebow having all of his units, including maybe the Observer, there and ready at the time that the DTs start to pop on in. Because if this ends up pulling him back a bit or forcing some Warpins back at home, Tebow may actually have an easier time dealing with the DTs as well.
Well, here we go. These couple of Depth Shade in. They're going to get after a couple probes straight away. 3, 4. I mean, first ops pops as well, by the way. But, I mean, at this point, it's already just the Adepts putting in serious work. We do lose 1 Adept. Maybe could have had another shot off. At the same time, we move across the map. Tebow does not necessarily need to save the low ground in this case. He's obviously on, his opponent's on 1 base, and he's just done a lot of damage. I think Tebow's issue is he just has no units. The Observer's coming across the map, so DT doesn't defend here either. And that's going to be the problem is, Tebow has the 2 DTs heading into the main, but there's an Observer here as well, and a couple units to these DTs. They might out-DPS those units, but in theory, we should be fine. And Tebow's already lost power to 1 of his gateways, likely about to lose power to a second, as this pylon should easily be taken down. Don't think Super Battery can necessarily save that, not if it's dead anyway. So it looks like Tebow just doesn't have the units at all to deal with this, and well, the probes obviously pulling in to try and fight. The Immortal taking a beating off the Stalkers, wouldn't mind seeing that saved by the Prism, which does indeed happen. And as you can see, just, well, a lot going on here at the moment for Nanami, just putting so much work in, and that's going to be good to go, and that's going to be our game. Nanami takes it 2-0, not just our game, if you reckon, but our series. Talk about a solid performance from Nanami. I really wanted to see kind of a more macro-based game between these two, just something that was very standard into 2 or 3 bases just to see where both were at, but I have to say Nanami was way better early game than Tebow, because the second time around, Tebow was just... he wasn't set up properly. He didn't know what was going on. His own gamble led to him losing to the gamble of his opponent. And, yeah, I mean, the Adepts got in, but it didn't matter. Like, he had nothing at home. And I really don't think he should have warped DTs in on the map when the Adepts had moved in and seen, oh, you don't have a natural. Like, you don't need to do more damage there. Maybe 1 DT at most. But 2 DTs, I think, was extremely greedy because he had the information to not have to go for that and to potentially prepare more at home. So... yeah, I think that was a bit of a mistake as well from Tebow's side.
I'm with you 100% on that. I think at an absolute minimum, I totally agree. Like the 1 DT offensive, 1 DT at home, even if there's just like 1 DT that's chipping away at things, that can also slow things down. And then maybe with the pro pull and stuff, things mount to be a little bit better. That also keeps the Observer back at home for a little bit longer and kind of makes Nanami, like puts him in an awkward position. Maybe there's some magic happens there, even though I think it was going to be tough at that point. It is unfortunate though, because as we were talking about before, as much as it is sometimes nice to have those stakes, it does mean we do have to say sadly goodbye to Tebow, as that is going to basically mean 3-0 or 0-3 losses. He does get eliminated from the Swiss format, and well, I guess the bright side of it is that we do have one player, Nanami, who's going to be able to keep those hopes and dreams alive moving to round 4.
Yep, that's such a very true, man. Just able to keep alive. Obviously, Tebow loses out, which is a bit of a shame, but that's just about the way it goes. As we are going to be wrapping this one up. That's not just for this match, but that's it for the Asia region for your Dragon. Obviously, that's our first region of the day done. Obviously, on the first day of each round of Swiss, we only have the 2 matches from Asia, as there's 8 matches in total. And yeah, with that, we can actually take a look at just where the schedule is at. Obviously, we're 2 out of 10 best of 3s down, and we do have Europe up next, leading in with Clem versus Hellraiser. But as you can see on the schedule, that is about 50 minutes time, so about 45, 50 minutes time. So we're going to be taking a little bit of a longer break, and when we come back, it will be that European region, and of course later today the Americas region as well. So plenty still to come. Just before we go, I want to say a couple of things. First of all, thank you to our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, and ESL Shop, helping to make this series of the ESL SC2 Masters happen. And of course, very importantly, you can get your tickets for the offline finals for the ESL SC2 Summer season. It'll be live at DreamHack Jonkoping on the 16th to the 18th of June, I believe are the dates, if my memory serves me properly. And that's, tickets are available now, dreamhack.com/summer/tickets. Use the code StarCraft to get 20% off as well. And if any of that sounds like too much to type in, just click on the link down below the Twitch chat. If you're in Twitch, if you're on YouTube, there's not a link there, so you're just going to have to type it in. That's the downside of being on YouTube, unfortunately, but, you know, you can't have it all everywhere, okay, guys? You can't have it all everywhere. With that said, then, we are going to take ourselves a little break. We're going to come back in a bit of a longer time than usual, but it is going to be that European Regionals up next. So stay tuned, come back, because we all know that Europe is always full of fun and full of PvP, and today is no different. We'll see you there.
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we have more ESL SC2 Masters action. A bit of a longer break, yes, but we are now ready to go into the European region, where we have another day of games. Obviously, a new week as well. We're here with week 2, round 3 of the Swiss. Again, where we're seeing players that are 1-1 go up against each other, 2-0s going up against each other, and that dreaded 0-2 going up against each other to fight for their tournament life. Let's have a little look at the groups here in Europe, Ravi, as we have standings for Group A. First of all, just a quick peek at where Europe is at in this first group. Cyril, Wayne, Eliza, and Harstam all undefeated. This group's kind of wild because I feel like when this group first came out, it was a little bit of like, oh, it's Cyril and a bunch of like opportunities for players in this group. Like, it was not as stacked as Group B, a lot of people said. And, you know, you see Wayne, Eliza, and Harstam, they're all a match away from making it through to the playoffs already, and that's really freaking sick.
Yeah, it really is, and I really have to hand it to especially Wayne, and I would also even like add Harstam up there, because I think while it's not inconceivable that they would be up here at the top with a 2-0, kind of tying up things with close to Cyril. I think a lot of people, if you looked at this group beforehand, before any of the matches played out, you kind of look at the names and be like, yeah, well, I'd probably give Showtime a higher chance of being up there at the top and being close, like one round away from advancing on, or even someone who's kind of had a lot of momentum behind them, like a Spirit or something. So, and Wayne is literally the cause of both of their losses, Showtime and Spirit. It's like Wayne earned himself through some really tough matches at 2-0 and not even dropping a map, literally tying with the overall map score with Cyril's sick. I do want to quickly note, by the way, as I'm sure we'll also go over the schedule of the matches that we're doing for Europe. We're actually only doing one match from Group A today. That is going to be Shadone versus Petit Drogo. So just while we have their things pulled up, they're both sitting 1-1. They're like right next to each other in the standings. So that is going to be an interesting match to see, you know, who's going to be in a similar boat to what we talked about like earlier today with Cyan versus Rex. One of them will be one round away from eliminated. One of them will be one round away from advancing to the playoffs.
Yeah, that one's going to be super fun. I do have Group B, which is where we're going to see more of the action from today. With Raynor, Skillis, Maxpax, and Hero Marine up at the top. Obviously, there had to be some names that are only 1-1, and I think, obviously, Clem is one of those players we will note. 1-1, he's in our first matchup as well, but he lost to Maxpax in a 1-2 series. That's really not uncommon. That's really not unusual. So this group, I still feel like the top 6 look exactly what I expect the top 6 to look like. And to me, everybody else, you know, maybe apart from a couple, are really going to be in with a good shot of fighting for playoffs still.
Oh, 100%. I do think this, in a lot of ways, I looked at this group, and it does feel like a really stacked group, and it's a very, very tough one. I think that I would actually go so far as to say that I think the top 6 feel like, when you look at this group, they kind of feel like they're not 100% locked down, but it's going to be very difficult to upset, you know, Raynor, Maxpax, Skillis, Hero Marine, Clem, and Lambo. And then I feel like there's just barely like these 1 or 2 spots left for everyone else to kind of fight over. So it's going to be very, very cool to see. And we get to see a lot of matches actually with those people who are fighting over those final 2 spots for today. Today, we're going to be seeing a lot of the players fighting for those 2 spots.
Yep, Hellraiser versus Clem opening us up at 1-1. And then we've got Mana versus Kung Fu Panda. You take a Lambo versus Young Yakov. Shadone versus Petit Drogo, you mentioned from the other group. And then a fight for survival between Bly and Milky Cow, Fear Dragon from Europe.
Yeah, a lot of really cool matches. And again, a lot of matches that are actually going to have quite a bit on the line. Like you were saying, elimination matches, advancement matches, all of that good stuff. But Wordy, that first match, I think it's one that I will fully admit, it's not the one that I necessarily expected to be seeing here as the one of the matches that we'd be seeing for round 3. Hellraiser versus Clem. That's an interesting one.
Yeah. You know, to me, this was one because not only did I expect Clem to be 2-0, and sure, he lost to Maxpax, and that's, you know, that can happen. You know, unlucky that Clem was the one to get Maxpax, because whoever Maxpax played against, if he was going to play one of Clem or Hero Marine, you know what I mean? Like, you know, someone was going to lose, someone's going to be 1-1 that we maybe could have seen go 3-0, right? But to me, Hellraiser being 1-1 is also kind of surprising because I don't see anything of Hellraiser, and I kind of expect him to maybe a little bit harshly flop out a little bit in this event. And I've maybe had this lesson taught me in DreamHack's gone by, where I'm like, oh yeah, I don't think Hellraiser's going to come into this too strong, and then he shows up, he's actually like really freaking good or better than I expected. And that's kind of the same here. Like, he took down Mana in one of his matches, and I was like, man, he actually looked pretty darn good in those games. Like, he looked very confident, very, comfortable, and just way better than I thought he was going to be. So, yeah, excited to see more from him today, see if he can bring it to Clem and maybe cause an upset. Obviously, that's perhaps a big ask, but we'll see if it's possible. We're going to start off in the top right corner, though, with the blue Terran from Team Liquid. Clem.
And down in the bottom left-hand side of the map, we have our red Protoss player. He is Hellraiser. And I'm so glad you also brought up the matches that Hellraiser played. And because I did catch the Hellraiser versus Mana series. And I feel like, yeah, both Mana and Hellraiser are actually looking pretty sick. And that's part of the reason why it was like a 1-2 series score. But what's kind of interesting also is that Hellraiser, also his second match was versus Raynor. And it's really tough to ever look very good versus Raynor, right? That's like the next level up. So in a weird way, I do kind of look at this as like the potential semi-calibration match. Because if Hellraiser can even like take a map or something over here, I actually think that Hellraiser will be looking, in my mind, to be in pretty good form. Because Clem is a very difficult person to have your calibration match basically against. But there's a wide range between beating Mana and like losing to Raynor, I feel like.
Yes, I mean, Raynor is just a beast, right? And if you have Raynor, you're probably going to lose, right? Like, whoever got Raynor round 1 probably was like, yeah, probably going to lose this as well. Raynor, we expect to go 3-0 because Raynor's the kind of player we don't expect to be touched until not even the playoffs, but like top 4 playoffs, right? That's when we expect Raynor to really maybe see some resistance, see some trouble. Because he has won this event before. He's constantly in the finals of this tournament. Raynor is always just at that sort of level. And, I mean, honestly, a lot of the time so is Clem, especially in DreamHack Online. And yeah, maybe Clem's had some blips in group stages before, but he is the player we expect to then make it out of the group and go very deep into the playoffs. Even if he has to go through, through the lower bracket or something, he will make that run. And he has done before, and I expect him to do so again. So, yeah, these guys are just rough to play against. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, actually, when you put it that way, you're absolutely right. I think Clem may actually be the most winningest online European regional player for like since we moved to DreamHack SC2 Masters and now ESL Masters and stuff. Clem is an absolute beast in the European region. So it is a little bit unfortunate just being the poor sap Hellraiser having to play against both Raynor and Clem. It's like, man, how much more unlucky can you get with your like group seedings?
It's like he has won it 5 times, the E5L champ, right? Like, he is, it is ridiculous just how much he's winning. Because if you told me Cyril had won it 5 times, I'm like, well, duh. Like, Cyril always wins everything. But, Europe is where Clem wins. And Cyril has not even gotten close to the amount of wins that Clem has in Europe because he just keeps getting knocked down by the kids. If we can call them kids anymore, Raynor and Clem. The kids of old at this point. So, yeah. Makes Europe a very fun region in that regard just because while we know Clem's really good and we expect him to do well, he's almost unprecedentedly good in these online events specifically.
100%. Now we do actually have the openings sort of lining on up. The Reaper did pop in over there to the natural and actually did see the Stargate. Not only that, it also saw what was being produced out of the Stargate because you can see a little hover of it. So he knows that this Phoenix is probably going to be real. The Cyclone could try and get a little lock on onto it, but doesn't seem like he's going to have the opportunity to. But both these players actually now have a pretty decent idea of what they're going to be up against and what their opponents are kind of actually going for. See that it's not going to be like a Twilight Council opening or something.
Yep, obviously the Phoenix revealing itself. It is nice nowadays players are actually more frequently scouting with the Phoenix because there was a while where you would always save the Phoenix back at home to jump on the Widowmine drop and then you're like, wait, what? You have loads of Marines and Stim way faster than usual? Oh, and I've got Phoenix and 1 Stalker or something. It's like, oh, that's not good. But obviously nowadays, seeing a faster second racks, you should always make an Immortal, I would say, out of this robe. We've already got a battery high ground. An Immortal just really adds to the safety of this build, and you don't have to go for it immediately. Observer first, I think, is also fine. Get some more info. But sooner rather than later, I'd like to see an Immortal added on just to kind of act as that stepping stone tech into the Colossus afterwards.
Yeah, I'm kind of chuckling at Hellraiser's natural wall in there. It's like one of the highest tech wall-ins I've seen of a Stargate and a Robo, both just acting as like the foremost, frontmost parts of his base. I totally get it. The robotic facility, oftentimes we see a lot of players go for those very, very far forward just because get the reinforcements out as fast as possible. It's just funny to also see the Stargate there. It's just like, this is literally what's leading the charge there for Hellraiser.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking, man, if this turns into a game where there's a siege out the front, Hellraiser's going to have a bad time. And because, you know, if he's going to play Phoenix Colossus, those are both the structures he needs to stay alive as well. So if there is a push from Clem with the siege tank lineup, I really, really hope for Hellraiser's sake that he has a good way to shut it down. And actually, in this case, there's no tanks on the way. We're heading straight to mines from Clem, but yeah, that is definitely a danger in some scenarios. I feel like, you know, a lot of the time, Hellraiser might get punished for this kind of a wall, but yeah, maybe not this game.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, but it is a good call out to just mention that we are going to be heading into that kind of Phoenix Colossus style that a lot of pros players do tend to be favoring these days. Now, a lot of Terran players have really enjoyed doing these kind of little bio move outs and stuff, and like you were actually even just pointing out before, kind of skipping a lot of the siege tanks, even sometimes foregoing Widow Mines for the earlier parts and just putting on a bit of early bio pressure. And I'm always fascinated to see how different like pros players are handling this, how they're microing this, where they're deciding to engage with this. And I think all of that is going to matter a lot because it is easy to kind of fall prey to these kind of attacks and take way more damage than you're supposed to.
Oh, absolutely. Is our Phoenix going to be overhead here? Actually going to be ready to jump on this. The one Colossus is obviously a bit vulnerable, but this was not a Raven opening from Clem because this was not a tech-heavy opening. It was the double rack. So no Raven means no Matrix, and in general, I would say that that means that Hellraiser is just nice and safe. It is scary to jump on that army as Clem, and for now he's going to get pushed back. It was very safe play from Hellraiser, right? Third base starts now. That's after Clem's base starts on location. So not only is it kind of very safe from Hellraiser to try and kind of just be like, okay, like I don't want to die. I don't want Clem to hit me hard with his timing. The Clem's also playing into what Hellraiser is doing. The third on location, for example, is the exact kind of thing that can do a lot. His Widow Mine is going to get lifted, so will the SCV. There's one behind the CC that gets a shot off, and that's just going to delay it a little bit. So nice from Hellraiser, who's actually going to find these two Widow Mines as well. That's now 4 mines already going down. That's a lot of the splash damage being killed off here.
Yeah, that is a great couple of finds there for Hellraiser. And I want to mention that Hellraiser is doing what I think a lot of pros players don't really do, which is he didn't stop at 5 Phoenix. He didn't stop at 7 Phoenix. He didn't stop at 8 Phoenix. He didn't stop at 9 Phoenix. He's going for a 10th Phoenix. And God forbid, Wardy, we could even see an 11th. Like, I don't even know what's happening. What is, do you think, the stopping point for Phoenix production with this? Because this is more Phoenix than I feel like I usually see.
It's just different ways to play it, right? Some players like to play like 6 to 8 Phoenix and sort of just use that as the baseline defense to the Colossi. I mean, some players go double Stargate to keep cranking the Phoenix out. I know Showtime's actually a pretty big fan of that, right? Just as many Phoenix as you can get. In general, honestly, I think initially the more Phoenix the better until Ghosts are out. Because once Ghosts are out, Phoenix really get nullified in their effectiveness because if you get hit by EMPs, not only do you melt way faster because your shields are gone, but you use the ability to lift stuff up, right? And a lot of the time what's amazing about Phoenix Colossus is your chase potential, because if the Terran army tries to run away, it just gets chased down by Phoenix, lifted up, and if there's enough Phoenix to lift everything, you're going to get a lot of free kills, right? So it really depends. I think Hellraiser is clearly on a style where he wants to play a lot of Phoenix, and the only downside to that is that his follow-up is going to be much slower. Like, he's going to be on Phoenix Colossus for a lot longer, whereas, and he's even going to build a 4th Colossus, so you can really see him, you know, doubling down on this plan. Whereas a lot of players would now already be onto some Disruptor production, maybe thinking about a Templar Archives, and even just further ground upgrades where he's really, you know, focused on the +1 air weapons. +2 took a while to start on the ground. It only just got going now, so just a different way of playing this Phoenix Colossus, and I think it also comes into just how late he took the 3rd base as well.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how things play out with all of that, given that we do see Clem already starting some of those ghosts now. 3 on the way. It's still going to be a little while before the ghosts are out. They're actually joined with the army. They have enough energy to throw out the EMPs and stuff on those Phoenix and everything. But that first fight, that it feels like these players, it's not that they've been playing super passive. I feel like both of them have been active and out on the map and everything. But in reality, there's been very few actual trades. Both these players have lost under 1,000 resources total. But they're just teasing at the fights. They haven't actually engaged with each other. That first engagement, oh, that's going to be such a scary engagement, I feel like, for both sides.
I'm a little bit terrified for Hellraiser, honestly, as right now, especially as Phoenix are not where they need to be, so Clem realizes that he's going to go forward. I honestly feel like he could have let the Vikings continue to chase a little bit longer there. He's got the Widow Mines too, which I was going to say, if they go off on the Phoenix, then brilliant. They hit the Zealots, which isn't a bad thing to hit either. Clearing out that front line has some value to it, and just using the range on these Vikings to pot shots off on the Phoenix and clip through one of them already. I love what Clem's doing, and he's put Hellraiser in a weird place, because Hellraiser kind of needs to come down here and defend, because you don't want to give up the 4th base, but I think Clem's also recognizing that he just maybe is able to come through and fight this army. Great EMP into snipe, and he just gets rid of one Colossus already and just working his way through this. It's looking pretty good for Clem, who is yet to drop a stim on his army, right? He's not fully committed in still, and I mean, just showing us, I mean, he's just opened up like a 50 supply lead in this game, basically. Like, Clem is really rocking this situation.
Yeah, and I think you're doing such a great job of pointing out the Vikings being able to snipe off all these Colossus, being able to take out some of the Phoenix. It was just way too much. And Clem, just through really, really solid engagements there, was able to take such a massive victory in the trades. I knew that like once the Ghost got involved, that could become a little bit one-sided. That was way more one-sided than I thought it was going to be.
I think when you make this many Phoenix, you need to put them to use. Get them across the map, right? Start killing things, right? Like, kill some SCVs, slow Clem down in some way. It's all well and good being extremely safe on your army, but being extremely safe on your army when it's like, you know, a lot of it is just the Phoenix, like, that army is missing a little bit of something, and then the Phoenix weren't there initially, so the Clem gets a bit of a chase, he puts some damage out, and just being able to control the Vikings like that too, right? Getting a lot of free kills initially, and it actually never felt like Hellraiser's army was going to be scary because, I mean, you saw what happened. It just melted when a fight broke out, and I think that's one of the downsides of, you know, going mass Phoenix. You need to do something with them, and if you don't, kind of end up like this.
Yeah, it makes sense. Actually, almost like the counter, usually you see the Phoenix finding little pickoffs here or there, sniping some medevacs off, picking up a couple of units, even as the armies are maneuvering around. It almost felt like the opposite, whereas like it wasn't ever Hellraiser finding these little pickoffs. It was like the Vikings for Clem, constantly just finding like 1 or 2 Phoenix here or there, finding a little pickoff on maybe some stray unit that was meandering around for Hellraiser. Clem was actually finding a lot more damage rather than the actual Phoenix. So I really feel like that style did not work out so well. Does Hellraiser try something similar again in game number 2? I do wonder.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Usually when you play Phoenix Colossus, it's almost like your go-to safety build. I almost feel like after that, as Hellraiser, you sort of look at it and say, okay, you know what? 2 base all in time. Like, let's just go really wild. Let's try and kill him. Yeah, so just anything, right? That just... Because obviously sitting back and trying to play your safe game didn't work at all, so... Yeah, we'll see what adjustments are made. But, top left-hand side is going to be Hellraiser down a game, and yeah, it really needs to find a whole new way of playing if, you know, it's going to look anything like that previous map.
Yeah, and down here in the bottom right, a man who does not need to really change up a whole lot of anything. He's looking great. TL's Clem. Yeah, well, you know, given that, again, somewhat unexpected for a lot of people, but as you said, it kind of had to happen, given Clem had to face off against Max Pax. One of the 2 players is going to be an unexpected 1-1 situation. I'm feeling really good about Clem, and despite being 1-1, looking really good to be in form right now after that first game.
Yeah, no, I'm... Clem came into this meaning business. He knows this is a match he can't lose, right? It's not like you can't lose it, but I mean, you know, you lose it.
He's a favorite. He's a pretty good favorite.
Exactly. Yeah. It'd be silly to throw this one away because this is not an easy group, and whoever you play in like the 2-2 match potentially is always going to be tough, even for Clem, right? There's, you know, it's just a best of 3 at that point. So this is not one you want to lose. You don't want to be in a situation where you must win to get in. You want to be in a situation where he's got a couple of opportunities, right? And realistically, Clem winning this should be a favorite going in the next match as well. So yeah, he came into this knowing that, prepared, and he really just looked solid, right? Nothing risky. Didn't try and dive on the Colossus at first. Was happy to play the macro game and just saying, hey, look, I'm the stronger, more comfortable player. The longer this game goes, the better my macro shines, the more I can do here, the more comfortable I am taking the more complicated engagements. And he did exactly that just to win that first game, right? It was kind of simple in what he did, but it requires a lot of technical skill to be able to pull it off the way he did.
Oh, absolutely. Really, really impressive play there. And it's going to be, I feel like the onus is a bit on Hellraiser to shake things up and to find some way of doing something else to shift things around from that first game. And hey, we already do see a Twilight Council, so Hellraiser is going to change things up. I don't mind that at all, especially on Gresman. going for like a little bit of the blink stalker play, I think can be pretty strong here. So it's going to come down a little bit to how many gateways does he decide to make, how hard he's committing. Is this going to be like all in or transitionary blink stalkers? And also just how well do you execute it?
Grabs a probe as well on the low ground, but yeah, I'm absolutely with you. Just switch it up. Definitely, I would like to see the more aggressive style. I think you got to just start trying to catch Clem early, maybe catch him being a bit greedy, especially in, you know, what he did last game and what he's doing again here. This faster second barracks means you're not as heavy on factory production. The factory's being used as a little bit of an add-on builder right now, and likely potentially becomes an add-on builder for the starport down the line as well. We will build a Cyclone here, but that's not a siege tank, and if you completely skip tanks like we did last time, there's absolutely opportunity with the Blink Stalkers. So I wouldn't mind Hellraiser doubling it down just based on what Clem did last time and just sort of saying, well, hey, if he's so comfortable to do that against me game 1 and it worked so well, maybe he'll just do it again, and maybe I can take advantage. So plop down 2 more gates and get aggressive. I'd like it.
Yeah, I mean, this is around the time that you really do start thinking about adding on those extra gates if you're planning to. Right now, he's just sitting on the 2 gates, which is truly the lightest form of Blink Stalker opening that you can do. This is like the style where you say, I'm going to have some Blink Stalkers. They can check the front and just see what you have. But really, I'm saving most of my resources to get up a faster third base, to get up additional tech and everything. And given that he still hasn't thrown them down, I do feel like he was just trying to play this out for like the pure macro style Blink Stalker.
Which is obviously fine, you know, just because I wanted to see him get all aggressive and dirty doesn't mean it was necessarily the right call. I mean, this is obviously a very viable macro-based build. I am just worried that, you know, okay, maybe this isn't as, you know, passive as the last game was. Maybe Clem is not just going to get to do what he wishes, but it is taken into that stage of the game where I do like it for Clem anyways. So I guess like we'll see. We'll see what Hellraiser has stored up. See what kind of power you can bring. Loses a probe here. This Reaper just getting a catch, getting a confirmation of the third base as well. It's just really good info off the Reaper. Keeping it alive earlier allows this rescout, and that's obviously really nice as well. So nice little catch there. And otherwise, the Observer just coming across the map as Hellraiser would love to just double confirm what he's actually playing against. It is scary though, because he's not even got Stalkers on the map. You'd expect the Stalkers to be on the other side to at least chip away at a bio army that starts moving over. Like, Hellraiser is blind, right? Like, he has no idea what this build is until now he sees Cyclone and Bio. If this was a 3-Rex and he got stimmed into, like, you know, 20 seconds ago, he's dead. like he has nothing, no battery or anything. So he's taking a lot of risks here, playing kind of greedy. And he's getting away with it, so that's the good news. But, yeah, this is the sort of thing which oftentimes can be punished, so it's definitely not a consistent way to play.
Yeah, I think that kind of stuff is a little bit worrying to me, because there shouldn't really be... unless you miscontrol, there shouldn't really be a cost associated with sending your stalkers across the map with a 2-gate Blink Stalker play, right? Like, the point of these kind of Blink Stalker plays is to get a little bit of map control and to poke front at the front and see what's going on. Unless you really just feel like there's about to be a drop or something that you're going to need the stalkers back at home to defend with. But it is sort of interesting. He is going to eventually, like you said, get into his kind of mid-game. He has double upgrades and stuff coming on up. He's getting his big gateway flood to complement the third base economy and stuff paying on off. But yeah, not even really poking all that much. I guess there's a siege tank there, but I don't even think he's really using like the observer to poke super far into the main base. Doesn't really want a chance losing it or anything. So just staying very much so on the outskirts of everything, getting up his own kind of transition stuff back at home, and I guess playing this out for the super late game.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much just double forge. Obviously, Clem getting his own third CC up. We'll see what Clem's push does, right? Because this is where these Stalkers do, you know, come into play. They're meant to shave off some units. They get him Marauder at the start. You want to slow down this advance, especially when you're playing double forge. The thing is, you know, it's also charge lots, and I don't think Clem would see too much success if he got to the other side. He just blew up 10 probes, though, with the Widow Mine, so that's very nice coming down the left side. That's not a good start, but of course, that doesn't affect the army that's out right now. I'm still not immediately loving it for Clem if he runs straight into all these Zealots, assuming there's going to be another warp in his Zealots, and yeah, there's a bunch in the natural coming over, too, so I think Clem should turn around. He's going to decide that same thing, just take the third base, defend. The army of Hellraiser gets worse over time here because it's just gateway units, and especially if you get up to Ghost and you take the shields off the Zealots, this army just melts in general, so that is absolutely something that we kind of want to see here from Clem. Just sit back, get up to, you know, more mines and ghosts, and then Hellraiser is going to be forced to tech up himself and play away from the kind of power of those 2-2 upgrades.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. The forges are really the big advantage here for Hellraiser, because economy certainly isn't as much the advantage anymore after taking all those losses to the Widow Mines, which are still even alive. But Is there going to be like that big window then that you want to see Hellraiser trying to get aggressive with on 2-2? Or do you think it's at this point probably just wait it out until you actually have your robotics bay and getting up your actual forms of a splash damage tech out?
I think if Clem's on the map, not sieged up, mine's not burrowed, I think there's always opportunity for a good fight. You have to do it while not taking damage to this Widow Mine drop, for example, though, as these 2 mines do drop in. There's also a bit of a fight starting to break out. Mine's going to do a lot because Clem is keeping Hellraiser busy with this fight. I don't mind the fact that Hellraiser kind of runs into it, but there are good mine shots. There's a tank that's going to provide the splash as well, and the force field's going to kind of choke the Zealots up more than stop the bio. Clem has 1 mine that never actually got burrowed, so yeah, interesting few moments. Yeah, this just wasn't it for Hellraiser, though. It just needed to be cleaner. It needed to be no damage taken at home, and now he's in a little bit of a spot of bother again.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much losing all of his Zealots there. Actually, sorry, not pretty much. He did lose all of his Zealots there in those exchanges. And I mean, that was actually a large chunk of his army as well. Hellraiser, yes, sometimes the Protoss player can be down a bit in supply and stuff, but usually that's when you also have a lot of these splash damage units and stuff out. It's not like when you're just on a double forge upgraded gateway army with a single Colossus on its way out. I feel like I really like Clem's army a lot more right now. And given the fact that he's going to be able to be in this like tied up upgrade situation, well, for a few more seconds until 2-2 finishes on up, I do wonder if Hellraiser is going to be able to feel confident about taking a fight right now.
1 Colossus isn't super scary, I want to say. We're going to have our tank getting set up as well, just take a bit of position. Clem is really about the mines, because the mines can do so much to work with Hellraiser's army before the fight even really begins, so these mines really make or break this fight for Clem. I can see Hellraiser, if he just surged onto the bio, would probably have a fantastic time. But again, the mines are going to stop him from doing just that. He's going to come down the ramp, though, so he is going to commit. The Widow Mines will clean out the first few Zealots very easily. We even have a couple mines in the back still. They just fired. Nothing too exciting in the end. Clem will just kite away. This is fine for Clem, though. He gets a lot of value, and okay, he loses the mine count and everything, but he keeps a lot of bio alive. A lot of his medivacs will be out of here alive as well. And these are units which he can then rejoin with reinforcements and probably just keep up the pressure. He's up 40 army supply. And Hellraiser, I think we're going too far forward. As Clem reinforces, if he can just spread and jump on this army, there's no Zealots to keep it back. There's nothing to kind of act as a buffer. I don't like how aggressive we're being there as Hellraiser coming all the way across this side.
Yeah, that part I think even he's starting to reconsider and does decide to back on off. But one thing I do have to commend Hellraiser on is he is going for a very fast 5th base. I'm actually quite surprised. Even the location of it is a little bit funny, and I think even Clem was not necessarily expecting that base location, because he sends the Widow Mine drop straight over the Nexus, even scans ahead over to the 4th base, and he's going to be able to burrow. It doesn't seem like Hellraiser noticed the Widow Mine drop going over the Nexus. Loses 7 more workers. Not the end of the world this late on into the game, but even that's going to be quite annoying for him, because he is trying to bank off of the fact that he has a really great economy right now and good upgrades. Slowing any of that down is going to be quite annoying for him.
And that's exactly what Clem's doing, right? Just hitting the economy a few different times with mines and just slowing Hellraiser from really taking full advantage of the powerful upgrade timing he set up for himself. Earlier on when he killed the first 10 pros with the Widow Mine drop, it was also when Hellraiser was just hitting to all of his gates. He would have loved to just spam every gate full of Zealots and just go. And he couldn't, because he just lost a good chunk of economy that would have provided the minerals necessary to do that. So, yeah, it's definitely been one of the issues, and Clem going to move forward now. He's maxed out, and with all the tech, honestly, I feel he needs. He might not have a lot of Vikings, but with a couple of good EMPs, you don't need a lot of Vikings. And this is also a fairly low stalk count from Hellraiser too, so a few Vikings can basically just go a long way. He's already going to start killing off this 5th base. Hellraiser doesn't even try and contest it, and that should be a little bit of a precedent of what's to come. Hellraiser clearly feeling like he still needs more before this larger fight happens.
Yeah, it's a tough spot, because again, that was the advantage that Hellraiser was garnering for himself. He had done that push back across the map, and even though it was costly for him to defend, he managed to get up a 5th base or start up a 5th base during all of that. But Clem just getting a free snipe off on that, and also getting a bit of that worker damage, kind of evening things up. It feels like a lot of Hellraiser's advantages have been disappearing. The one thing he still has going for him is he does still have great upgrades. 2-2 is finishing up here for Clem, but Hellraiser on the verge of getting 3-3 himself.
Yes, he is. The +3 attack upgrade still coming through there, and just seeing our bio setting up to fight a few Vikings going forward. Colossi staying back and back and forth just here in general. As we move up, we're going to take down the Nexus, and that's going to be a kill, not even a cancel. And again, here's the Vikings. Doesn't take a lot of them to chip through those Colossi, especially with an EMP on them. However, I'm getting chased back, just not getting through the Zealots easily. Doesn't quite get the Colossus. Now the Viking count a little bit lower, and Hellraiser actually will chase Clem back for a while.
Yeah, Zealot's going to be able to act as a massive buffer. There's still the Colossus in the back lines. They aren't getting the damage done right now because they're still trying to close the distance against the Stim Bio. But hey, Hellraiser, in a sense, is getting a lot of free chip damage just in exchange for some of the Zealots. Losing the Disruptor is a bit painful there. But I mean, army value-wise, I have to say, Hellraiser is doing pretty gosh darn well. And you'll see with the reinforcing warp in, maybe there's something he can get done over here. He does have to be careful not to overcommit, but he, I think, has an army that's pretty gosh darn scary for Clem to deal with right now.
Yeah, it's those Colossi in the back. Clem can't reach them comfortably, right? And that's the one thing I think right now could be a big issue. However, we, again, don't really have the buffer. And when I say buffer, I mean the Zealots, right? The units that are going to really stand there and tank and stop the Bio Army from kind of feeling good moving forward. And that means that every unit that gets shot at right now, especially by Marauders, are taking a lot of damage. The Stalkers are taking a lot of hits. The Colossi will be taking hits too. The Vikings getting through them. The little SCV pull, we're going to lose a chunk of workers as Clem, but hasn't given him enough of a lead in the battle. There's a lot of Zealots not joining the fray. The Vikings now have to land. Clem trying to hold on here. Widowmine actually gets a pretty good connection in the midst of all of this. And it feels like Clem is just about holding on with enough. There's just nothing scary in Hellraiser's force anymore. One Disruptor, to me, just ain't going to do it. That's not going to scare Clem off. He might lose this base, but there's a replacement nearby. There's the one Disruptor shot, and that's the only thing Hellraiser really had to dictate how this fight was going to continue.
Yeah, I mean, nice snipe off on the orbital commit. I'm so confused right now because, Wardy, I'm looking at this army and I'm trying to figure out, how does Clem have 88 army supply? Is it just medevacs? And
It's mines.
Yeah, widow mines. A lot of widow mines.
He has mines set up everywhere to kind of deal with run-bys, kind of catch an army. I mean, these two were just left behind from before, and those mines are just not joining the army. That's like 20 army supply in its own. And then you consider that, plus there's a lot of medevacs too. Yeah, the ground army itself ain't that large, so yeah, it really is just a mine situation. As that Disruptor shot missed those mines, we're going to have to line up another, and this time we do clean them out. Clem now takes this is an opportunity to move up top. A few probes long distance mining here, so Clem can clear out a few of those. And as he heads toward 3-3 upgrades, we're finally going to see Clem even the upgrades out. That's something he's not been able to do throughout this game because, well, Hellraiser opened double forge, and he didn't let off the Corona boost on those forges the entire time.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be a big surge in terms of the army value for Clem. Just having those 3-3 upgrades finally finished on up. In the meanwhile, we do finally have a couple of High Templars being warped in for Hellraisers, who's kind of rounding out his composition. But, I mean, he's adding on the Archons against an army that actually has quite a few ghosts. A lot of the ghosts have been staying alive during these exchanges. Those EMPs are going to be absolutely brutal. Archons being added in as well. Clem getting into a bit of a dangerous position here over here. He's going to have to try and kite back around the corner and will be able to get up to the safety of some of those reinforcements. Some of the Widow Mines also arriving over here. But if Hellraiser can hold this ground for a little bit longer, use those Disruptors, build up that Colossus count, maybe he can make something happen. But even Clem, he's getting up those Vikings. He's getting up more of those Liberators that should be joining the fight soon.
One interesting choice of EMP, by the way. He EMP'd the Stalkers earlier, leaving the Zealots. And I was like, well, the Zealots are your biggest threat, but I guess he's kind of banking on the Zealots running into mines anyway, and a lot of mines at that. So, yeah, and the Vikings get rid of this Colossus, and it's really just Disruptors and a prayer, right? So now Clem is also adding on Liberators, which is going to be the one thing he's been missing, some kind of zone control in this game, right? And as Hellraiser jumps on this army here, it doesn't look that terrifying. Clem kites away. Maybe it would be nice to get the Vikings and the Colossus again. We're actually going to get the Widow Mines nearly getting the Prism. I thought that was a goner, but no, I'm just going to die to the Vikings instead.
Yeah, bit unfortunate. Those prisms could be so useful and even helping keep the Colossus alive for a little bit longer. Disruptors firing their shots, but that's all of the shots fired, and I think Clem knows that he tries to target fire down. One of the Disruptors does manage to get it as well. Colossus is going to get annihilated in the air. Liberators set on up, and one of them is getting target fire down by some of the Stalkers, but everything else is just getting absolutely annihilated. We do end up seeing Clem finally having to give up a bit of ground, but I think the supply really does tell the tale. With all the reinforcements coming forward for Clem, he is severely overpowering his opponent.
You know, just a thing very impressive. 3-3 kicks in, that's obviously somewhat a factor, but I think also just the fact that throughout this game series, or throughout this game, Clem has been kind of chipping away at that Protoss tech, and the more he's chipped away at that Protoss tech count, the more difficult Hellraiser's had setting it back up and also just having multiple kind of tech in play. Like, it's, you know, beforehand it was like, oh, I've got Colossi, and then it was like, oh, I've got, you know, just a few Disruptors. Like, he never really had that combination. I feel like that went a long way to Clem being able to find success there and being able to find himself, you know, a fight that was so convincing at the end because, you know, that fight at the end didn't look like the rest of the game. The rest of the game looked as though Clem was, you know, kind of having a bit of trouble, was always close, was never really breaking through, and then suddenly Clem just wins in an instant. And it is just that combination of the tech not keeping up, being rebuilt from Hellraiser. It was Clem's upgrades being finished. Clem also getting some libs in play forces the issue a lot more. And also just, like I said, the quality of army just kept going up from Clem. Well, it just was stagnant from Hellraiser. And again, that eventually really did show by how convincing the fight turned out to be.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good thing to call it, because I think that was basically true in both of the games, where it was a lot of the high-tech units like the Colossus, the Disruptors, even sometimes like the Archons and whatnot, basically being sniped off very early on. A lot of the costly units that the Protoss needs to keep alive throughout different skirmishes, Clem was able to continuously find these little pickoffs on, and that really did give him an advantage in both of those games. But I mean, really, really well done by Clem. It's a tough match for Hellraiser. Again, like, how unlucky can you be that you have to play both Raynor and Clem as your Swiss round matches? But hopefully now that he's gotten through those two and everything, he still is going to be alive. He's going to be kind of at, you know, death's door potentially in the Swiss format and everything. But hopefully his 4th and 5th round matches to be able to show some great games against players that are not literally the Wonder Kids.
Yeah. I was going to say, I'm impressed by Hellraiser because he put up a really good fight in the second game. Game 1 looked like what I thought Clem Hellraiser would look like. Clem's super convincing. Game 2, Hellraiser was really fighting back, made Clem's life very difficult, and he stood up for himself in a big way. I think if you bring that into the next match as Hellraiser, you might live to see the 2-2 scoreline in that final round of Swiss at the very least. So, yeah, excited to see who Hellraiser will end up against as Clem takes our first matchup in Europe. We're about to enter a string of mirror matchups, and of course it wouldn't be Europe without some PvP. So Mana takes on Gung Fu Banda. That comes up next. We'll be back in just a few moments' time when we go live with that PvP. We'll be right back.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back once again, everybody. Wardy and Fear Dragon coming at you with even more StarCraft 2 action as we're ready up for our next match here, which is going to be some PvP, Fear Dragon, and I really like this PvP. I think it's very exciting, as it is going to be between Mana and Kung Fu Panda, and I do think that it's just a fun match, right? To me, these two can be evenly matched. Kung Fu in previous seasons often comes into the group stage and like really does well because we just don't see him a lot. This time I'd say he's had a loss or so to a play I maybe wouldn't expect him to. So how are you feeling about this PvP? Because I also didn't think Mana would lose to Hellraiser, so just in general, I'm kind of like a bit all over the place for this PvP myself.
Yeah, I mean, I always have a really hard time getting a read on where Mana's gonna be. I do feel like in some ways he's like one of the most spiky players in terms of performance, where sometimes it feels like he really undershoots expectations, and sometimes he severely overshoots expectations. So I feel like you always just have to like find out as you jump into a game and stuff. But I do think that you're absolutely right. This is going to be a very cool series just because I think that these two players should be relatively evenly matched. And I think historically, these two players have had like a really fun history where Mana has won like the last 3 series, but then Gung Fu Banda won like the 5 series before that, but then Mana won like the previous couple of like 4 series before that, and then Gung Fu Banda won like the previous 2 series before that. So like it seems like they just have like cycles, like periods of time, quarters or like entire years, where it's just like, all right, this is the year that I'm supposed to win. Your turn is next year, and then you get to win like 5 times in a row. So in theory, they have not played in 2023 yet. We're clearly about to set up the standard for what 2023 is going to look like.
You know, that makes sense, because it almost feels like, obviously, Gung Fu Bandit, sometimes he plays and sometimes he doesn't, right? Like, he's not been full-time in a long time, if he ever was. Just sometimes he comes home after work and he bops some nerds on the ladder, and sometimes he doesn't do it as frequently. So maybe those results just kind of line up with his practice schedule. Anyways, in the top right, our blue Protoss play here is going to be Team Liquid's Mana.
And down here in the bottom left-hand side of the map, we have the red Protoss player. He is Gung Fu Banda.
Yes, he is entering this PvP. A best 3, of course, and yeah, just fun to see what goes on. Like I said, to me, this was one which, in the initial setup and everything, I really kind of looked at it. I was like, oh, how did we get here? Because, you know, Gung Fu and Mana being 1-1 to me, at this point, not super surprising, but I didn't expect Mana to lose to Hellraiser, right? Like, to me, that was a bit of a shock. And then he beat King Cobra very convincingly. And then, when you look at Gung Fu Bandit, he lost to Goblin, which is fair enough, but then he beat Bly, also fair enough. But that was a 2-1 against Bly, and I wouldn't say Bly is in
That was a wild series, by the way.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, to me, it's like, you know, to me, Gung Fu in seasons gone by would have actually probably beat Goblin and likely beats Bly comfortably, so I just haven't felt as though Gung Fu has been quite as good as recently. So I guess what I'm saying is why am I saying everything twice? I guess what I'm saying is that I favor Mana in the series.
Yeah, I think I have a similar vibe overall, where I think right now, if I just do like, you know, the kind of close your eyes gut check, who do you feel like is typically associated with like having a higher performance right now, I would actually say Mana as well. Mana in my mind is kind of the player that I expect to do a little bit better. I do feel like it's kind of an interesting spot. I know that this has been going on for a while. It's not like this all just started up in the past, I want to say like month or a couple of months or something. But Mana has also been in an interesting spot career-wise. He's been making his transition as like being basically a Team Liquid manager for the StarCraft 2 team. So he's managing all the TL players for StarCraft. He's also been really doubling down on a lot of the content creation and YouTube and stuff, as well as doing all the, you know, the pro player gameplay stuff. So I do feel like this is just, it's a really hard match to predict. In fact, I'm actually at the point where I'm not even here to like make a prediction on who I think is going to win. I just feel like it's okay for me to say, I think this is really even. And we just get to enjoy and see what happens. Because you know what? It's sometimes fun to just not even know or have some expectation of what should happen.
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, with it being PvP as well, I feel like the doors are also wide open because PvP, is not just a matchup of randomness, but it is a matchup which definitely I feel like lowers the kind of skill gap between players a little bit at least, because there is a little bit more kind of craziness that can happen. There's a lot of viable one-base builds that can take away a lot of weaknesses of certain players, right? So, yeah, the matchup itself kind of, speaks for being fun. And we're kind of just completely mirrored here. Timing's a bit different, but, both expanding, both the Twilight Council to start off this game.
Yeah, and exactly to the point you were talking about how there are sometimes chaotic things that can just go really, really wrong, or maybe build order choices or slight deviations and stuff that you can make. Granted, there is a Forge coming out over here for Mana that Gung Fu Banda is not quite going for just yet. You saying that is mirrored, and the fact that the openings for both these players have been like the 3 Stalkers in a Sentry, hallucinate Phoenix Scouts across the map and everything. They're pretty in the know about, for the most part, what's going on. The only thing I'm not positive about is if Gung Fu Banda has seen the Forge, because I think that came down right as the hallucinate Phoenix expired and everything. But outside of that, these players are not going to get wildly caught off guard by anything.
Gung Fu didn't see the Twilight, but I think he saw the Stalker count to let him know it is a Twilight. So not like immediately worried or anything, and he's not either, because he's not started anything in particular. Like, he's not started a Robo thing against DTs as well, so I think he's pretty happy. But yeah, he does not get a Forge, and in this mirrored situation, that's just something Mana gets away with. It's not expensive enough to put Mana in like a deadly, oh my god, I'm in trouble position if Gung Fu attacks. Just going to give him that one, +1 lead, and a upgrade lead actually goes a long way in this matchup. Mana will cave first in terms of being the first player to build a Robo, while the Robo comes up on the side of Gung Fu as well.
Yeah, and kind of interesting, I've just been staring at the gas count for Gung Fu Banda, and I was kind of like, okay, mostly it's about the gas investment into the +1 weapons and stuff, not just like, 150 resources and stuff for the Forge and 100 for the actual upgrade and everything. Gung Fu Banda has actually been hovering, he hasn't dropped below 200 gas for basically like this entire time since the +1 weapons got started there for Mana. So I do feel like, to a degree, outside of like a little bit of the mineral cost, Mana really has not been losing out on a whole lot over there. There's the Forge finally being planted out there for Gung Fu Banda, but it's going to be kind of wild. Mana's just going to be ahead, basically an entire upgrade for a lot of this game.
And that does come into play on Stalker versus Stalker fights, for example. Obviously means a bit less if we end up teching toward Disruptors eventually, but yeah, there is definitely going to be moments where that's effective, and we do see there the Guardian Shield for a little while helps Mana out also, makes the Stalkers that bit tanky, and he didn't have to focus down the Sentry as kind of quickly as maybe Gung Fu would have done, so yeah, a couple of probes going down, by the way, too. Adepts on the other side, and I love that. They're shading out, but honestly, there's opportunity just to kill a bunch of workers in the main. Let's see what they do. They're going to shade out and just take the opportunity to fight again later.
Yeah, accidentally mismicroing the shot there and ends up hitting the Stalker instead of the probe, so had an opportunity to kill one more worker there, maybe, but still being able to find a little bit of damage and just drawing all the Stalkers back, I think in and of itself is going to be a bit of a W there for Mana, especially if he keeps those Adepts alive, as doesn't look like the Stalkers are going to try and find them and chase them down.
No battery, and actually if the Adepts tank a little bit for these Stalkers, that would be great. Means the Stalkers of Mana get a chance to just deal damage without taking shots themselves. Now probes start to pull, and Gung Fu's already lower on the probe count, so this is not exactly fun for him. He will blink forward to take advantage towards the end. Mana did not have a reinforcement point nearby. Mana turning around, trying to hit down some lower HP Stalkers, but he's losing some of his lower HP ones himself. I mean, a good trade, I'd say, overall for Mana, because he's up in workers, he's killed a few more, and the armies are still similar enough, so yeah, just great for Mana, because he's basically trading out somewhat equally while being ahead on eco, and that should just lead to bigger things for him. And you already see just a Robo Bay from Gung Fu, and I don't blame him if he starts leaning on that, those tech units, because he definitely is behind that little bit that he might need the tech unit advantage to have a chance to keep on fighting.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, even just the units lost tab really does tell the tale of just Gung Fu Banda's lost like a couple more Stalkers. Yeah, he lost maybe like one less Sentry, but then losing the 10 probes, losing the shield battery and everything, he is going to be in a little bit of a rougher spot. And I think it is definitely already reflected in the game. Not even to mention the fact that +2 weapons is a really big upgrade that a lot of people like to talk about in PvP, is having a big difference in the damage points for your Stalker versus Stalker battles and stuff. So Mana, he may actually decide to get aggressive yet again as +2 weapons finishes on up. I wouldn't even hate if he did decide to do light pressure with the Stalkers, but then gets ready to go for a bigger attack with charge finishing on up. But I think you mentioned the warp or the reinforcement point. He still doesn't really have a reinforcement point right now.
Yeah, no prism, no way to no nearby pylon. That's the one thing that I think would let him down here potentially, because it is important, right? Because at the end of the day, if your opponent comes in like 4 Stalkers down, but they can warp in 6 Stalkers during the fight, well, that is the difference, right? You're not maintaining that lead as the fight goes on, so yeah, man, I'm just going to back it up once again. There is the Prism on the way, and I think you're right. He's definitely going to do something with the fact he's got a +2 upgrade lead, and he's just going to have a lot of gateway units. It can work, but you've got to be careful about the disruptors. You've got to try and knock 1 or 2 of those down as they're firing. Maybe you can take 1 disruptor shot, but much more than that, it's going to become really rough for you. Obviously, a big part of it is the fact that Zealots are going to be kind of uncontested here. You know, disruptors don't hit Zealots well. A lot of the times it would cause friendly fire, so I think the Zealots are going to be a big part for Mana as well. I expect him to get some of those up as the Wolf Prism comes across the map.
Yeah, disruptor shot number 1 is going to get fired on off, but Gung Fu Bando's still bleeding off a lot of Stalkers in the process, so Mana's still finding a good bit of damage over here. There is that warp in. A lot of Stalkers, actually. It kind of makes sense, especially with the army composition that he's going up against, but it is kind of interesting because he did try and time all this out with charge finishing up. +2 weapons has been done for a little bit. It's about charge.
He might just feel good enough on his numbers that he can just go straight into the disruptors. I actually wouldn't have super hated if he just blinked on top of them. I mean, I get there's a Sentry there with Guardian Shield and you're then giving yourself the micro disadvantage, but it felt like that was maybe the chance. Obviously, the biggest fear is that there's a disruptor a bit further off from the pack, and then that one fires and you don't have anything to do but to split away from it. As he comes in here now, there's one disruptor that's still off cooldown. We finally get a clip. He's been pretty good, man, at avoiding disruptor shots up until now. That wasn't obviously a big one, but still has to be a little careful. Army supply in his favor, work count in his favor, but he's got work to do. And now he's going to jump on the disruptor. He's going to get 1, 2, 3, and he's still got blink available. And again, I feel like that was a moment where he could have maybe blinked forward instead of out.
Yeah, I guess it's going back exactly what you were saying before. He doesn't know if there's another one about to come, but I'm totally with you that seeing that the next disruptor was a little bit of a ways off, there's definitely an opportunity for that. But even just having reset the disruptor count, I don't hate Mana's position all that much. His 4th base also has just been up and mining for a good bit, whereas Gung Fu Bando is basically just kind of establishing his now. So Mana's got the economy to work with. He's going to have another upgrade lead yet again because they did get evened up for a little bit with 2-2, but +3 weapons about to finish up during this fight. He's keeping that disruptor count low. I'm liking everything that Mana's doing so far.
Yeah, he's actually on a 5th base versus the 4th of his opponent, and this is, I was actually about to say, I'd love to see him just warp some Zealots down the other side of the map, because a lot of the attention is over here, and he's got the supply and the money to do this, and Gung Fu doesn't have the supply to deal with it, and Mana's just getting further and further ahead. Now we're ahead by 60 supply. The 4th base dies, we just mentioned Mana's on a 5th base as well, and I think we might be seeing the final moments of this game as Mana backs up one more time, still playing this safely, but I really feel as though Gung Fu is on the verge of defeat, because he just can't afford to build what he needs to stay competitive anymore.
Yeah, he doesn't really have the tools available. The only tool I would say he has available are the disruptors, and he has not been able to find massive disruptor connections. At this point, Mana is outnumbering him so heavily in terms of army supply with 36 to 23 Stalkers, 12 Zealots to 5, that I think Gung Fu Bandit effectively needs like 3 massive disruptor hits just to even up the army supply overall, and then he needs to be able to do some big counterattack because he doesn't have the economy he can fall back on either. I love the flanking setup over here from Mana. This is so great.
Yeah, Gung Fu sees it coming. Mana starts to split away as obviously those disruptors are going to cause issues. Oh, he did have the blink back, but the disruptor kept moving forwards. It was a good guess of where those Stalkers were going to end up. It did land properly. However, the flank might just be a little bit too much anyways, because now as every single disruptor goes down, the Stalker count's still in Mana's favor. The one thing keeping Gung Fu going has been his static defense, but this is again a case of, hey, you've reset the disruptor count, and you know what happens from here, Ravi?
Well,
you
DTs.
just build more units and you go. Although, yeah, the DTs are putting in some work, and that's definitely one way Gung Fu gets back into this game. If DT play can be very effective, Mana does have observers on the map. He does have one nearby, so he should be kind of fine with this. And he's actually just turning around to fight it. Observer was just out of range. GG from Gung Fu, and Mana does take a 1-0 lead. Just, yeah, very solid play. He was getting further ahead every single time. Not really doing anything too crazy. Just very comfortable from Mana from start to finish, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like we can kind of clearly point at like just the early game little skirmishes and stuff where it was little things like getting +1 weapons faster and just staying ahead on the upgrades a little bit. And then all those little stalker trades just go a little bit better. Sometimes it's a bit of the micro also being involved and who's taking the edge or who's like losing out a bit. But Mana just finding little opportunities there. And it wasn't that there was like some big massive thing or massive play that Mana did and it's just, oh man, he's leagues ahead now. It's just consistently finding these slightly better trades, finding these little openings there to pick off, 5-6 workers or something here or there. Mana just did a great job. It's honestly really a confidence building kind of play where you don't just win because you got lucky with like a big Widowmine connection or a big disruptor hit. It was, yeah, I just played really well throughout that entire game and gradually picked up lead after lead after lead.
I hate it for Gung Fu Banda because, like, to me, this is
Yeah.
like worst case scenario. Like, did you do anything wrong? Nah. Was your opponent just straight up better than you? Yeah, kind of. Right? Like,
Yeah.
you did very similar things, and he was just leagues ahead. And it wasn't just the Forge, right? It was like, okay, the couple of Adepts got in, they did some damage, but like, it was just lots of little things, and that's the hardest to kind of patch up ahead of a game too, right? Like, if it was like, oh, my build really sucked, it really wasn't good against him, or man, I really messed up this one fight, it's like, okay, well, we fix that in the next game. Adapting to all the little things from one game to the next, that's very difficult, especially as it's going to play a bit differently too, because it's a gate map with a ramp. So low ground pylons in the bottom right, our Team Liquid Protoss is Mana.
And up here in the top left-hand side of the map, our red Protoss player, he is Gung Fu Banda. Yeah, I'm 150% with you on all of that. I do think, in a sense, it is even though it is not necessarily something that dramatically changes the build orders and the way that the matchup works to have one of these maps where you have the low ground expansions and everything. I do think any little shift up from how that last game went, even just changing the feel of how things opened up, I think it's probably going to be nice for Gung Fu Banda. Just making sure that this doesn't feel like it's kind of a repeat situation of last game, because again, like it's really tough to make mid-series adjustments on a very standard looking game where there weren't any major mistakes that happened.
Yeah, I really want to see, as Mana, by the way, 2 gates, something he does all the time with this low ground setup. He just goes 2 gates, and it's actually kind of frustrating because he can pressure off this, and there comes a point where it's like if he walls off, you don't know if he's actually building a Nexus or going all in, right? So it can be a little bit awkward to deal with in that regard as this progresses through. So, yeah, kind of intriguing. Cybercore on both sides of the map, and Probes just continue to chase each other around and get some nibbles off as well. As this really does feel quite exciting to see what Mana's going to get up to here. I always feel like this build is, definitely got that factor where it can just be very exciting and unique and just kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's like you said, I think frustrating is a good word to use because normally you just kind of get to do the PvP. We do the charade of like, yes, I have to go for the pylon block, and maybe if I really want to be annoying, I go for the pylon block into Cybercore block or something, and I get up the Zealot, and then we both just kind of move along with our lives and do everything normally. But the fact that Gung Fu Banda is actually able to get the Nexus down a good bit earlier on before the probe is cleaned up on the other side of the map is nice, because, well, Gung Fu Banda keeps his probe alive for a while, but this goes back to what you were saying, Wardy. Is Mana actually going to go for the Nexus? Even if we can see that probe is hanging around over there and is likely going to throw it down at some point. No, Twilight Council comes down first. But this, this leads perfectly into what you were talking about. Is the probe actually going to scout that out?
No. That's actually kind of cool, right? Because to me, this Twilight Council is like, it's quite brave to put it down because the probe could have seen it. But if you're Gung Fu, you're probably thinking, what wasn't I allowed to see here? The Nexus, right? So he's probably taking the Nexus. Whereas in reality, it was tech placed kind of in his face, but not quite. So I wonder if that was like sort of intentional from Mana to kind of lure Gung Fu into thinking, man, if nothing else is going on in this main, there must be a Nexus then, so I'm going to assume that, and then maybe he's not quite prepped for this. And I mean, the defense is going to be tough. You can play in a Blink Stalker setup from Mana, 3rd gateway coming down, heavy pressure. The Oracle has to do some amount of damage and keep some units of mana at home. If all the units of mana get to come across and the Oracle hasn't done anything, you're just going to get overwhelmed as Gung Fu, so that's going to be a very important part of this game.
Yeah, it's important to note that Mana saw the Stargate for Gung Fu Banda, and he's actually reactively just building a shield battery in his mineral line because he knows he's going to be getting aggressive on the other side of the map. And Gung Fu Banda, I do like that he respected the potential that there could be some aggression. He did make sure he did not skip out on that shield battery at the natural, which maybe if there was a Nexus, like you feel a little bit less concerned about that. But I mean, is Gung Fu Panda going to be able to get a lot done with the shield battery and the mineral line for mana? Probably not. Can he maybe come back in with a second Oracle? That I could maybe see and being effective.
He's building a Void Ray, so he is realizing defensively that this is a one-base setup and that mana is being aggressive, which is very good to see, because I was about to say, man, like, he didn't even get further scouting as he moved on in here. Like, he didn't see the Twilight. He just saw the third gateway. I think he knew before then to get the, Void Ray started at the time he did. Probe walks in now. He gets absolute confirmation. Void Ray is good because it's a tanky unit. The problem is if there's enough Stalkers, it can one-shot through the batteries. And that might just be where mana gets to you very soon here. He is sending all of his units across the map. He's not going to care if there's a second Oracle. He's just going to say, cool, do your damage. I'm going to have a lot of Stalkers to win the game with on the other side.
Yeah. I love the addition of the stasis trap over there for Gung Fu Panda, because it's important to note that Mana does not have any high ground units. In fact, he may, if he suspects that the Oracle came back home and threw down a stasis trap, even send in the Adept or even try the Probe to just set off the stasis really quickly. But he doesn't have a way of getting... Oh my god, he's going to get a high ground vision with the Adept. This is actually so sick.
Oh, it was almost perfect because he almost set off the stasis with the Adept, only it did catch 2 Stalkers. He loses a lot of Stalkers quite quickly anyway, though, and it's just not quite enough, is it? Gung Fu realized what was going on very quickly, and the other Stalkers on the low ground get hit by a stasis as well, so they're not causing trouble or damage at the same time. And yeah, this Void Ray is just not going to go down. Honestly, the couple Stalkers getting caught in a stasis really made a bit of a difference, because that extra bit of DPS probably would have absolutely been this second Void Ray killed, and the first one would have died much sooner. It really is just that fine line. Mana had an idea. I think he just realized his opponent was very well set up, so he had to go for the jump in the main, but Gung Fu obviously realized that's his only weak point as well, so moving there immediately was perfect from him.
150%. I mean, just put it into context. We had about 8 Stalkers go down during all of that, and there were 6 Stalkers in stasis. Almost half of the Stalkers ended up in stasis, whether it be from the main base blink or the ones that we saw over the natural. So that made a massive difference. That was almost half the firepower of Mana's army. Imagine if he had the full firepower and he was able to actually kill those Void Rays nice and early on after the blink up into the main base. If he was able to then snipe off Stalkers or snipe off a pylon or shield batteries and everything. This is such a tough spot now for Mana. I think he's doing his best to try and see if he can make anything happen, but we both know that this is an all-in. He does not have a Nexus to fall back to. He hasn't found any real worker damage or anything, and it was interesting for Gung Fu Panda to try and wall himself off from his own main base there.
Yeah, just trying to, I guess, block the vision coming up or so. It's definitely a fun one, like you say, as Stalker's just going to continue up from mana. I mean, the problem is army supplies are even, and you're playing against someone who's got a good defensive setup. It should, in theory, be not very possible. He doesn't have the Stalkers to one-shot either, so you don't get through that Void Ray quickly enough. You got to be one-shotting those Void Rays, otherwise it just takes too long. You take too much damage in the process, and well, as you can see, Mana's army supply absolutely plummets. Gung Fu's got a Robo. He can start to build up the Immortal. That's huge for him because an Immortal is amazing in this situation. Super tanky, deals great damage to Stalkers. Very difficult to get rid of. And yeah, this game is absolutely done for. This is going to be 1-1. We're going to be tied up in this best of 3.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be very tough. Ever since the whole stasis trap incident, honestly, at that point, I wouldn't have even minded if Mana had basically seen that and said, that really that really sucks. At that point, it's really tough to make anything happen. I wouldn't have even minded if at that point he said, yeah, Dark Shrine, I have a Twilight Council. Yeah. Maybe I can just keep him occupied with the Stalkers I have and then bait out more Void Rays and things. The Oracle, maybe I eventually get a pick off on it because he decides to get aggressive like that. And then there's no detection, and that's how you turn things around. But at this point, yeah, doing anything like that would just, it'd take way, way too long. So Mana is going to try and do his best to tech up into something else. Man, it's tough because you don't even have a Robo, so you can't even like say, let me go for Miracle Play Disruptors or something, because it's just so far out.
He has nothing, man. Like he's in so much trouble. Down 16 workers as well. I mean, this is all about Gung Fu. Does drop a stasis to catch just a few probes in the main, but it forces Mana to pull away from mining for a few moments as well, so it all adds up. That's obviously part of the problem, right? It's all adding up here throughout, and really getting to this stage where, I mean, we know that this game's kind of over for Mana. He needs units that get him back into the game, whether that is Disruptors or DTs, but he doesn't have a setup into either of them. Even if you start building the Dark Shrine right now, that is so late. By the time the Dark Shrine's done, Lincoln +1's on the map for Gung Fu. He has a ton more gateways, and he's probably killing you. And he probably has an Observer, because he's had a Robo for an Eternity already as well, so at this point, DTs are even too much to kind of really expect to bring you back into it. I mean, yeah, it's just not a good place. I wouldn't even be half surprised if Mana just kind of left when this hallucination scouted so much. Obviously, it's an important match. He's going to try, but yeah, when he sees that, he knows he's super behind. Like, Mana's very aware of the situation, and this is a very impossible position to play out of, quite frankly.
I think Mana's big play here is he's just going to try and force field the army in half. Like, as a Hail Mary, maybe he doesn't see this coming. Unfortunately for Mana, he's not aware, I think, that there is an observer sitting directly over his army. Maybe he's seen it, but at this point, this is kind of, I think, the one little thing that he's come up with of, okay, I need to make some kind of miracle play to bring myself back in this game somehow, some way. If I force field just the right amount of units at the bottom of the ramp as he tries to come down, maybe with the most amazing concave ever, great blink stalker micro, the repeated force fields, guardian shield, something can happen. But Kung Fu Panda knows about all this. Mana even sees that, yes, the army just got elevated down. I'm not going to be surprised if Mana, he just goes for it and just says, all right, this is the final little hurrah, the final little push in over here.
Well, it kills the Prism. If he killed that before the Immortal got out, I would have loved it. But, yeah, I mean, obviously it just ain't pretty. You're blinking into your opponent's super batteries without really the intention to kill them, just to try and get away from part of his army. This is really not going to work. We knew that. It was just Mana trying every option he had. And Kung Fu Bandit does give us a 1-1 scoreline. So we're going to game 3 for the first time today. And we're going to see a full series of the PvP. I'm down for that. Like I said, coming into this, I kind of favored Mana a bit, but... And, you know, game 1 showed us that, but game 2 tried to make it a bit funky, and Kung Fu showed he's a very solid player as well, and he's very capable of holding the weird things in PvP if that's what is required of him. So, with that said, we head into a game 3 on Grezvan, and we'll see what these two will get up to. One player's going to go 2-1, the other 1-2. It's such a massive difference, such a huge swing between those two positions in these groups.
I think especially for these players, because I will say... And this is not, like, again, not a shot at Mana or Kung Fu Banda, but like they are not the ones that you look at the list of and like a Rainer or a Max Pax or Skillis or Hero Marine or something or a Clem, even I would say to a degree like Lambo and stuff. Those are the players that I think you look at in this group and you say, yes, these are the players that we kind of expect like should make it out of the group. And even if they lose in their like 1-1 match, like say, you know, Clem, he ended up 1-1. If somehow he ends up losing to Hellraiser or something over there, you still kind of expect that things will go well, or even going 2-1 and stuff. I think that those are the players. We're going into a round 4. You think like, okay, but surely they'll still do okay after that. Mana and I feel like Kung Fu Bandit to a degree as well. Both of these players, I think that this win is going to be really important for them. Like having the extra life, having the extra opportunity there where you're not just going to be one series away from elimination is going to make a massive difference for them.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely with you. They're just the sort of players that need every single series they can grab. There's not really much room for mistakes. This is in the top left. Blue Protoss from Team Liquid. Anna.
Down here on the bottom right-hand side of the map, we have our red Protoss player. He is Kung Fu Banda. Thank you for saying what I was trying to say much more eloquently as I stared at the group standings and tried to pull out all the names and stuff. But yeah, it's just every little edge is going to make a big difference with these two players because I think they are on the cusp of being the players who can make it to the playoffs. But yeah, it's going to be still something in the works. And this series, this game is going to be deciding a lot of that.
Yeah, this is honestly like each of these matches in Swiss Round 3 has such a big talking point for the tournament because a lot of the guys that are 1-1 are in this kind of position where they're not favorites for playoffs and they're not favorites necessarily to go out. They are the middle. They're the competitors, right? They're the players we expect to scrap it out in the middle of the group. And so, yeah, you've got your stories of the players advancing, you've got your stories of your eliminations, but yeah, each of these matches in the middle of the pack right now really sets the tone for what's going to happen later down the line, sets the tone for what to expect, and just takes some of the pressure off as well, which can go a long way because, as silly as it sounds, there's a lot of players who I feel like I'd favor to get through if they make it to 2-1, but if they make it to 2-2, maybe not, because at 2-1 you can have a bit less pressure, right? Because, yeah, it's important, but it's not your only chance. There are some players when it comes down to like 2-2 and it's like the last chance, the pressure gets to them sometimes, so yeah, everything important right now. And this, from Kung Fu, is going to be the switch up. He's keeping his probe next to this pylon, and it's proxy time from him.
Yep. With this location, I mean, it's pretty far away if it was going to be like a robo or something. So I'm imagining something like a Stargate, but we'll see. Maybe it's something else for now. Mana is going to be going for his own semi-proxy. It's going to be the Stargate. Oh, robo. It is going to be a robo. This is a really far away robo.
It is far away. Maybe it doesn't matter so much if you just get the Prism. Mana is going to see the probe coming. That's an amazing move from Mana. Is he going to go the right? Oh, he's right on top of it. He's going to see it so quickly. What amazing information for Mana to be working with. He is fully aware of what his opponent is doing, and this is a fantastic start for Mana, scouting this out immediately. And yeah, that is going to be really, really tough for Gung Fu Bandit because his entire plan is a little bit, kind of scrapped right now. I mean, it's known about, it's figured out. He doesn't know that Mana's hiding a Stargate. We'll see what Mana does with that. I mean, it might be a bit awkward in some scenarios that Mana's Stargate is out of the way. But I don't think it matters that much. Like I say, he's going to have plenty of time to prepare his defenses and to make sure he's good against this robo attack.
Yep. Already starting up a shield battery on the high ground of his main base. Can try and get up some of the defenses over there. He also sends his Adepts across the map. Are the Adepts going to run into the Stalkers? No, they barely actually managed to bypass the Stalkers over at the natural. There is a full wall in coming on over here. But remember, there's not really a plan to bring those Stalkers back. Gung Fu Bandit wants to send those Stalkers across the map, so even just keeping the Adepts here is going to be very annoying.
Yeah, Gung Fu starts the battery, by the way. It's not going to be on time to stop this Oracle, I don't think, if the Oracle goes somewhat directly to the other side, so that's got potential to get some damage as well. The Adepts make it in. Now we're going to be forcing a recall, so actually, there's going to be Stalkers here if they chase the Adepts, so there might still be a chance for the Oracle, and as the Stalkers leave to the right side, the Oracle comes in from the left, and Mana's going to get a whole chunk of probes. The Adepts are doing fantastic. The Oracle puts in the work, kills, and what a combination from Mana. The Oracle even surviving to stasis ward further down the line, and that's frustrating because the last thing you want right now is Gung Fu is any requirement to leave even more units at home because your plan's already been completely scrapped from what it was, and now it's even worse, man. What a awful combo. And this was just the Adept killing off the battery to get into the front as well, right? Like, he did fall initially, just the Adepts kept on scrapping, and then they got in.
I honestly cannot imagine a way that this could have gone better for Mana and worse for Gung Fu Bandit. This is really, really tough because this has also bought Mana so much time back at home that now he's added on a Phoenix so he can lift up the Immortal of his opponent. He's got his own robotic facility and is tied up on the Immortal count. I mean, there's an Observer coming out here for Gung Fu Bandit, not like even another Immortal. So Mana's not even going to be lacking in terms of Immortal count. He's only sitting down one warp gate, but he has a better economy to actually utilize his 2 warp gates, as opposed to Gung Fu Bandit, who after losing 10 workers, I'm actually not even sure if he's going to be able to consistently warp in off of all 3.
Yeah, I mean, he is slowly rebuilding that work account, but it's obviously been investment back into those probes, so it's definitely been slow. Throughout this, he's definitely missed warp-ins, and, well, now he's also supply blocked as well. I mean, you said it, right? Like, he's got an equal Immortal count here. It's actually taking his Immortal across the map, which is arguably going to complicate things for Mana, but it could also put a lot of pressure on Gung Fu that he's not ready to deal with. And also, you can see Mana's got the Phoenix, obviously help him out over here as well. So I don't hate that Mana's going across. What I do hate is... okay, I thought the Prism was turning around. It's the Oracle that's turning around. Because Gung Fu's going to maybe catch a couple of units. We'll finish off that gateway. Like I say, Mana's bound to do some good damage on the other side, though.
Yeah, and Mana still has some force fields available to try and delay things to make sure that even if he has a slightly smaller army supply, he still is going to be able to just try and prevent Gung Fu Bandit from moving on forward. Recall is forced out. I think with that recall, surely Gung Fu Bandit feels like he just has to abandon this plan, right? Like, surely if he wants to do anything, he has to either start transitioning out tech-wise or try and turn this into a contain to just go for a natural, right? It has to be one of the two.
It is. It's one base versus one base. So it's not like Mana's like mining an extra base and Gung Fu has to kill him right now. I think Mana's ahead. He's got a higher work account. He's got a little bit more army supply. Mana has leads. But Gung Fu Bandit has... Oh, he's going to catch the Prism! Mana is going to lose his Prism and his Immortal. This was so unnecessary. He knew the army was somewhere around here. That was a very, very lazy move with the Prism. And that maybe gives Gung Fu a chance because now... Well, I mean, Mana still has 2 Immortals and he's building a 3rd. I just feel like that's going to at least take some of the pressure off him, and maybe he does get down here to build this Nexus more easily. Probe right now is not going to be able to build it because of the stasis, but he needs to be careful. Don't get trapped in position, because now you can't build it for even longer, because the probe blocks it. Yeah. I mean, even though the Prism went down, Mana's still in a pretty good spot, huh?
Yeah, I think especially it's the addition of the fact that he has the 2 Phoenix here. I think if he ever even just decides he wants to add on like a 3rd Phoenix, I don't even mind adding 1 additional Phoenix just so he can do the little run bys and one-shot workers through the shield battery. I feel like even that will just be annoying, right? It just, every single time Gung Fu Panda wants to try and be offensive or aggressive out on the map, it just forces them even more all in. But for now, hey, 2 Phoenix can lift up the Immortal. It can chip away at the Warp Prism without having to use any additional micro and stuff. I still like Mana's chances over here, especially if that Nexus finishes up and he can shield battery overcharge.
Yeah, we're getting very close to that. The only maybe problem is the fact the battery is quite far forward, so it's not too bad to target. Maybe even Mana could take a step forward with his units and just be ready to greet things rather than the first thing that gets hit is the battery and then it goes down super quickly and you lose that defensive addition. Otherwise, yeah, I don't see you breaking this. You're up against 3 Immortals. There is a Prism there for Micro. And there's the 2 Phoenix of Mana, so you can lift up one of the Immortals as well. And he even says, yeah, I can actually come forward and fight you a little bit. Yeah, loses a couple of shields and barriers. He's actually going to lift up his Prism and go across the map. Mana, oh god. You know, I love it apart from what we saw happen before. So let's just not repeat history.
High risk, high reward situation over here. Like those 2 Immortals could literally just put Gung Fu Panda into the straight up all in, I have to attack into you position. But it also could just actually throw away a bit of Mana's lead and could potentially lead to his own demise over here, especially as Blink finishes line up and Gung Fu Panda is probably going to feel like he wants to commit a little bit further in. And Blink with the Stalkers could actually even try and go for the snipe off on the Prism.
Yeah, it really should. Even a couple of Zealots getting warped in here is a pretty big deal just to tank for a little while. I mean, the Prism goes down. These Immortals are obviously fully committed. The Zealots chasing them down. He is just targeting down probes, which is neat and all, but I mean, was this worth it? Yeah. We're going to recall. Okay. At the same time, we do start to push around over at the front as well. 7 probes going down and a little lag spike as well. Hopefully nothing too major, as we just see this game settling. And Gung Fu is just going to back it up in the end.
Yeah. And thankfully, a little lag spike happens after all of the little trades and stuff and skirmishes happen over there. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, it still ends up working out pretty well for Monterey because now he has a pretty significant worker lead, even after Gung Fu Panda did grab a natural and stuff. And the Warp Prism, if that's the only thing that goes down there, then it ends up being pretty okay, right? You can remake that. Though I think the biggest loss there is not even so much the resources, it's just literally the build time on the Robo. But behind this, Mana is also really just focusing on investing into Twilight Council, get up his own Blink, getting a +1 weapons. So he can just kind of continue to play a bit of a macro game, get into his groove with all these upgrades and stuff. And after all of them finish up, like he should just theoretically have a bigger army to go attack with.
Yeah, I think so. As we get that Robo Bay and Robo Facility number 2 coming up here from Gung Fu Panda, he wants to just see, further tech at this point. He wants to see the chance to kind of get into disruptors and everything, so I don't hate it. Obviously, Gung Fu also has Blink versus no Blink. Like, his tech is good. It's economy-wise a bit down. It's a very playable position. I mean, Mana taking a 3rd already is kind of wild when you consider the fact that Gung Fu has the mobility of the Blink. Maybe Gung Fu could have been faster to take that 3rd even.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Gung Fu Panda should have had map control. Even if Mana had the scarier army, it's very difficult for him to move out. So I think I totally agree with you on that regard. The Hallucinated Warp Prism is a cute move, maybe going to scare Mana and just force him back. Hallucinated Phoenix that counters the Hallucinated Warp Prism, so neither one of them know the other one's hallucinated. But well, I guess actually the Warp Prism knows that it's hallucinated, but it is going to move in over here, and Mana is not going to be deterred. In fact, he is going for the big attack now, as his Blink is nearing completion, and +1 weapons also finishing up for him. But actually, Gung Fu Panda is going to have his own +1, so maybe it's okay.
Gung Fu already just abandoned the 3rd base. He cancelled the battery that is building there. Mana, do you need to go further than this? I mean, now you're attacking into a natural that's defended. Your own 3rd base is coming up. I do appreciate that, yes, you've obviously, maybe worried about the tech of your opponent getting better, but you're also about to attack into that tech, so let's see if he actually wants to commit or not. He does have 5 Immortals. That's terrifying, but so is 1 Disruptor. Still a pretty good shot. It hits an Immortal, and he is doing damage on the other side as well as the Adepts go to work. 11 probes haven't gone down already.
Yeah, all from just those 2 Adepts. Those 2 Adepts did all of that damage with, I think, one of the Adepts even shading on over to the 3rd base and being able to just be annoying, even if the shield battery's over there. That did an absurd amount of damage. It actually evened up the worker count after all of that.
Yeah, Mana still has the base lead at least, so he should be able to resaturate more easily. Mana, realizing his opponent's playing Disruptors, is now looking to take advantage of that with more Phoenix. Hey, he already has Phoenix, right? So it's not the, you know, craziest thing to expect him to build more of them. And they usually are a good counter to Disruptors, but only if you can actually get the lifts off. I thought there might have been a lift up there. There was on the Immortal. You lost one, though. Phoenix lifting up just whatever he can as this becomes a much larger fight. There's actually going to be Immortals hitting away at Zealots rather than Stalkers. Kung Fu Panda absolutely decimates this fight. Mana gets caught so off guard. It was such a scrappy fight. He wasn't ready for this. He thought he was getting a free Disruptor, but Kung Fu jumped on the opportunity to make that fight his own.
Yeah, Mana making some big missed micro plays over there, especially I think he was anticipating that the Disruptor would fire the shot immediately. So the first Phoenix ran in, tried to lift up the Disruptor, but the shot hadn't actually gone off, so nothing actually got canceled over there. Now we see the big blink forward over here from Kung Fu Panda. There's no War Prism for Mana to do extra micro with. There's no shield battery anymore for him to heal up with. It's still trying to finish. Probes being pulled off the line, but Mana can't afford to lose these probes, and even with them, it's not enough to hold. Kung Fu Panda has turned this game completely on its head.
Yeah, third base going down is a no-no. You just can't let that happen. Your opponent's building a third at this point. You just lost a ton of probes as well. Mana had this game, like, in my eyes, such under control.
Yeah.
Losing the Prism was a bit of a shame initially. I feel like, honestly, taking the two Immortals across the map was so unnecessary. Because at that point, he had enough to just come forward and kind of fight Kung Fu at the front, at least force him back, and then take more of a lead himself. Just feels like he kind of played it in such a weird way, because then losing his Prism then kind of took away from what could have been a stronger push sooner, and then Kung Fu's gone away with getting into Disruptors and everything. So obviously a lot of it comes down to that big fight in the middle of the map. That was where Kung Fu just really won out and put Mana into a very tough spot. And yeah, this is Kung Fu's series now. Mana going 1 and 2 is gonna have to fight his way back. Man, I know Mana as well. In one of the previous DreamHack regionals was very down on himself because he was constantly going 1-0 up in the series, and I think 5 series in a row or something. He was 1-0 up, and then he lost. Maybe it wasn't 5 series, but it was like 4 series. Then in the end, he like brought it back and went 4-4 in the group or 3-4 in the group, and somehow made it through or something. But he's definitely had issues with being kind of like in the lead of a series. And when you split this series into parts as well, it's like game 1, super convincing for Mana. Game 2, he tries something weird. It didn't go so great. It's like, whatever. And then game 3, it's like, he was kind of in control, but then he's just kind of let it slip away. If you ask me who the stronger player was, I would say maybe still Mana overall. Like, Kung Fu Panda's won this off of it being scrappy and off of a couple of weird decisions from Mana. I feel like Mana's almost played himself more than Kung Fu Panda's played him, if that makes sense.
No, I feel like, I think you put it really well much earlier on, where it felt like there were decisions that are like things that Mana was doing where it was like the high risk, high reward. It can just moves that can just straight up end the game. But he already had an advantage, and it was kind of like an unnecessary risk for him to take. And so that gave Kung Fu Panda the opportunity to turn the game around. And there it is, 2-1. Kung Fu Panda ends up winning the series. Mana's not eliminated, but he is now going to be 1 series away from being eliminated. And Kung Fu Panda is 1 series away from advancing to the playoffs. So honestly, great job by Kung Fu Panda, because he was the one that was there and ready to take advantage of the choices that Mana went for and everything and capitalize on all that stuff. But I do agree with you. It did feel like Mana was taking risks and making decisions that put himself into a position where it's like, yeah, you could win the game with this Immortal drop, or you could win the game by catching your opponent out in the middle of the map and stuff. But you also were just ahead anyways, so like you could take this fight a little bit like maybe on your side with the shield batteries and everything else to defend, or to like wait for your Phoenix count to build up and stuff. Like it's an extra risk that comes with maybe, I don't even know if impatience is the right word for it, because sometimes it wasn't even impatience. It was just like making, I think like you said, weird decisions on when he wanted to try and take those risks.
It just felt, I feel like it was like Mana gave all the opportunities to Kung Fu Panda to make crazy plays back into it, right? And that's exactly what ended up happening. So a rough one. PvP does not go Mana's way, and he's going to have to try and sharpen up going into his next matches for us. From here on out for Mana, it will be do or die. Up next for us, we continue the string of mirror matches as we head into Lambo, Young Yakov, some ZVZ. Obviously head into that thinking Lambo's a favorite, but ZVZ is almost always dangerous for your Dragons. So there's going to be a fun one up next. We've also got Shadow, Petit, Drogo, and Bly versus Milky Cow coming up in Europe. And of course, America's starts up in a few hours' time as well. So plenty of StarCraft 2 still on the way today here in the ESL Regionals and the ESL SC2 Masters Regionals. We will be back in a few moments' time with more of that StarCraft. Like I say, up next is that ZVZ of Lambo taking on Young Yakov.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Here we are, once again, ready for some mirror matchup action, but this time it's ZVZ time, as we are going to have ourselves Lambo taking on Young Yakov and Fear Dragon. You have got some uplifting statistics for us ahead of this series, right?
Absolutely. You know, a lot of people think that Lambo is going to be the heavy favorite coming into this, but I'll have you know that Young Yakov is 0-12 in maps against Lambo. He could win his first map against Lambo today. This is a rough break, I have to say, for Young Yakov on the draw. The draw of players he could be facing off against.
You know, the 13th map, though, 13's an unlucky number. Maybe Lambo can't get it. Maybe.
No, nobody defeats Young Yakov 12 maps or 13 maps in a row.
Yeah, maybe 13's the number for Young Yakov. But yeah, it's rough because you also mentioned Young Yakov, outside of just Lambo, just hasn't seen much success at all in ZVZ recently. So yeah, just kind of rough in general, right?
Yeah, I know we're going to be hopping into the game in a second, introducing the players and stuff, but just like, I think there are a lot of names of different Zerg players that I think typically, when you compare them to someone like Lambo, he's already been losing to a lot more recently against players that normally you think would be a few steps below Lambo, like an Eggz, like a Mika, and things like that, like a Nikic or a B. So I think this is going to be a very tough match for Young Yakov, but hey, you know what? If he's able to even take a map over here, that already gives me actually so much confidence that Young Yakov is a different Young Yakov than ever before in the past.
All right, well, it all starts with map number 1 in the top right-hand corner, our blue Zerg from the Shopify Rebellion, Lambo.
Down here in the bottom left-hand side of the map, the red Zerg player from CSO. Can he show us that he is no longer young? He's maybe middle-aged Yakov.
You want to call him
that didn't come out how I
you want to call him mid Yakov?
Like,
I feel like mid Yakov's a bit insulting as well, Fear Dragon. Like, he's so mid.
Teen Yakov.
All right, Teen Yakov. Yeah.
Adult Yakov. Let's go with that.
Dude, does he have to change the Yakov part though? So it, you know, because right now it's like, you know, alliteration, Young Yakov, right? So does he have to?
So it's adult Akov. Adult Akov. You just dropped the Y.
Adult Akov or adult Adkov or something like that.
Adkov.
I have no idea.
I'm digging it.
I've learned that I really shouldn't try and name things, so I should probably stop.
It's okay. See, when we started the day, I was talking about how, like, whenever I cast with you, I always think back to the first time I got you to cast with me, and I just kind of drove you off the edge with a bit of insanity. And it's conversations like this that always just remind me of that, of like, yes, when I get Wardy to truly stretch the metaphors and the examples and the jokes that we make to the true bitter end where they don't make sense anymore, but we're still just rolling with it.
I used to be so hardcore back then as well, right? Like, I only wanted to talk about the game, and you'd be like making a joke and be like, but the first minute and a half's happening for your Dragon, like, the build orders.
Dude, that was back in the day too, of like Heart of the Swarm. Yeah, it's like 6 worker starts, and you wouldn't see the cybernetics cores finish up until like 5 minutes in. It's like, all right, but we need to cover what's going on here. Yeah.
Cheeky Ling is gonna go nibbling up on the hatchery, and a couple Lings of Young Yakov coming up to fight back. Pretty similar setup so far. Lambo's Lings just across the map. He actually made 2 extra ones, whereas Young Yakov only made defensive ones. So a little bit less information, but just obviously an extra drone or so, so being a bit greedier, and battling us at about the same time between the two of them as well. So obviously there's a lot of moments in this matchup where you can start aggression, where you can suddenly just spam Lings and go all out with your fights and so on. So a lot of opportunities basically coming up soon, but not really here right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing I do want to talk about, just in terms of, I was listening at some of the players and stuff that Young Yakov maybe has been losing to or struggling with more recently, and I do think one of the commonalities I see, and it's hard to tell because I think he just hasn't had a lot of like major success in tournaments against Zerg players lately, but one of the major things I can definitely point out is a lot of the players I was listing, like Mika, like B, like, you know, Eggz and stuff is that they're pretty aggressive Zerg players. So I do kind of wonder. Normally I'd say like, oh, if you're the favorite, usually playing kind of like a safer, standard, longer term style can be like the way through. But also, if Young Yakov is not necessarily doing as well against like some of the more aggressive players, I'm curious what I would prefer to see more from Lambo actually approaching this series.
Yeah, that's a good question. I feel like Lambo just wants to play kind of... It's hard in ZVZ because the standard sometimes is just being the aggressor, like he's going to be here.
That's true.
Like, the thing is, like, sometimes hitting these timers, you can hide things so well and you can do things so well that actually just being the aggressor is straight up the better thing to be because you can just get it done already, right? Like, is it risky to be all in? Sure. Is it absolutely the right call right now because Young Yakov does not have the right information and has zero prep? 100%, right? So, yeah.
Which may be the case right now, as we do have lots of roaches and stuff flooding out now, but Young Yakov is 13 drones higher because Lambo has been flooding out exactly those units. He forewent +1 missile attack, and look at the perfect timing of this from Lambo. This is right before that investment of +1 missile attack is actually going to be paying off. Oh my god.
Chunkaling's going down to start this off as well, and Lambo just shows up and is going to start wreaking havoc on this base. This does not look good. But Young Yakov here is... well, I mean, a bunch of drones going down off over to that right-hand side, and the Roach is just not enough at all. Obviously, you just can't seem to get the numbers up. He lost a few lings to Banley at the start of all of this, too, and it really feels as though this is going to be pretty convincing from Lambo in Game 1. I mean, we've got Roaches coming up, and they're about to have +1 missiles. It's just, there's a lot that has to be done to make this count, and obviously all these Roaches are spawning on different bases, whereas everything from Lambo is breaking into the natural right here and right now. And yes, the numbers just do not add up at all for Young Yakov. He is still heavily behind on Army. GG.
Yeah. Lambo says, welcome to adulthood. It sucks. That's it. It sucks. Welcome to...
Sucks.
This is your welcome. I don't know if other people have that experience. So it's like after you graduate from school, you're all hopeful and cheery and everything, and then you get into the workforce and it's like, welcome to hell. Yeah.
Well, the admin...
It's rough, man.
The admin just called Young Yakov YY. I like that. I never thought about calling him YY. Why did I have to play ZVZ today?
Yeah.
Yeah, not great.
Yeah. I do think it's a little bit rough because I think, again, this is the reason why I brought up a lot of the stats, not only against Lambo, but just to ZVZ, is I do think Young Yakov has been seeing, especially more recently, some more success in other matchups.
Yes.
And I mean, it goes to show the fact that like Young Yakov, he's sitting 1-1. He ended up defeating Milky Cow. I think has also been doing pretty well lately. Yeah. Things like that. So I do think it is just kind of rough that he did get, not specifically just like Lambo is a good player and everything. He got a Zerg, and it does seem like this is kind of a matchup he's struggling with. That last game, I don't know if I can say it's like super representative of, the state of things or like the way he just got outplayed or something. He just did not see the attack coming, but it's those little things that really matter in ZVZ. Being able to get that scouting information, being able to identify what your opponent is up to if a big attack is coming. That's so much of what ZVZ is.
That is ZVZ, right? Like,
Yeah.
you got CVT, which is the epic mechanics macro matchup. ZVZ is the brains, the strategy, the trickery, and all of that matchup, right? So, yeah, it's rough because it's all it's one thing to get better at your mechanics and get better all around, but being able to figure out all the twists and turns of a ZVZ can be very difficult. And sometimes it can also work in your favor as the underdog getting back into it. But just as much the other way around, where sometimes it can feel like there's endless possibilities, and how can you ever prepare for the right one? In the bottom right, why? He might be asking himself after that game 1. It is Young Yakov.
A guy who I think actually does exceptionally well when it comes to big brain gaming and those kind of play styles and stuff. It is our blue Zerg player from Shopify Rebellion sitting up 1-0. It's Lambo. Definitely one of those cerebral players. Well, I mean, Wardy, in that game number 1, I was asking the question, do you try and play more aggressive? Do you try and play more macro? And I mean, it works really well to just get aggressive in game number 1. But here's the thing. I think going back to what you were just saying, ZVZ really is just one of those matchups where, and I think you were even saying this as the answer to my question last game, it is something you just kind of do have to play a little bit by ear. You don't really just get to say, this is my game plan and strategy that leads up to the 10-minute mark. Like that, it's not like PvZ or PvT where you can really kind of do those sort of things, or TvZ. You really do have to play a lot of things by ear, but Lambo decided to get aggressive early on, and gosh darn it, it really did work well.
Yeah, absolutely, right? It's just one of those situations where it's just one of those situations, right, where even Cyril, playing an underdog, doesn't feel the need to play safe. He just plays aggressive and everything too, right? Like, and then you just, because actually being aggressive puts the game in your own hands in a big way, right? So you take control, and that's something that is a big thing a lot of the time.
No, I think that's a fair point, because if you're the one putting on aggression first, you at least know kind of where your build order and stuff maybe stacks up against what they're doing. Whereas if you're trying to play like a safer style and stuff, you really have to be ready and prepared for a big change up in what your game plan is at any given moment that you scout out that there's some kind of big attack coming and stuff. So being aggressive, I think that's a really astute point, is being aggressive, you get to be less reactive. Like, you're the one setting the pace of things. You don't have to react nearly as much as being the safer, longer term game plan player, where you are basically saying, do I need to start preparing to be all in, or do I need to just be continuing to churn out drones and stuff? Aggressive player just gets to say, yeah, I'm all inning. I know what I'm doing. I don't care what you're doing. I have a plan and I'm doing it.
Yeah. I'm completely behind that, as Bane Nest comes down here from Young Yakov, by the way. No Bane Nest from Lambo. What he could potentially do here is play a high ling count, be aggressive with those lings, and then behind it you drop the Rotron, and it just allows you to kind of, get to roaches without the Bane lanes and hit a good timing, as that's a lot of lings. So it does seem to be that, I mean, you can go Bane Nest behind this, but a lot of the time the Rotron is just a neat follow-up. You skip the Bane Nest, and because you're being aggressive, you just don't need the Bane Nest, because you just pick and choose the fights without the need for Banelings. And like I say, you just skip up to roaches, and then you can kind of go from there however you see fit. Young Yakov making his own round of lings to start responding here, but will they be in time to protect this base, as Lambo has already put some good damage onto it, and it's going to get nibbled out. A couple Banes start to morph, and Lambo can actually take this fight right now. Lings from the other side get a bit of a surround, and as he comes in with even more lings, he continues to surround, and obviously those morphing Banelings might even be in trouble as well. Neither of them get up. The Queen goes down, and Lambo, don't tell me he's just going to get it done on the Ling Flood. Now he starts up a Baneling Nest as well, so he might just be able to keep going with Ling Bane pressure from here. The damage he's about to do is unfortunately going to be absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's brutal too, because, GG just gets called. Really, really tough there. Lambo was also just going to be able to camp the production from the natural, because the larva was going to pop out right on top of the lings there, and it's just going to make things so awkward, because then you're bleeding out units that you're trying to make already from a tough spot as you're losing drones. So I get it. It may have seemed like a little bit of an early GG there from Young Yakov, but it was going to be so tough to make anything happen from there. Even if he gets the defense up, he'd just be playing from so far behind.
Yeah. I mean,
all right, 14-0 now. I think we're 14-0.
14-0.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a 2-0 that reflected the history between these two.
Yep.
In this game too, man, it was like Young Yakov started making lings. He just had a bad fight, right? Like, he got surrounded a couple times over, and it wasn't even a full surround. It's just every time he chose to fight, a few lings from Lambo came from the other end, and it just gave Lambo that edge again, and it had a pretty big impact all said and done. So, yeah, that is going to be our that's going to be our game. That's going to be our series. Believe it or not, that was series number 5. Yeah, we unfortunately do have to count those.
Yeah, I feel like usually there's been at least a little bit longer of the series. So, like, I am have a terrible memory. I'm the opposite of Rotterdam, where he has an immaculate memory for every single game of StarCraft that he's ever witnessed. Whereas for me, it's by the time I watch one series, I've forgotten what happened in the previous series. But, Mana versus Gung Fu Bandit is still clear and fresh in my mind. I almost have forgotten what happened in Lambo versus Young Yakov, because it was so short and so quick that I'm like, oh,
it was 2 attacks.
It's time for the next series, I guess.
It is time for the next series. Before we go to a quick break, I would like to remind you all that the offline finals are coming. Just over a month away in June, we will be in Jonkoping, Sweden, to get excited about ESL SC2 Summer. So make sure you get your tickets. If you want to be there with all of the awesome players and some of the awesome casters, you can head on over to dreamhack.com/summer/tickets. Get 20% off with the code StarCraft. And if that sounds like too much to type, you can click the link that's below Twitch. There's a little panel banner so you can find your tickets there as well. We'd love to see you there. It was a lot of fun. Those events are always great. So Check it out, come join us, and of course we wouldn't be able to make it there without our awesome sponsors of Blizzard, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, and ESL Shop. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, another series, if the next players are ready, you know, they might not be quite ready to go just yet. We're going to dive right back into PvP for a French showdown between Shadone and Petit Drogo. We will be hobby.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
40 and Fear Dragon are in fact still here. Would you believe it? We didn't leave after that epic ZVZ, as we are now ready to go into some PvP action. I thought these guys were going to be a couple more moments, but apparently they are ready, so we'll not waste too much time. We'll take a quick peek at the schedule and just show you guys we've got 2 matches left in Europe. Shadone takes on Drogo, and then obviously as well Bly fighting against Milky Cow. So a PvP and a ZVT still to come, and these matches become quite important for your Dragon, because I feel especially the PvP, you know, one where we just talked about that Mana Gung Fu Bandit PvP, and you know, the whole thing of how important it is to kind of get to 2-1, and these are guys fighting for playoffs. I think this is very true in this game as well.
No, 100%. This is where we're definitely getting into the side of the European matches where these are actually just straight up eliminating or helping advanced players. I think actually both of these next 2 coming matches that you're talking about, though, the PvP and ZVZ, it's going to be elimination matches. One of these players is going home, and by going home, I mean they're walking from their desktop in their bedroom, hopefully over the kitchen or something, and fix themselves a comfort snack. And the other one is going to have an opportunity to continue playing in the Swiss format and stuff. So a lot on the line for both of these players if they want to try and advance out in that the next spot. I do want to mention really quickly, this is our lone match for the day for Europe that is happening in Group A. So this is our one little like peek hole glimpse into how Group A is doing.
Yeah, which is kind of weird, right? Because you got like such a big group. It's like, how did it all turn out to be Group B today? But turns out Group A people just don't like playing on Tuesdays. You know, they're like, you know, Wednesday or later. They're fussy. You know, they're always picking their things. They got stuff to do, places to be, apparently. But yeah, this is our lone match in Group A, and yeah, a sign as to who's going to get 2-1, who's going to start being in some trouble as well, and start setting up that round 4 in a few days' time. Top right is Petit Drogo, our Red Protoss player, who has played a couple of PvPs so far. Looked pretty good against Christiana, just lost out there, and honestly kind of stomped for Jumi, so excited to see if he can keep up that form into this one.
Yeah, and down over here on the bottom left-hand side of the map, we have the blue Protoss player. He is Shadone, who's going to be playing for Platinum Heroes. And he himself also had some good series versus Acheron, took a series there, ended up losing to Hearthstone in the last round, but that was actually a really close PvP that ended up going 1 and 2.
Yeah, Nelly edge tossed him out, and obviously that would have been a chance to go 2-0. Should have been sick for Shadone. Shadone's a player who has been consistently kind of making the bid for playoffs. Don't forget that one season he beat Clem in the really solid PvT series as well. So he's absolutely been a player that's been challenging for a long time at this stage. And, you know, honestly, would not be surprised if he made playoffs at this point, be like, oh, good for Shadone. You know, not super surprised. No, he can do it. We know we've seen his potential before. Yeah, he's maybe not always going to make playoffs, but in a group like this, I think it's very plausible for him.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good way of putting it. It's kind of one of the players that you look at, their trajectory. It's not necessarily that it's not maybe new ground that he would break by something by making playoffs or even making like a round or something into the playoffs, but it is something that just his trajectory kind of makes it seem like, yeah, that seems totally plausible and reasonable if he's able to make that. But I do think he is still very much so one of those players that is on the cusp of it and on the cusp of where we have those kind of expectations and stuff. So can he live up to those expectations? Will he end up faltering over here? This is going to be an extremely important match for exactly that. And as we head into an extremely important match, one of the most frustrating ways things can open up potentially one of these extremely important matches is with a Stargate versus Stargate, and your opponent scouts out your Stargate. And I don't even think the probe reveals itself. Okay, well, he's going to just dive back in over there. Okay. I was like, oh, this could have gone like an unrevealed Stargate. Well, I don't know. Doesn't matter.
I guess he just did he just not click on it straight away and he was supposed to double confirm what it is, maybe? I would guess. I didn't actually see exactly, but yeah, I mean, otherwise it would have been nice to not reveal the probe, because then you can just, like you say, have your own Stargate, build a Phoenix, you know what's coming. The Adepts get in. I think Drogo, obviously, he didn't set out to deal with this because he was on the Adepts quickly. He is going to lose a few workers still, so it's going to be costly. In a way, I was like, I don't mind it because the Adepts are so far from the mineral line. When he gets to a bit of a probe pull, it's obviously not bad for the Adepts, but it's not terrible. Now you've got rid of them, you don't have to worry about them. And the Oracles. The Oracle's going to show up. The Stalkers a step away from where they maybe should have been. And actually, Drogo going to his own Oracle, and that's important. Shadone just noticed that as well, so he knows it's an Oracle from Drogo and not a Phoenix. He can prep his own defenses.
Yeah, really fascinating there. The Drogo, he scouts out the Stargate, but still just says, yeah, I'm going to go for my own Oracle. And I mean, he should have seen basically the timing of it, that the Stargate was just so much faster and stuff, that there would be the faster Oracle for Shadowne. So he would have also just noticed what was going on over there. But yeah, I guess either way, he doesn't feel like it's worth just getting the Phoenix to try and chase down the Oracle. Maybe he feels like it's the curse of PvP, where if you get a Phoenix and your opponent goes Oracle, somehow, some way, that Oracle never really seems to encounter the Phoenix. But regardless of the reasoning, it does seem like Oracle for Drogo is going to get scattered as well, and may have a harder time getting some damage done.
Yeah, Oracle back over on the left side. There's an Oracle coming down the bottom as well. We just have ourselves the Adept just pinging away. A little revelation into the main base. Have fun couple moments. Nothing too serious though.
Yeah. A little funny to see an Adept nearly kill all of the shields on the pylon, and then the Oracle taking care of the Adept like that. But like you said, nothing too wild or crazy happening over here. It was 2 probes is like a moderate amount of damage over here, but you're really not expected to get a lot more damage on it, especially with Blink about halfway finished for both of these players, and even a Phoenix out over here for Petit Drogo. Those Oracles, they should be getting very minimal amounts of damage. At most, probably just some like scouting revelations and stasis traps.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, our Oracles really are just revelations at this point, right? Keep up information, keep up knowledge of where your opponent is moving to. If they want to try and take a third base that time, it is, of course, good to know. The Oracle is shown is kind of quite passive as they trade revelations on each other. Apparently that's, the excitement of this game right now. And yeah, Shadowne is going to move out and take the third base already. So locking that down onto place. We see a pylon coming down just next to it. And obviously Blink about to finish up from Shadowne, not far behind from Drogo. Pretty even scenario, really. Not much between the two of them. I'm trying to pick up our differences, and it's really just the third base timing is that much faster for Shadowne because he just went out and built it sooner. Like, there's really not a lot of rocket science to it, right?
Yeah, I really do think like the numbers in the production tab kind of tell the tale here. The biggest difference now, I guess, just being like the third base, like you were saying, and the slightly faster Robo there in exchange there for Drogo. So we'll see. Drogo did set up this proxy pylon, and he's even setting up some stasis traps and stuff he can fall back to and kind of get aggressive with. Blink being finished up for both these players means this really is going to come a lot down to the micro and how the skirmishes and the actual trades go here. That force field. That one was interesting, right? So, cool. That has to have been a misclick. Like, I can't imagine that being something besides a misclick. I feel like maybe that's like, I'm trying to think of if maybe Drogo has like grid hotkey set up or something, and he like tried to click a stalker and blink it back, but instead he ended up force fielding there instead. It
was definitely something. I whatever the explanation may be.
It was something.
Yeah. Oracle gets shoved out through the top side, by the way, so that's going to get pushed all the way away over here. That's that Robo facility about halfway done from Shadowne. Forge also coming up right now from Shadowne as well. It's just continue to set this up. We see this Oracle. It's going to drop a revelation again. Information is key at this point still. And yeah, Drogo really set up as though he wanted to be like very aggressive, but he had no advantage to be aggressive with, right? So yeah, just not exactly like that exciting. Just sort of chilling, and now he is going to be on +1. His opponent goes double Forge, and we'll see if that can play into something exciting, as Shadowne's going to get rid of this forward pylon as well. And Shadowne in a bit of a supply block, and still will be when this pylon finishes up, so that's kind of serious, and it's little macro errors like that will start to give edges to players, because it's that close of a game otherwise.
Yeah, I'm super interested to see how the double Forge actually is going to end up playing out. Hearthstone was doing this interesting strategy where he was playing his series, I think, actually against Shadowne himself. I think it was in that series that we ended up seeing the double Forge. I may be misremembering which series because, as I said before, my memory is the opposite of Rotterdam's. But I know I saw a PvP on Sunday where we saw the Protoss player, who I thought was Hearthstone, just going for like lots of fast armor upgrades, eventually getting on shields and stuff. And how do you feel like those impact in PvP? Because I think it really wasn't the thing that most people would go for in PvP until more recently.
It's still not something I would say you do in PvP because,
yeah,
my knowledge is from experience, and my experience is that people don't build armor because it sucks, right? like attack upgrades are king, especially when you got Stalkers, right? And, Stalkers really do deal a lot of shots compared to what they take a lot of the time, and then armor doesn't kick in until the shields are gone, so if you're blinking properly, armor doesn't matter a lot either. So it's kind of interesting. I'm not sure what the breakpoints are or what changes necessarily when armor comes into play. Something for me to learn, I guess, is, yeah, it just isn't something you see a lot. And if you go into Disruptors too, then it really isn't popular to have armor because it just also doesn't make a difference, right? So,
Yeah, you get one shot either way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funky, for sure.
Yeah, well, Shadow's still going to decide to invest into it, and he's going to have that armor upgrade finishing on up. So we'll see if that makes any kind of real difference here in those Stalker versus Stalker trades. Because like you were saying, really doesn't impact when the shields are there. But whoa, that's a very, very nice catch over there for Shadow. And finds a couple of Stalkers or softens a few up, even though he gets caught by the stasis trap. Forces Drogo back a bit, and he is leading a little bit in supply, but most of that is worker supply right now for Shadow. Drogo, maybe gonna try and even that up with the Dark Shrine, but I guess both of these players are actually going for their own Dark Shrine.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that phase of the game, right, where DTs are going to start becoming the main harassment unit. If you're not playing DTs, you're pretty much just putting yourself at a disadvantage for no reason at all. So, yeah, you know, get yourself that Dark Shrine down, get the DTs going, get Shadow Stride started, because Blink is typically something you go for at this stage. We do catch on. So it was actually Drogo that revelated the Observer of Shadowin, but then the detection was still there to get rid of the Observer of Drogo. So fun little back and forth on that one. There's a couple more DTs coming up. +2 attack upgrade as well, about to finish. And the next on the left side from Shadowin, trying to get to 5th base. So is Drogo. Still matching each other in a lot of ways, apart from obviously the armor upgrade's a little bit different. Drogo had a faster charge, but isn't really looking to use it yet. We don't have too many Zealots on the map. Shadowin also has that one Immortal. Yeah, I mean, you know, those are the only differences I can pick out. It's a very, very standard game otherwise between the two of them.
Yeah, I feel like units lost actually tells the tale a lot more clearly of like what has actually happened in this game. Because even though there's been so much of this like poking and prodding, especially from Drogo, we haven't actually had any real trades. Neither one of these players until just now with that Nexus kill have actually lost 1,000 resources. But here we go. We're seeing a massive stasis trap on the north side. Shadowin losing out on so many of his units, and Drogo already had a handful more Stalkers. That is going to dramatically change the way that this fight goes. Oh, but now the DTs come on in because there's no detection for Drogo.
Yeah, this was a real journey as 25 probes do go down. It was a really awesome fight because obviously you got the stasis as Drogo. You also dragged units to the left side because of the DTs that killed off that left side base. So it was just a very small portion of Shadowin's army, and yet Shadowin comes out in a pretty okay position. It really goes to show that Drogo was in need of killing workers. Army supplies are even after this as well. We do come back in with DTs on the left side. That's the one thing Drogo has, a bit of momentum on the map. And so going back in on the left side, for example, then pushing back down here, that still benefits him. I'm not sure how much more you can do, though. I mean, we come in, there's a couple of Zealots he can bait forward initially. He's got the Oracle. He needs a Revelation on the DTs, of course, because he does not want to have those swiping away. They made a big difference during the tail end of that fight.
Oh, absolutely. They do so much damage against the Stalkers. And, well, there's the Revelation, but he's not actually able to continue engaging. He even got the Revelation actually off on the Observer, so being able to pick that off would keep his own Observers alive a little bit longer and keep them safe so he can continue to detect things. But really, really weird set of trades here. I feel like killing off that extra base for Shadowin should have been able to put him to a better position alongside, obviously, the 25 workers that he killed that kind of even things up. But it does feel like it's a little bit more even than I would have expected. And even the little Stalker pressure and stuff gets spotted by an Observer, so not a whole lot of damage actually happening over here. Really does feel like in a lot of ways this game is kind of evened up, and it still just feels like it's now starting to get to the point where the armor upgrades, I have to imagine, are starting to play a bit of a difference, right? +2 armor. If you're literally just talking about even armies, the armor upgrades have to be making a difference, surely.
You would expect so. I mean, even if you have to go through shields first, you got to hit those armor upgrades at some point. Drogo now starts his own armor upgrades. He starts his own Shadow Stride much later than Shadowin, so Shadowin will have better harassment coming up here. His ability to blink DTs around so much sooner, to me, feels like it's going to be a pretty major advantage, as Drogo feels confident enough to take the gold base towards his opponent, splitting the map splitting the army across two sides of the map as well, sending Zealot Stalker down the left-hand side. And yeah, just trying to keep this active all over the place. Does he have enough over here? He does not get the Observer Snipe, which is a shame because he was about to bring his DTs in the fight on the left. Meanwhile, on the right side, we do break out into a Stalker War as well, but Shadowin seems to be getting the better of each of these trades. Even though +3 attacks in play for Drogo, 2-2 does seem to be good from Shadowin. Drogo gets a bit of a pushback, but not that major one compared to everything else going on.
Yeah, it's seemingly close fights on both sides, but it does seem like Shadowin is just getting ever so slightly better advantages in these kind of fights, whether it be slight concave advantages, whether it be just the difference of that +2 armor or something. And even now with both players getting +3 weapons at around the same time, it feels like Shadone is finding little advantages, and that's kind of getting reflected a bit in some of that army supply. Shadone is up almost about like 15-20 supply. He's going to actually go for the big forward because he brought a lot of his other stalkers and zealots from the left-hand side over to the right. So it's going to be a base for a base trade. But one of these players has a massive army advantage now. The other one is just on a harassment force.
Yeah, I mean, Drogo's DTs, you do not really want to be there. There is an observer, so with detection, the DTs die quickly, and they're expensive units to be losing. And Shadone is able to continue the march up this right side. The numbers look amazing for him as well. And yeah, what Drogo has back on this side just isn't really that much. The recall is actually going to be about perfect. It's enough to add on to the reinforcements there and turn Drogo around. And Shadone, at this point, just 50 army supply lead means he still has quite an overwhelming army here. Drogo is backing off and is regrouping, as this is obviously the 4-base setup now from both players. But Shadone, like we've said, has the larger standing army and should continue to do well with that.
Yeah, does have to just reinforce some of those pylons on supply block himself from some of the losses on the left-hand side. But after that gets done, I mean, he's actually got even a little bit of a bank. He doesn't really have the close reinforcing pylons or like a prism or anything. But at this point, it feels like he has a large enough army that he's able to handle the left and also take the main army fight right now. And that is going to go heavily, I feel like, I wanted to say in his favor. He is going to be retreating against the zealots and stuff. I guess the stalkers are sitting a bit lower on hit points. I'm actually surprised things didn't go even better over there, but I still feel like he should have, with the reinforcements, way more than he needs to take on Drogo's army.
He did just lose his observer. Maybe that becomes an issue. He continues up the left-hand side. He's also winning out over here, and he has the detection against DTs if they get warped in as well. So, yeah, Shadone just getting too much done across the board. Drogo continues to fall behind. I'm just going to be seeing a couple more zealots warped in, but Shadone is just going to back it up for a second, and now he's going to go active on the right side, and again, just this movement from Shadone has been really good. Just hitting the left, having a good idea of when his opponent's backed away, and making the move on the right that much better as well. There goes an Oracle, which has been useful for kind of grabbing some DTs at points, so nice to get rid of that. And this base is probably just going to die, but, you know, Drogo's across the map as well, so yeah, maybe he can make something of this, but the problem is, base for a base just ain't that good when your opponent's so far ahead anyways. You need to be doing plays that, you know, put you further ahead, and this is just keeping it even, which, you know, obviously keeping it even isn't even when your opponent starts out in the lead.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't even mind this as much for Drogo if he just goes straight over to the main base and starts taking out production, and it looks like that's actually going to be the game plan. The kind of awkward part about this is now he is a little bit trapped. Now, taking out some of the pylons and stuff, even slowing down one of the shield upgrades is going to be kind of nice, but this is the problem, is that if you are outnumbered and your opponent is getting in over here, even if the DT is actually getting a lot of free damage done during all this, the observer's eventually going to arrive. The stalkers are all going to end up falling dramatically fast, and well, now it's 40 army supply versus 85. Shadone maybe loses a little bit or a few bases here and there, but PC Drogo just has next to no mining and also does not have any army supply really.
Yeah, income lead massively in Shadone's favor, and just looking solid in the longer game, right? I mean, 17 minutes, it's been a lengthy one, and it has looked very, very good, I would say. Just Shadone looking confident, looking good. Yeah, very cool to see as we have ourselves the little stasis water by Drogo. A little bit more time. How much time that really gives him, I'm not sure if it will ever be enough. Drogo knows this is over. GG's, and Shadone takes game number 1.
Yeah, honestly, I have to say, obviously cool game from Shadone to just take the little advantages there. We saw, like, as we were pointing out before, lots of little pokes and prods, very minor differences, but very mirrored builds and kind of styles and stuff coming out from both the players. But even though we ended up seeing Shadone like gradually take little advantages here and there was a point where it just felt like Drogo was just a bit behind. And I have to say, I have to commend him on, I think, some of the decisions he was making to try and come back in the game, because it did feel like he was doing a lot of cool moves, making the kind of base for base trades, getting the DT warp-ins at like just the right time, making the strategic decisions during the micro of those battles to like snipe off the observers at the right time, or just to position his army in annoying places. And I felt like that a lot of those things kept him in that game from really falling too much further behind. Well, I mean, also Shadone was able to still overcome all of that, so good on him.
Yeah, he was able to overcome all that, wasn't he? So I mean, Shadone, you know, if I had to pick a favorite, I guess going in, I would maybe say Shadone has been more consistent, and that's a lot of just because I don't see Drogo a lot. We know Drogo took that big step back from playing competitively as well, right? So,
Yeah.
yeah, you know, I mean, I know Shadone's not necessarily been full-time all the time, but I would say he's been more competitive lately. Cool to see Drogo putting up a fight, and absolutely the kind of game where I feel like you could see a game 2 go just so differently as well, because this one was very mirrored and just even at the start. And Shadone kind of took some edges and took some good later game fights, but if Drogo gets aggressive, he showed us some really good aggression against some of the previous PvPs, so that could be something that he uses to get an edge, and yeah, maybe he can take some, you know, a couple things from that first game as well and just adjust slightly if it does end up being one of those longer ones, as Drogo joins our lobby and should be moments away from readying up into our game number 2, and yeah. I think he's commenting on the +2 armor of Shadone, by the way.
I see mess units, and then I have no idea what some of these other words are. Unfortunately, speaking French.
I don't know if you want to translate that one.
Google Translate. I was thinking about just tapping over to Google Translate to see what they're talking about exactly, but yeah, the armor upgrades are just so fascinating to me because I'm with you. Like I have been trained by. I feel like it wasn't years. It was like almost a decade of PvP where you just are basically like it's drilled into you that armor upgrades are effectively just not worth going for in PvP. And then just I feel like in the past 2 weeks I've just been seeing a few Protoss players, not even a lot, just a few Protoss players start going for these armor upgrades, and I am fascinated by the decision.
That's just why StarCraft's so cool though, right? Something that's been the norm for such a long time can still change, right? Because the meta shifts and then people figure out something else and they figure out a way to make armor good and to make it all different, and just very cool in general, man. Very cool in general. Top left, our red Protoss player, it's Drogo, opening up this game 2 and looking to bounce back, tie us up in this series, hopefully give us another game 3, because after that earlier ZVZ, we have got time to spare before America's Fear Dragon, so we can go to all the game 3s we like.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the series after this is it involves Bly, so that may be a shorter one.
Either short or really long. Sometimes Bly's games can get lengthy, but that was also kind of past Bly. I don't know about current Bly.
Especially when Bly is losing, sometimes he will stick in those games and really fight it out to the bitter end. But down over here in the bottom right-hand side, we do have our blue Protoss player. He is Shadone, representing Platinum Heroes. Oh, but I think I fully agree with what you were saying before. I think that last game, PvP is just one of those matchups where sometimes you just get players who go for the exact same playstyle and everything. They go for the same kind of unit compositions, and it can be very, very close and very contentious, especially when the players are pretty similar skill levels and everything. And then the next game in the series, they go for totally different styles and things look dramatically different. And you have to even remember that last game began with the proxy Stargate and stuff that kind of got scouted, but also didn't get hard punched or anything. So there's a lot of weird potential here with 2 proxy pylons already getting set up.
One on the either side of the map, and that's more or less the same position, a little bit to the right from Drogo, a little bit closer to the base. Let's see what buildings they're going to be. It's close enough to be a Stargate, but it's also good enough to be a Robo, and it's a gate and a Robo. Ooh.
Yeah, the Robo is actually more of what I was expecting. Shadone doing a bit more of what I thought would happen. The Gateway, I haven't seen, I see this sometimes in PvP, but it's a lot less common, I feel like.
Yeah, the proxy gate is, I mean, obviously 2 gates in PvP aren't exactly weird to begin with, right?
Yeah.
So that alone makes me think it's like, well, how much success can this really see? And then you go up against a proxy Robo. I feel like Drogo is going to be in the worst position here, especially if he ends up losing the power to that gate and you're 1 gate down in your defense. Because I feel like it's definitely Shadone that's going to have more to work with on the other side. Drogo has a 3rd gate as well, so yeah, obviously 3 gates in total, just going to be that immediate power. I mean, maybe the immediate power 3 gate versus the setup time of the Immortal could give Drogo the edge.
Yeah, I think another important thing to remember is that, as Drogo finds the Robo. Okay, so this is actually so important because now he knows what's happening. I was going to say, I think the unit positioning is going to matter a lot as well, because these Immortals have to rally through the center of the map. If Drogo's going to be the one that gets aggressive first here, then those Immortals have to come in kind of from like an awkward angle behind. They don't have necessarily the safety of things. Shadone is instead going to try and go for the Warp Prism, which I think will help keep the Immortals alive and rally a little bit more safely over.
He knows where this gateway is, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is really bad.
This gets tough.
Yeah, because
this gets really tough.
I don't even like the warp in because it's only one warp in, and the Immortal's so powerful at this point as well. I understand you want to protect this pylon in the gateway, but he didn't even have the barrier popped on the Immortal. The Zealot's a cool idea, but I actually feel like Shadone could have probably just targeted down the pylon already. Either way, he's going to get it now, and this is where Drogo does not have tech. He builds a Stargate at home, but yeah, not thoroughly convinced just yet. The second Immortal coming up, and it's all going to be about Shadone's pressure here, and that's going to be tough for Drogo to hold, I honestly believe.
Yeah, so Wardy, how do you feel about Milky Cow versus Black? Just kidding. This is extremely difficult to hold. Imagine that you basically are trying to go for this big all-in attack, and then your opponent actually just kills all of your units, barely losing anything. They lose a single Stalker in exchange for 4 of your Stalkers and a Zealot. And now they also have a stronger army composition with more power units like a Warp Prism and everything. The 4 Stalker counter hit squad is really, really cute. He's going to be able to do damage a little bit faster, but doesn't matter if you can't clean everything up. The Phoenix lift up on the Immortal is actually a really, really sick start, though.
Yeah. Second Immortal, shut up, Shadow. Please pay attention. I know you've got stuff going on the other side, but this Immortal was super important, and he kind of just let it go down. I kind of wish he just clicked the... I kind of just clicked on the other side of the map and just let his probes and stalkers fight those stalkers, and then really focus on this side, because the fight was just messy in general. Like, there was nothing really good about this fight from Shadone on the upper left. Like, he just kind of wandered up. He took a very long time to decide what to do. If he'd gone immediately as well, because he could have just lifted over the force field, and he took a long time to decide to do that, he could have been on top of the 2 units when it was only 2 units, and then everything warping in would have got shot down too. But because he hesitated, Drogo got the chance to warp in, and I appreciate that's the moment where he was deciding to warp in at home, pull probes. But you have to kind of, prioritize, and I think this time he prioritized incorrectly, because you can deal with the units on the other side later, but you had to do damage right then and there yourself. And I think he made the wrong decision prioritizing, and that put him into a really bad spot.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement on that entire analysis over here, but it is... I mean, I'll take full blame on this for saying that I was calling this game a bit early, because Drogo's suddenly actually looking to be in a pretty decent spot. He's able to kill off his opponent's tech building for the Robo, so there is nothing but 2 gateways on the map now for Shadone. And he's also doesn't really have a shield battery to protect this natural expansion. He's only leading by 2 Stalkers, which kind of gets compensated for the fact that there are Adepts, also a Sentry, and an Oracle, and a Phoenix out for Drogo. I don't really know what Shadone actually has going for him, unless he can somehow mount a defense of that natural. If he can mount a defense of that natural without really losing a whole lot, then I think that there is a chance for him to kind of bounce back from those earlier losses.
Yep, absolutely. As Drogo is going to come forward right now. No battery on this natural. Obviously, couldn't overcharge just yet. Second Oracle coming up, which I love, because it just means that battery coming down doesn't begin to protect this out of nowhere. You're still going to have to commit Stalkers. And Drogo obviously does have the later expansion. The Adepts come in. The Oracle's going to combine, so you have to prioritize. You have to stop the units going down, or the probes going down one way or another. You're going to get 5 workers, and that just keeps Drogo ahead by, well, 6 workers. So all the damage you just did added him, or put him up into a lead. And still has potential to poke around at the front as well.
Yeah, and I mean, even just killing off that number of workers, Shadone now, even with a later natural expansion, yeah, it's going to make up for the fact that he's not going to have double pro production for a little bit, because he just has a little bit more of a buffer to work with. Losing one of the Oracles is a little bit unfortunate there for Drogo, but nice pick off there for Shadone. I do feel like economically, I kind of look at this as them being in a pretty similar boat, but again, Drogo just has a little bit more tech to work with.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a step ahead in the Twilight and the Forge. Just because he's forced some pro pulls, Shadone's not been mining properly the entire time, so his tech is just a little bit later to being afforded, even though he's kind of generally had decent work again. Obviously, just also pro pull and losing a few probes there. I think that's the only difference there really was. Otherwise, the game's pretty evenly set. Like, Shadone had more Stalkers, while Drogo had a couple more Sentries. Drogo obviously had the set, Oracle and the Phoenix, or had, the important one. It's a nice catch.
Yeah.
So... You know, game kind of even. I don't think Drogo should necessarily try and fight here. The only thing that could go well is obviously force fielding the army in half when this stasis pops. And that maybe means that Shadone should back away. He's got his own force fields available. And as we do see him just diving forward, going after some sentries initially, but half of his army just is not in this fight. He tries to force field so that it can get in the fight, and it is kind of working out. These force fields of Drogo will expire soon. And then Shadone gets everything else up here, and he's going to get a few more kills before Drogo is back in battery range.
What a topsy-turvy game. I'm with you that felt like it was going to be a really, really scary way to try and engage. I actually, part of me wouldn't have even minded if you had thrown down the force fields before the stasis like properly expired, because I don't think the stasis like blocks force fields or anything. So you could just do that a little bit preemptively and cut up the units a bit. But oh man, now Drogo is going to be down a bit of that army supply and loses a lot of those little advantages. Also having lost the oracles and stuff from earlier on. Yes, he is going to be finishing up Blink a bit earlier on, so I think he can be a bit more aggressive out on the map. But Shadone is already rightfully pulled back in time, has a pylon and a third base and stuff coming up over here, so he's going to have the fast reinforcements available to help defend against this little bit of aggression from Drogo. It's just going to be about Drogo making use of the Blink, and, well, he gets to do a very awkward position over here, as he can just blink into the main base.
He can, and obviously you shoot down the pylon power and Blink. Maybe the pylon in the south just reaches. It does not. You're going to recall in the base, it's obviously the option, then you just move to the low ground and you just get rid of some probes, and just having that Blink faster is obviously giving Drogo all of these opportunities, so this is working out quite nicely for Drogo. 4 probes delays the Blink a bit further as well from Shadone, and just all adds up in his favor. And he kind of needed to do something, right, because Shadone across the map I felt like did very well just then, and yeah, Drogo just taking advantage while he can. Just, I mean, really though, even things out, I guess he will have a +1 attack upgrade lead, something that Shadone never started on his own forge, so we're kind of still missing that. Kind of honestly, just a wild game, definitely kind of back and forth. Drogo takes a slight army supply lead now. Shadone getting close to his own Blink. Drogo blinks in. Is that good enough? Does he have enough units here? Because he has no warp in potential, whereas Shadone does. Yeah. Soon Drogo can blink back, but yeah, I can't say that I love that choice to jump in here.
Yeah, I do think, yes, in the vein that he is able to finally get the blinks off and he's able to dodge shots and stuff. It does look like it works on out. Blink is still another 10 seconds away here for Shadone, so he's still missing that extra micro potential. Shield battery gets focused hard down. It gets killed. And now suddenly it does seem like if Drogo can get reinforcements here fast enough, he may be able to retake a bit of an economic edge here.
Yeah, even though he blinked in, the fight went long enough that eventually he had the blink advantage still, and that did sort of turn things right. And I was also very ready for Shadone to have a warp in, and it just never arrived, to the point where Drogo's units walking across the map came first. I was like, whoa, how? That was kind of baffling, as yeah, overall Drogo obviously does come out ahead. This was worthwhile for him, just a brave move to make, an audacious call, quite frankly. But hey, it worked out, and he gets into the position. Right now, I think Drogo is obviously very comfortable. Again, +1 in his favor as well, also a factor in that previous fight, and will continue to be a factor. His +2 is already started up, while Shadone finally putting his forge into action. He's just not being able to afford it as he scrapped together units throughout this to try and stay alive.
Yeah, and while Drogo has a fairly significant lead now, Wardy, if there's anything I've learned through this game so far, it's that never count any of these players too far ahead too early on, because we've been seeing some wild pops and turns, and you know, each of these players have been ahead in this game so far, like at least 2 or 3 times. But Drogo is continuing to build and compound that lead further and further, picking off a lot more of these workers while also doing some good micro with these stalkers to make sure he's not really losing too many of them.
Yeah, 10 probes dead, by the way, is obviously just, again, added into Shadone's issues as the trades continue. We've got no pylon here, we've got no battery here. It's just painful, because then your warp-ins are a little bit further back from Shadone. He pulls some probes, which honestly, not a bad choice. Drogo really is just missing reinforcements. Again, just taking a while to get here. As fresh stalkers get to the front, it's going to be very important for him, and actually will turn the tide a little bit, and just continues to allow Drogo to keep on fighting. Even if you step back, again, the worker lead is the worker lead, and that means this game is very much so decided, unless Shadone pulls off something truly spectacular, which I think I'm fair to kind of doubt. I don't think that's too likely right now. So
yeah, no, I'm with you at this point. At this point, when you're leading up, almost, I want to say, like, it's not quite double. It's like maybe 80% the supply of your opponent, 180%, whatever, however you want to put it. I do think that Drogo is going to be in a pretty gosh darn good spot. +2 weapons finishes up. Charge finishes up as well, so you see one of those zealots making its way to the front lines. Blink forward allows that zealot forward, and the GG is finally called on out. Shadone gonna tap out, and the series gets tied up 1-1 by Drogo.
It does indeed. Just a very different game. I said we might see something very different, right, going into this next game, and it really was very different. So, yeah, I guess everything I was already expecting. Yeah, cool game. I mean, it was looking very good for Shadone. It really was. I think we both saw that. We both kind of expected Shadone to kind of have it, and again, I just go back to I think he really messed up the priorities in that fight. I think he really did things in the wrong order. Again, like, it's all well and good wanting to defend at home, but your moment is then and now. Do not give your opponent the chance to kind of upset your super strong army. And like I say, the decision to just go straight in could have changed everything. Even just better micro, like, he lost one Immortal that was super savable. And not just super savable, he could have kept it on such higher HP as well. And I get it. Across the map, there's stuff going on, but just pull the probes, because if you're microing that Immortal, Drogo has to focus much more as well. Whereas if Drogo was just focused on the other side, he didn't get punished for focusing on the other side. So, yeah, I think just, again, the attention was placed in the wrong place at the wrong time. And that leads us to a Game 3, at least, which is very cool, because, yeah, we're obviously excited to see more StarCraft.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many little things in those fights and stuff. Like, I think even to bring up, like, the Phoenix surviving with, like, barely any hit points. It was literally one attack away from dying. Yeah. But it ends up being the thing that ends up killing off the Warp Prism, because that actually could have also allowed 2 Immortals and the Warp Prism to actually get out of there and abandon ship on that. At which point, Shadow would have actually had a really sick advantage, still going to the next end of things. Because even if he loses the middle of the map and everything, and Petit Drogo managed to survive, having 2 Immortals and a Warp Prism is already a really, really big advantage to have. So, oh god, yeah, I'm with you. I could talk a lot more about like all the little things in that game that kind of turned the game around on its head a couple of times. At the end of the day, we move into game number 3, and similar to how we kind of opened up game number 2, saying a lot of things can change up, I think it's probably going to be the same. I don't expect we're going to be seeing a Proxy Gate versus Proxy Robo base trade into a weird like trading of who's ahead 6 different times throughout the game. I think we'll get a different game now, Wardy.
I think that's a pretty safe guess. I'd be amazed if it was the same. Is in the bottom right. I read Protoss. D Drogo.
And up here in the top left, we have our blue Protoss player. He is Shadone. Oh boy. All right, Orty, what do you want to see from these guys when you have 2 wild games like this? What do you think you go to in game number 3 of a very important match for both these players, where it is literally elimination for who loses?
Not elimination. It's 1-1, right?
Oh, sorry. No, this is the one. Oh, this is one of the 1-1 matches. You're right. Sorry. My head went back to like we were still in Group B. We're in Group A, so they're 1-1, but it's still an important match.
No, absolutely, because we talked about it earlier with Mana and Gongfu. It's the kind of match that really sets the tone for the rest of the group, and they're the kind of players where every single series is going to matter a lot. And especially here in this Group B as well, right? I mean, Group B is not an easy group to be in at all, so that's also going to be quite a factor, if I have to say so myself. So, yeah, I think it's going to be rough. I think it's going to be difficult. What do I want to see? I think Drogo really got outplayed in the macro game, right? And while he didn't exactly set off great in the proxy game, I think it's much easier to make the proxy game go in your favor than the macro game, right? So,
yeah.
Maybe a bit more aggression from Drogo. And from Shadone, I think he just needs to play a solid game. I don't think Shadone needs to do anything too crazy. I don't think Shadone needs to do anything particularly, like, wild or, like, he can proxy, he can macro. I actually don't mind what Shadone does. Just needs to keep his attention in the right places and just kind of be on top of what Drogo is doing. Try and minimize the kind of variance, because I think overall I still like more what I've seen from Shadone, because he's putting himself in bad positions consistently. Just needs, just didn't close it out in that game number 2.
Yeah, I think that's actually entirely fair, and I totally agree with that. I think it also lines up with, even when Drogo has been like in peak form and stuff, I usually still associate Drogo as being a very strong like early and mid game player. Not to say that he can't play late game and everything, but I think he's just good at it. He's very good at like the early game and mid game and execution of maybe an opening or little bits of the micro and kind of how he ends up trading things out. So I don't hate that idea as well of him maybe not necessarily just doing like a 1 base attack or something, but like doing something even off of the 2 bases and trying to get up a little bit in his opponent's face and try and put on some pressure. I do like that idea.
Yeah, Stargate from Shadone, so he will take the more... I mean, 2 different routes, basically. Drogo puts his gas into sentries, so he's going to have information in the form of hallucinations, and he will be able to use those sentries later, you know, for a bit of a stronger gateway-focused force. He's going to move into the Twilight faster, whereas Shadone will get the Stargate, so he's going to get detection and, not detection, but scouting in the form of the Stargate units, and the potential to do some damage and to put himself into a little bit of a lead. You can see Drogo will spot the battery on the natural, which I think is a pretty good sign in and of itself. Just like, oh, he's definitely being defensive, right? Like, he's not building up too much, and he sees himself the Oracle popping out as well. So Drogo gets really good information. Now he can set up his defense, an immediate battery on the way. And, yeah, it'll be kind of down to Shadone to make up for this later blink that he's going to have in these early minutes.
Yep. And the battery and also just knowing where to warp in your stalkers and stuff is also going to be extremely helpful, because otherwise when you have 3 sentries, you can be a little bit more vulnerable to the Oracle. As you can even see over here, just being able to snag 2 kills, even knowing that the Oracle was coming, because you don't quite have all of the units to split up between all the different bases and stuff, is a bit annoying. But at the end of the day, Oracle snagging 2 kills is definitely not the end of the world. So Shadone can be happy with his little bits of damage, but also, Drogo, I'm not going to be too worried about taking the damage.
Yep. So, nice force fields. Going to catch a couple of Adepts. I like that.
There wasn't a battery at the natural, so I think that Adept actually could... Nah, it doesn't decide to dive too much further in, so ends up losing its life without really finding a bit of damage. And looks like there is actually a battery now that's finished up at the natural, but the Oracle's going to head over to the main base, and paired together, they don't care if there's a battery over there. That's a lot of good worker damage.
Yep, 6 probies. Just going down. That's an awesome start from these couple of Oracles, and that puts Shadone into a good worker lead, you know, significant enough to maybe get a couple of extra warpins off and just start to take an edge. You'll see Drogo dropping the 3rd base moment soon as Shadone's battle line is up, so remember that Drogo still has the faster blink, so he may still be able to get on the map and do something, but that's also the power of these Oracles. They're going to hold the Stalkers back at home and nullify the ability to kind of blink around on the map, so gotta love that part of this from Shadone as well, the fact that Drogo can't make use of his blink that easily.
Yeah, very, very true. Do have to be careful with those Oracles, because the one way that they can still use it is defensively, to just find the Oracles and pick them off or something. Over here is the Oracles are actually going to stick around for a little bit, and that is going to mean the death of one of them. 4 workers going down in exchange for it. And keeping one Oracle alive is still enough to at least continue to get revelations off, to throw up some stasis traps and stuff later on, but no longer can Shadone actually bypass the shield battery healing and stuff. So Oracle is going to be a little bit less useful, and that finally prompts Drogo to feel comfortable about moving out onto the map. But hey, I mean, you were talking about this before, Wordy. The blink was earlier for Drogo, but blink is done now for Shadone, so he doesn't have that much to fear anymore.
No, he's done what he needed to, right? Which was to buy himself time to get blink up. He's done it with a worker lead, so the advantage he had was the Oracle, the advantage Drogo had was blink, and now who's got the advantage? Well, it's Shadone. He's got the worker lead, then blink's evened out, right? So yeah, Shadone did this perfectly. It was what it needed to be. And now he's the one coming onto the map, denies a hallucination, which is nice. Just make Drogo a little bit uneasy and unsure of what's going on. He doesn't necessarily need to take a fight or anything, just, you know, hold some position, see what's going on. He does have the Oracle kind of pressuring as well, so yeah, I like what Shadone's doing. Robo from both players, and at some point I imagine we maybe even see a Dark Shrine starting up, you know, because we're getting to that point where I think both of them are going to start heading to that Game 1 scenario where it's going to be a lot of gateway units, and hence the DT harass is going to become a major part of this game.
Yeah, and there you go. See Dark Shrine immediately getting started up right as you finish your point there, and definitely backing up what you were saying. Can add so much value, especially for the run bys and stuff on maps like this, where your bases do start getting a little bit more spread out once you start going up to 4th bases, which, speak of the devil, Drogo is going to go ahead and throw down his own 4th base as well. But both these players are going to try and keep an eye out at each other and their army positions with the Hallucinate Phoenix. But I think there is going to be that certain point where both these players are going to start getting up all their upgrades and everything. They're going to get their big gateway floods, and then we'll start to see. I feel like Skirmish is pretty similar to how that game number 1 was going a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's that game number 1 I think is a good precedent of what we should expect here. And it was very skirmishy, just, you know, back and forth, a lot of different fights, splitting armies into 2. This map works in a very similar way. It's got, like, kind of very defined lanes, right? Like, you go up the right side, you go through the middle, or one of the side middle pathways, you know, give or take a bit, and then you've got the left side. So I generally expect we're going to see one army up the right and kind of one down the left, or, you know, one of them might be a bit more centralized or whatever, based on which base location we're looking at and everything. We just drop our Nexus down on the left-hand side. Get that 4th base up from Shadone. Obviously, Drogo was already doing the same as you mentioned. But yeah, I do like that Shadone's got this faster Shadow Stride. This time, Drogo, Robobay, and Robo Facility. He's going to play into the Disruptors, so maybe he feels like he can't outplay Shadone in a repeat of Game 1. But what he can do is play a different style, right? And if Shadone wants to be the aggressor and be all over, which maybe Drogo feels like he will, these players play each other a lot in the French scene. If he has a feel for what Shadone likes to do, maybe he says, okay, well, maybe my better shot against that is to get to Disruptors, is to try and get those big shots, and just to try and control his aggression and take his momentum away from him by just getting big hits, taking his numbers away, and then maybe finally finding myself the lead to go across the map myself.
Yeah, I actually like that kind of reasoning and logic and stuff. That's what he's thinking a lot more. Double Stargate also. Wait, okay. Wardy, I'm used to seeing the player that goes double.
Yeah.
One player goes double Robo. The other player goes double Stargate. Drogo's doing double Robo and double Stargate.
Oh, that's a great, intriguing point. Just Fleet Beacon, we start to go carriers maybe, if he feels like he can defend with Disruptors and he just sets up to kind of make that Sky Toss transition, because it is quite a defendable map if you're going to do nothing but sit back. Every location here is choked up, so the Disruptors should have reasonable defensive setups. So maybe we just drop a Fleet Beacon and we go late, because you're right, I mean, if you told me one player's about to build Stargates, yeah, I would have said Shadone to build Phoenix against the Disruptors. Not so much Drogo, but that's the only thing that really makes sense, because he doesn't need Phoenix, and he doesn't need... You know, you don't need double Oracle. And yeah, there's the Fleet Beacon coming down. So I guess that's the plan, just sort of prepping for the future, but the not too distant future. The double Fleet Beacon. Okay, I think that might be a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, I don't think that he's going to try and get up the, like... God, I'm trying to even remember, like, Anion Pulse Crystals and what else? Like, the Tempest range upgrade at the same time. To hit a sick timing. Yeah, the destabilize... He's going to try and get Tempest extra damage to structures upgrade at the same time he has Phoenix range to really hit that, you know, 13-minute PvP timing with them. Like, that's not really the plan.
Definitely just...
It kind of sucks, too. Those are expensive buildings. Like, Fleet Beacon's 300, 200, I think, which is... It's one of the most expensive buildings Protoss can go for.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just a little bit of a shame. It could have been an extra unit. Oh, he cancelled it last second. Oh, he noticed.
Okay, that's good. Honestly, it's close to being a carrier.
Yeah, that's actually kind of true, right? That is some money. Here we go, Shadone. I mean, to be honest, honestly, I feel like Shadone's playing this too slowly. Like, Shadone didn't dive into Disruptors. His opponent showed no interest of being on the map at all. And when Drogo wasn't on the map or anything, I think Shadone should have asked, well, what's going on? Why am I the player sat at home when I'm also only building gateway units? And it's because your opponent's not doing the same as you. You are the one that's kind of playing this too slowly, and you know, Drogo already has, I mean, put it this way, it's 8-0 Disruptors. The advantage Shadone has is a few DTs on the map, but they've not really done much yet. And Drogo's already on his way to his first few carriers, so this is absolutely prime time for Drogo. Shadone can play this out because he's getting Disruptors of his own, and even on a lower count, you can find some amazing shots. But Drogo has the leg up into where both players want to eventually be here, and that's going to make a major difference. And if Drogo can, you know, really exploit the carrier count at some point, I think Shadone might end up in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I have to wonder, there's the one big question, which is when does Drogo feel like needs to move out? Because, of course, he is sitting on a lower base count, but if his plan is, I have this many Disruptors, and I'm going to get up maybe, like, say, 4 or 5 carriers, and then do my move out, then, yeah, he's going to be able to hit well before Shadone is actually able to get up almost any carriers himself. Like, this may actually just be the timing where he tries to do the big move out. Has to be really careful, because the one danger I will say, and you were talking about how this is a good map for Disruptors, well, that also means that your opponent, even just having a small number of Disruptors, can be really scary.
Both of Drogo's observers are in the same place in the natural. Oh my god! He just got a Disruptor out of that. The DTs are just slicing away. He needs to get his observer over here. I believe it's flying over. He just brought everything across, so it's going to get over here. Is, like I say, I mean, Shadone's starting to build Tempest. He's going to get Tempest up against the carriers. Over time, that can work, but I feel like if Drogo goes across the map already, because he's already set up to go, I feel like this is going to be very good for him. He jumps on that first Disruptor, and that's the issue for Shadone. Doesn't have enough Disruptors to actually keep Drogo from making plays like that. Force Field's forced to blink away. Drogo will just continue to chase, and Shadone is bleeding out units at the moment, desperately trying to rebuild.
Yeah, honestly, trying to play like the mass Blink Stalker style against the extremely strong carrier Disruptor composition is so frustrating, because even with the Tempest and stuff, you just kind of feel like Well, it can't really blink underneath the carriers because the disruptors are there. They're just going to continue to throw out those shots constantly. Oh, big disruptor potential there for Shadone. It does land. It actually heavily reduces Drogo's disruptor count. And I mean, technically the economy didn't get touched for Shadone there. Shadone actually continues to keep up his economy, and he has the Tempest count building. Is that actually enough to put him back in this game?
Yeah, I mean, there was only 2 disruptors left for Drogo, man. And Shadone's had more income this entire time, so he is mining more. So with trades like that, like, Drogo needed to be very efficient, which he was being until the low disruptor count got the job done from Shadone. Like, Shadone found more with his 1 or 2 disruptors than Drogo eventually found with, like, all 8 of his, right? So that's kind of a problem. I still think I like Drogo's army more with carriers over the Tempest, just because the Tempests really do need time to do damage. A lot of Tempests can kill the carriers very quickly, but if there's enough carriers, they can put out so much DPS so quickly. Especially if we get to that +2 air weapons. It looks as though we're going to go already, though. Shadone going to take the chance to get rid of a carrier straight away, thanks to the Tempest shots. And that was just Drogo not really ready to fight. Obviously, if he can get the disruptors in the right place, he can zone that army quite heavily. There was no zoning being done at all there, but it is going to be important to try and keep his opponent a little bit at bay at the very least.
Super interesting for Drogo. He's going to try and transition into Tempest of his own, which, I mean, it can work out really well, or it could actually really end up backfiring, because he's not he doesn't really necessarily have a ton of supply to work with, right? So can he actually even get up the Tempest count needed to one-shot his opponent's Tempests? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, obviously it's going to maybe just move into kind of an air army in general, so you're going to start bleeding out gateway units for that kind of priority.
Yeah.
You see the disruptors here, Shadone coming forward a little bit too soon, and well, in the end, Drogo gets a few probes, put some damage on this base, losing units, but obviously rebuilding off the back of this into more of those Tempests. That's obviously where he wants to be. That's, it's very defined. He's been very adamant about it seems. Yeah, fascinating position we're going to end up on. Like I say, I think at this point we're getting to the stage where less gateway units might be better, just because then you also take away the disruptor power. And Drogo's killing his own Stalkers, so it definitely seems like he agrees with that. There is a point where obviously like a rebuild of Stalkers is very good because you can get a lot of Stalkers quickly and they can sway a fight. But I think you want to go into the fight with as many air units as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's definitely going to be the case. The Stalker remax and sometimes can be a little bit powerful just because of the speed of it, where you're literally just remaking the units at the actual fighting point as their carriers and Tempests and stuff are dying. But we're going to see Drogo actually go and hit a honestly pretty sick timing over here, where it feels like Shadone is both out of position over on the right-hand side of the map, but also just, I don't think he has as strong of an army right now.
No, Shadone's force is, 9 Tempests and Stalkers and a couple Disruptors. I really just like, obviously the Tempest count's about even. The carriers really do a lot more generally. The advantage Shadone has is mobility. Stalkers obviously blinking around much better than Tempest, and carriers slowly repositioning. These Stalkers are going to try and dive in there for a little bit before they're going to blink away to attempted safety. And that's a pause from Shadone at a bit of an awkward time, and hopefully nothing too serious here, something we can get sorted quickly. As okay, well that was very quick. So back to it.
Maybe a hotkey issue or something, yeah.
Yeah, maybe his headset fell off, and maybe it's, I don't know, something very quickly fixed though. Whatever it is, didn't take long at all as we get right back to it. A couple of carriers, interceptors still chasing. You were right, his army wasn't good. He's rebuilding into more Tempests, but does that make his army good enough? Because I still feel like we end up in this position where Tempests just don't do enough quickly enough, and to me, he still doesn't have an answer to the carriers. Like, yeah, Tempests fight the carriers, but Drogo's going to match the Tempest count, so he's going to have more... Like, where's the advantage for Shadone, right? It just isn't there, and now he's losing a couple Tempests as well.
Yeah, I think it's also really tough. We're already seeing, actually, Petit Drogo has more Tempests now than Shadone. Like, that's the kind of place that we're in. It's mostly just Stalkers right now. And even those Tempests, like, it's really tough to not just overkill with Tempests when you have too many. How do you actually do the proper split up of damage? I think you have to have, like, 2 different control groups that you're constantly using, but you need to micromanage the control groups as you're losing Tempests to make sure that you're still actually killing the carriers, and we see that all of that is just a lot to ask for. The Stalkers are actually putting in some good work over here on all things considered. Most of the carriers have actually started going down. Now it's Drogo that maybe has too many Tempests over here and is actually starting to bleed out quite a few units.
Yeah, this is the Stalker rebuild, man. You open a bunch of Stalkers and they're very good, and I think Drogo was respecting the ground army's needs, right? But okay, that was not the time to recall, right? I mean, I get you save a couple Tempests, but okay, I mean, this just flipped over to Shadone's favor. What a fight that was for him. Yeah, I think Drogo just kind of got a little bit too chasey against those Tempests, and especially because his opponent still had a lot of Stalkers. Drogo's not the one that wants to take a straight-up fight. He wants to fight a bit slower, you know, maybe pick away at Stalkers, get a couple of the shots off, because his opponent's army is worse, but it's a bit more overwhelming, and obviously out in the open, the Stalker warping combined really just gave Shadone the numbers, and a 30 supply lead coming out of this put Shadone into the driver's seat.
Yeah. Honestly, like, I do feel like I like the idea of having 5 or so Tempests, especially when you have like +2 air weapons and stuff. Like, I think 5 Tempests is oftentimes enough. And then, yeah, doing exactly what Drogo's doing right now, where it's like, here's a handful of Tempests, and then I'm just going and building like mostly carriers for the air army. Because yes, your carriers will take a lot of damage from your opponent's Tempests and stuff, but so will your Tempests. And I think the carriers are actually going to be able to hold their ground against things like a lot of the Stalkers, especially if you even have in like 1 or 2 of the Disruptors that soak up a couple of the initial attacks. That's where I feel like the big damage output can be for Drogo if he tries to go into that composition. Whereas Shadone is just doubling down on Stalker Tempest. And I do wonder if Shadone's going to run into the exact same issue that Drogo just had, where, yeah, the Stalkers and stuff may be able to hold their own for a little bit, but once they die, like, the Tempests just don't attack fast enough.
That is the issue. Like, the Tempests are meant to be like the slower fights. The moment you have more Tempests, you want the slower fight because they're going to shoot and then wait, and then they shoot and then they wait. So, like I say, just diving across the map as Drogo, that didn't really cut it for him. A lot more carriers coming back up for him, so he is going to prioritize those in the rebuild. Whereas it's Mass Tempest for Shadone, and like I say, are they now going to be a little bit too many? Is it possibly going to be problematic? Well, we'll find out very soon. We got a Disruptor or 2 to help out on the ground. The first carrier nearly getting nuked for Drogo. He does turn it around, but the next one from full HP gets nuked anyway. That's the Tempest count we're dealing with here, and Drogo might just want to back it up until he's fully maxed out. Obviously, he doesn't have too much mining. His mining is disadvantaged to Shadone, and he doesn't have anything in the bank while Shadone does, so that is the biggest problem that Drogo sits at, and a lot of the supply is also still in production too, so I don't love the idea of him trying to fight right now.
Yeah. It's like, Wardy, does 14 Tempests help you one-shot the carriers any more than like 10 or 8? Like, I think that's the question that I have on my mind, where it's like, would it be more useful to have a different unit besides like an extra 7? Like, do the extra 6 or so Tempests actually help out more than just having more Stalkers?
I guess even as you lose Tempest, you maintain the one-shots, right? So that's kind of a big deal.
True. That's very true, actually. Having at least a couple more is probably very, very helpful.
Now, this is still 15 Tempests. I mean, yeah, I think a little overkill, sure, but like, I mean, it's his working. Obviously, Drogo was maybe a bit behind to begin with. We're actually going to take this fight. It looks like Shadone's a little bit terrified of the Disruptors, and rightfully so. Disruptors are pretty terrifying units as he does get chased down. Suddenly, he loses 6 Tempests in this battle, and Drogo is the one with a little bit of a better fight coming out of that. And well, that was really this really turned into quite the game here on Neo Humanity. Talk about this match being important. Both these players definitely showing that. Drogo losing, unfortunately, a few probes, and just at the point where he's already behind in work, because we already talked about economy being an issue for him, and as Shadone continues to expand, that is not changing. That fact still remains. But Shadone just has so much more than Drogo right now. He's being cautious because he doesn't want to do what Drogo did, which is to kind of mess up and take a fight, which actually wasn't really the right call. But I think he's doing it just fine. You know, he's shaving away his opponent. He's making sure Drogo doesn't get built back up. He's making sure the eco stays low. This Disruptor doesn't seem to have much of a shot of doing anything. The Stalkers, I was going to say, should maybe target that, but I guess blinking away is just fine as well. And he is going to win the Tempest War, and if you win the Tempest War, you're probably going to win the Ground War. If your Zealot's showing up, I mean, Shadone also just has so much more still building up here.
Yeah, this is where it definitely gets a very, very tough, and you see that Drogo does have to tap on out, partially just kind of the way that the skirmishes are going, but also just, as you're pointing out, the economy just... Shadone had so much better of an economy for so much of that game. From the very beginning, from the outset, Shadone was kind of just taking the map a lot faster, and there was maybe an opportunity for Drogo to try and get up a couple more expansions after he did start to establish a little bit more of a presence on the map, but the way that that first fight went, going in Shadone's favor, that made it, again, very difficult to take those expansions. We saw, like, the DT run by, the harassment stuff make that harder, so really well played in a strange PvP, like a very unusual PvP.
I mean, it had a bit of everything. That game too was obviously topsy-turvy and, you know, upset city as well. So, yeah, very fun stuff. Shadone Petit Drogo, probably the highlight of the day so far. Blind Milky Cow will try to top it up next for some TVZ, and then we're going to go into the Americas. So one more match here from Europe, and then into all of, like I say, the Americas matches. So that's all coming up. We will be right back with all of those games very, very soon. Like I say, Blind Milky Cow up next.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
One more match lies ahead for us in Europe today. Bly takes on Milky Cow, and tournament lives are once again on the line for you, Dragon. I know you have this as your favorite part of the day, because apparently you love seeing players eliminated, because you are the villain of the StarCraft 2 caster scene.
No, absolutely. I mean, really, I was asking Wardy, I don't need the player cameras for any of the other matches, but I just want to have a player camera on when someone loses and gets eliminated. No. No. I gotta backpedal on this a little bit. All right. It always makes me a little bit sad. I'm always the person that's always just like, I want them all to win. Can't they just offer a draw to each other so that we can all just hold hands and split up the prize pool evenly and say everyone did a great job? But unfortunately, that is not the way the competition works. And one of these players, like you said, is gonna get eliminated. It's exciting in terms of viewers and spectators and stuff, but it is going to be brutal for one of these two players who I think are kind of on the opposite ends, I would say, of their career trajectories and stuff, I would say.
Oh yeah, I mean, Milky Cow, our red Terran in the top left-hand side from CSO, is very much so on the up, while Bly, I'll just intro for you, Dragon. I'll steal your intro, but just to make the point, right, Bly is very much so on the way out, and of his own accord, right? Because Bly, Bly made that Leipzig finals in 2016, right? 7 years ago. But he was always, he never had a result as big as that again, but he was always competitive, and he would grind every tournament and just play all the time. And he made a good living off of StarCraft, because if you play in every tournament and do okay in all of them, you make a good amount of money, right? So he was doing well for himself, and when Bly left, maybe he was seeing less success, and, some of his builds were not quite as good as they used to be. And, maybe the meta evolved away from that being, as good for Bly as it, used to once be. I think Bly still kind of said, he was still doing fine, but he kind of chose, he was one time he was like, oh, I'm going on vacation. Then I invited him to an event. He's like, oh, no, I'm not playing again yet. I'm like, oh, okay. And then I invited him to another tournament because Bly was my go-to Zerg invite. And then Bly's like, no, I'm still not playing. I'm like, okay, this is bad. I'm down a Zerg. I'm down an auto invite. And I'm like, okay. And he just never played again. And obviously, he's here now. He played in I think he played in Nation Wars maybe. I think he continued to play qualifiers for DreamHack, but he didn't play any smaller events. And I believe that's still pretty much true right now. He's just playing in the ESL Masters. He's not really playing in anything else. He's focusing on other things. And he has taken a big step away from StarCraft. Well, Milky Cow has taken that big step into StarCraft, trying to be a great player, trying to get on the rise, and trying to have his moment and have these seasons where in the past he was the player that went 0-7, and then he's gone 1-6, and now he's trying to have himself a season again where he doesn't just lose out. He's just trying to get that next step. So yeah, it was a great way to put it. That they're on opposite ends of their careers.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you summed it up really, really well in terms of what's going on with both of them. And I will say that Bly, well, of course, he's not necessarily in as good of form as maybe he was at certain points in the past. Like you said, he's peaked in different points in the past. He has always been that kind of weird, wonky, aggressive Zerg player, going for a pool first opening, absolutely in line with the kind of typical Bly that we end up seeing here. And he's going to be able to put on a little bit of pressure here. And we'll force some repair on the reactor. The reactor, it surely doesn't go down, right? I'm a little bit hazy on the math on this, but that definitely survives, right?
Yeah, it survives. It goes down so slow, you get units out. And I mean, these are the slowest possible units as well, because it's reactor before anything as well. So CC first into reactor. The fact that the CC first is actually very good for Milky Cow, because these Lings were not able to delay this low ground CC. It was already finished when the Lings arrived. So that's obviously very good, because that's the main point of a pool first. It keeps you safe against the proxy, and you can sometimes delay the CC. So in general, this was a very good start for Milky Cow and Bly, starting up that lair. If Bly hasn't changed, I would say we're on our way to 2 base meter, because he was one of the few players to still try and make 2 base meter work when he left. And I really haven't casted Bly in a long time, but I would imagine that's probably still what he does, because it's just such a Bly thing to do.
Different matchup, but I will say I got to see Bly versus Gongfu Banda, and yeah, that was kind of the line of thought there for Bly, was to go for a lot of that 2-base play. So I am kind of expecting Bly to go for something along those lines. We have the extra gas guys and stuff being taken as well. Scan comes down from Milky Cow. I think this is a really unusual time for most Terran players to scan. But Milky Cow is playing Bly, and actually going for like early information against a player like Bly is a really, really good call. We have a Roach Horn coming on down. In fact, it's not actually going to be the all four of the gas guys are taken super fast, so it is going to actually be for roaches.
Nidus roaches or roach speed? Because
surely it's got to be a Nidus, right?
No, I think what's happened is that Milky Cow scanned and saw the natural gases and said, you're probably going mutas. So now Bly's going to build the Roach Horn and go roaches, and maybe some combination of that, but like, because it doesn't make sense to have had the lair so quickly and not have anything else done, and he had tons of gas, so he could have absolutely started a spider immediately. So I think this is Bly changing up what he's doing because of the scan timing of Milky Cow, and maybe in part because of Milky Cow's build, knowing that if he goes mutas, he's going to have this rough timing where Marines show up with Sim and 2 medevacs before the spire's done. So I think... I want to think we weren't necessarily wrong on the line of the mutas, just that Bly's changing his mind based on what he's seeing, because otherwise the build's just not efficient. Like, you could have had the lair later, everything set up a bit differently. Yeah, just unnecessary to kind of go the way that it's gone, if this was the plan all along.
Yeah. So I think I'm totally with you on that, and I think that is also a very Bly thing to do as well, right? Like that, I think that's why it's very believable if that's the case, because Bly is absolutely the kind of player that just likes to kind of throw his opponent into a little bit of chaos and a little bit of confusion. So Overlord over here is going to get picked off. That is actually a supply block for Bly, which is quite annoying. His 3 Overlords just now starting up, but it's right as his attack is about to finish up, or start up, I mean. So this is really awkward. There's already a Marine that's on patrol, and Bly, he's going to throw down the Nice Storm, but is this actually in vision?
I mean, it should be in vision, right? When the Marine moves in at the very least. Obviously, it's a question of how many units do you have to respond to this, because Milky Cow is going across the map. Now he's lifting up and coming back home. He picked the worst possible time to start moving to the other side of the map, quite frankly. He's going to pull SCVs, but I actually feel like you shouldn't pull SCVs right now. You want to wait for the medevacs to get back, unload, and then pull the SCVs and fight. And that's kind of what he's doing. Roaches are going to have another Nidus coming up, and obviously with Stim, you should have good firepower against these Roaches. You're giving up the SCV, so your Marine count doesn't get cut too heavily too quickly, and we are going to push this back. Damage taken, yes, but only 10 workers behind in a game where the Zerg is also not on a great eco is very manageable as well.
Oh, yeah, I mean, my was actually more for Bly than it was for Milky Cow, because Milky Cow has a 3rd CC during all of this. He manages to defend and effectively shut down all the Nidus Storms in the end. He killed off most of the Roaches. This is a very all-in build for Bly. Yes, he has a 3rd hatch, but that 3rd hatch is really, more than anything else, just providing extra larva. Tunneling Claws is on the way. Wait, Morty, there's no burrow.
Yeah. I wasn't going to say, just in case like it started up, but like right now there is not burrow. You are correct, as we do have 1 medevac across the map, by the way. Roaches in the main because of the Nidus. Roaches were poking at the front to let the Nidus get up in the main as well, but you can just see Marines and medevacs are actually just good against Roaches when they're not being overwhelmed. Roaches rely on that critical mass idea where once there's a certain amount, they just, can't be stopped, and they just win the fight super convincingly. So when the critical mass ain't there, the Marines just beat the Roaches, and you're just seeing that right now. These Roaches ain't doing anything, even though you kind of feel like it's not a lot for Milky Cow, and it isn't. It's just Stim, combat, and the medevacs overhead is just enough to stop those Roaches, like I say, being overwhelming. And yeah, there's the burrow, by the way, so that's going to come up a little bit out of sync. And yeah, Milky Cow with the medevac on the other side at the same time, just keeping Bly's economy controlled a bit. Bly in a major supply block very soon, so he starts 4 new Overlords. And Milky Cow probably just terrified of the idea of moving out, because if he moves out, he probably thinks, man, I'm going to get Nidus again, but I really wouldn't mind just like 1 tank in the main. Well, he actually has the Viking that's cleaned out the Overlord / Overseer, so I actually think this is fine. And actually just dropping more across the map while leaving a tank defensively, maybe this is a good way to do it too. I'm a fan of this. I think that's fine.
Yeah. I guess I don't mind entirely just playing out a little bit safely here, just because Bly is absolutely the master of chaos and confusion. So he is absolutely the kind of player that will just try and find that exact timing that you're trying to do a move out or something with your whole army, and suddenly hits you in a weird, awkward angle. That's oftentimes how he wins a lot of his games. But there it is. Nidus Storm coming on up as the double drop was headed across the map. SCV is being pulled off the line. Viking landing as the double drop arrives on in, and Bly tries to hit in at the natural expansion at the same time. Milky Cow is going to heavily prioritize the micro on that front. Nidus Worm looks like he gets shut down in the main, and the drop also. Milky Cow wins on every front.
Yeah, I mean, he was set up to do this for a while. he just had enough stuff in enough place, and Bly's the one that ran out of things, right? He didn't have a way to deal with the Marines and the natural, so 20 drones going down. Milky Cow is now ahead by almost 20 workers, so that's obviously pretty darn good, and yeah, this game is just absolutely running into Milky Cow's favor here. He just needs to stay steady, keep on building a couple of tanks. There's a Nidus in the main right now, which will cause a bit of chaos, and that's the kind of thing that Bly can still really use to his advantage, and he will do just that as the roaches run in, but again, there's just not enough going on at the same time from Bly to really scare Milky Cow and to really get him truly caught up in this. And the Marines just continue to trade decently as well. With that +1 attack also now finished something that wasn't in play before.
Yeah, honestly, this drop has also been softening up that Nidus for him on the intro end. There is a chance that if Bly is also just gets a little bit too distracted with the micro on the other side of the map, he could actually end up losing his Nidus Swarm and just lose any units that were inside of it. Tunneling Claw Roaches get a little bit of damage done. They do manage to dive in on top of a tank, but the missile turret does reveal them as well. And that drop is still going strong.
This is one of these, a really good example of how you need to play against Bly, which is just always be ready to defend and never give up on the defense, because just when you think he can't possibly be done, or he can't possibly keep on going, he ain't done, right? Like, he's still coming at you. He's got another Nidus somewhere. He's always been very creative with his unit movement and his attack, directions. And this is exactly one of those scenarios where he's just trying to hit you on so many fronts and trying to make you keep on guessing as to where the next attack's going to come from, that at some point he's going to hope that you make the mistake of guessing incorrectly and you're not ready somewhere and you take advantage. And he is still killing SCVs, and as a Terran this can be frustrating because you feel like you're ahead, you feel like you should be able to go, but you've just got to remember Bly is extremely all in, and it's okay if you don't take your third. It's okay if you sit back and keep defending, because for the foreseeable future, you are 100% ahead as long as you just don't run into a fight that is kind of silly, quite frankly.
Yeah, I actually think one of the underrated things, it's like out of the context of this individual game, that I think Bly does a really good job of, is he stays in games for a really long time. Sometimes it'll almost look comical as the observers and stuff, where he'll be down like 70 supply and still kind of trying to make things out. I think it adds to some of the confusion and the feeling of like, oh my god, what's going on? Burrow play to unburrow on top of the road, or on top of these tanks, and all the Marines have to pick on up, and now suddenly it does look like Bly is actually making a little bit of progress over here.
Yeah, I think this was a result of Milky Cow maybe being a bit too far forward without stepping the turrets, right? Because the turrets could have been further forward, and, he just needed a little bit of a scan a little bit sooner. He kind of stimmed as the Ravagers came in, then all the roaches pop up, and now Bly is actually ahead on workers, still only on 2 bases. Again, just Milky Cow maybe trying to do a little bit too much, a little too quickly, and I get it, it's frustrating, but Bly's only on 2 bases as well. Another Nidus in the main base, and again, Bly just keeps on trying to wear you down until you're absolutely sick of playing against him, but that's how he picks up these wins. This tank is going to get bowed down almost immediately, so will the other one. The medevacs need to be careful. Both tanks drop very quickly. Mules and SCVs, whatever you can bring to this fight. I think Milky Cow might actually be a little bit overwhelmed right now, as he's going to start losing his natural expansion.
I love the Nidus Swarm play, by the way, from Bly, because it drew a bunch of units over to the main base and forced him to split up his army. There were only 2 roaches in the Nidus Swarm. There was no actual intention to unload many units there. He was just looking to distract Milky Cow and force him to react, because Milky Cow doesn't know what's coming out of there. Now, a lot of roaches have gone down, but we are down to 14 SCVs right now, Wardy. And, I mean, these roaches and Ravagers are still trying to find little trades here and there.
14 SCVs, but triple command center, and the fact that now this army of Bly just got reset. So suddenly his army's nowhere near scary, and especially his Ravager count. And he is only on the 2 bases, and we're getting to that sort of point where those bases are beginning to mine out as well. So I think this was not a great moment for Bly to have a major trade out, which doesn't go well for him. Marauders, by the way, beautiful micro pulling those 2 Marauders back, because actually every unit counts for a lot right now. And that's definitely one of those moments. I don't even mind if this Nidus comes up, because if he pops anything out, it's going to die, because Milky Cow's on the way back. So this ain't really too much of an issue. And Milky Cow's going to clean that up as well. And, okay, he needs to land a base somewhere, sure. But he does have an army that can contest with Bly right now. And I do not hate the Doom Drop either. Just go across the map and maybe base trade at this point. Bly doesn't have enough, and he doesn't have money to build with either.
I feel like one of Bly's biggest advantages here is that because he's killed so many workers, and Milky Cow isn't even remaking them, he's reliant on mules, so he actually doesn't have very many scans right now. If he can find ways to abuse the burrowed roach even more, obviously Bly still has to deal with the Doom Drop, and I don't have a solution. I don't have a solution for everything here, Wardy. But I think that is the one thing he can at least take advantage of, is burrowed roaches.
We've killed the Nidus, so Niduses are done in this game. Full on base trade mode now, as we're going to go after the Roachron, and again, I don't think Bly currently has enough stuff, and any roaches that spawn on this side of the map are going to die, right? Like they need to be all joined up together to take this fight realistically, and I think Milky Cow's playing this out correctly as he finishes up on the natural, he finishes up that Roachron, and just keep your units together, and obviously in a base trade scenario, you cannot lose the game because you can fly your structures. So you're guaranteed a draw at this point, I'm pretty sure. I mean, Bly's got a hatch low ground, but I don't think he keeps that alive. I just don't like that Milky Cow is necessarily splitting up. I feel like splitting up is the last thing you ever need to do here. And don't take too many bile damage, too much bile damage either.
Yeah, that is very important not to take too much of the bile damage. Kind of funny thing here is that, is there actually any detection? Like, all of the command centers are lifted, right? You can't actually scan. You could just keep these roaches and ravagers alive for a bit.
Draw guaranteed if he kills this hatchery, by the way. There is not enough money to build a hatchery, so that's a big deal. In fact, we're just going to chase down these units because clearly Milky Cow knows the value of killing those units, but still a bit scary. 42 to 36 army supply. And remember, I actually think the best thing right now for Milky Cow is to wait a bit because his medevacs are all out of energy, but if he waits, he obviously gets that energy back. That's a big deal. And Bly, again, does not have the money to rebuild a hatch. Obviously, Milky Cow doesn't know that. Actually, the Banshee is a stellar play because there's nothing that shoots up in the game. There's one queen. Oh. And it can't transfuse itself for you, Dragon.
No, it cannot. And that is a massive problem. This is a massive problem. Okay, you can make a spore crawler, right? I guess?
Yeah, if you want to camp out in
theory, like, he still has to deal with the army. That's still a problem, but...
He only has a Nidus network, a spawning pool, and 3 extractors left. And Milky Cow's on his way to start killing some of those. Obviously, the Ravagers can bow down bases. We're going to drop an orbital elsewhere. And the Banshee's just going to come over and start working its way through structures. I think the Banshee really is a bit of a checkmate move. He's going to go after the Nidus. We start up the spores, sure, but... yeah, I mean, I guess you just work your way through those spores and just waste the money of Bly. You're going to be able to kill off at least one of them here. We're going to corrosive bile on the Banshee. Again, bile units across the map are killing the last structures over on this side as well. And Milky Cow could make a call where he decides just to dive on the structures as well. Careful again. Don't take too much. And actually, I don't mind the idea of just kind of hitting the units for a little bit because every unit you get rid of is one more unit that you don't have to deal with in the larger fight.
When the Night Storm goes down, the creep is going to disappear. So then the Spore Crawler can't actually stay burrowed safely anymore. That's a problem for... that's a big problem for Bly.
The one queen in the game burrowed on the other side of the map, by the way. As Bly has a spore and an extractor left. The extractor's obviously dying currently to the Banshee, and the bio army's going to go for the spore. This is game if there's no other building coming up, and there is not. The Banshee's about to win it. No, there's a new extractor for your Dragon. There's a new extractor next to Milky Cow's base. It's not ideal. And Bly only has one more drone, so he's kind of out of options, man.
Yeah. Honestly, a valiant effort in a game that we've been looking at where it did seem like Milky Cow was honestly leading for so much of this game and should have had this game in a lot of ways wrapped up. But man, Bly has really been putting the fight to Milky Cow. Like, wow, just unbelievable. There's no way Milky Cow is feeling really happy and jovial after that. After that, you're kind of like, oh my God, chips, because I almost got Blyed.
I love it because to me, this is such a throwback. The amount of times I've seen Terran players in a winning position, they've held Bly's Roach Nidus nonsense, and then he does the Bly thing, and he kind of makes it weird, and it doesn't always go the way of the Terran, and that's why I was kind of really worried for Milky Cow, because I thought Bly had done it. Milky Cow kept his kind of cool and kind of figured out a way to win in the end, but man, you come out of that game and you are shaking your head. You're like, why is it so difficult to kill Bly? Like, it is so tough to get rid of this guy who was dead at minute 5, and we just watched 15 minutes or something of running around silly, and it came down to 2 Banshees that were uncounterable, obviously, but, like, it was so close up until that point, man.
Yeah, I have to really highlight these games when they happen, because a lot of people watch Bly's games, and they see him again down, like, 70 supply, or, like, in a really terrible position, he's just not leaving the game.
Yeah.
And he's like, why aren't you leaving, man? Like, you're just wasting everyone's time. Like, you have to call out and highlight these games where he was just straight up dead by all reasonable sanity. Like, any sane person would probably say that. But Bly is not a sane man, and he's not playing a sane fashion. And that is why he is able to pull back games like this. This is the reason why he sticks around in these games, because he is the embodiment of, if there's like a 3% chance I can make the comeback happen, I'll try, because what have I got to lose?
Man, I was just watching it back as well, and obviously the Bly was probably dead anyways, but I was just like, the moment where the two structures went down, and he just got the extractor down as the Banshee shot was flying to the extractor already. I was like, oh my god, like, talk about a clutch save. Top left, Red Terran, probably not too impressed with how that game had to go. It is Milky Cow.
And down here in the bottom right-hand side of the map, the creator of the madness of that last game, he is the Blue Zerg player Bly. That's honestly such a big strength, is being able to make your opponent feel bad even after winning. Like, when you can make your opponent say, God, I can't believe that game almost slipped through my fingertips. Like, what was going on that game? I won, but like, it doesn't feel like that same kind of stability that you oftentimes feel after winning the first game in a series and stuff. I think that's one of the biggest strengths of Bly, is even when losing, he can make you feel off your game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He is one of those players that is just so freaking good at just, like I say, making you feel completely uncomfortable, right? So, yeah, it's just that power of Bly, honestly. And I do love Milky Cow, by the way. CC first again. I do not think it's a bad idea against Bly. As long as you know how you're going to hold like a super fast roach rush with this, I think it's pretty much always a good idea. And this time Bly doesn't pull first, but that's why I kind of like it for Milky Cow, because Bly does pull first a lot, so love that kind of opening style from him again. Just wondering what kind of crazies we might see on Neo Humanity for round 2, man.
Yeah, this is definitely a map that lends itself toward wonky play sometimes, especially for Zerg players and stuff. But just for anyone that was wondering, like, why would a CC first be good against the pool first? The reason why is because you finish at the command center so fast, and you still manage to get up your barracks and your defenses and stuff to deal with like the early lings to breaking your main base, that your CC finishes on the low ground, you just get to lift it up. As opposed to going for a barracks then CC, what ends up happening is your barracks finishes, you get out like a unit, but not enough to deal with the early lings. And then your command center is just stuck, not finished on the low ground. It gets slowed down or potentially even canceled, so it causes all sorts of headaches. As we say all that, Wordy, the other thing that you mentioned was making sure you can handle a roach attack. And, well, gosh darn it, Wordy, there is a roach horn almost done now.
There is. I think Milky Cow's got to be super aware that this is a possibility. He has scouted that it was a hatchery first, so he knows that much. He's not going to scout a game, which in my eyes generally probably means we get a bunker here, but let's see. Obviously, there's the one Marine right now. Reactor finishing soon. Ideally, you just build, obviously, Marines and go into a Cyclone. I would love that. It might not be what Milky Cow is most comfortable with.
Dangerous.
Yeah,
a little dangerous.
Very dangerous as the SCVs deal with the Lings, but, I mean, Hellions in general are just not going to be good here, and you're now wasting time building with these SCVs running around, and yeah, this is really bad. This is kind of worst case scenario, and honestly, a little bit sad that Milky Cow is going to play like this against Bly. He does go high ground bunker, sure, but you're going to put like a Marine in it, right? Like, I know it sounds silly, but even if it's not your comfort zone to play like an 8 Marine Cyclone opening or like an 8 Marine drop or something like that, I feel like against Bly is such a good, solid way to open because you can put on some good pressure. You're super safe against the majority of builds he brings out. And I feel like with the way he just went straight to Reactor, he's not scouting. I feel like that's the kind of thing you should just be doing if you're playing blind here. Yeah, it's silly.
Yep. There's the discovery of the roaches as they're already at his front door. The Hellions don't even get to buy that much time. So a handful of SCVs are even going to be dying on the retreat over here. At least one of them. The rest of them do just get softened up, which, hey, I mean, if they don't actually have a chance to repair each other, and that is also going to mean that they are going to be a little bit softened up if the roaches and Ravagers decide to try and target fire them down when they try and repair the bunker. But Widowmine pops on out, immediately target fire down. This is already a pretty great start for Bly so far.
Yeah, the bunker is only got 2 Marines in it. It's not actually completely full. Bile straight onto the Widowmine. Love that. That's an instant kill as well. There's just not units here. Obviously, Banshee will eventually clean up, but this is a lot of damage. Bly droning heavily behind it, so every SCV you lose is a major disadvantage you have at the moment as Milky Cow, and he's going to lose 2 more to Biles, trying to repair up the bunker. He's going to have to pull more SCVs forward, and at this point, obviously, yes, there's a Banshee, but you just want to kill as many SCVs as you can as Bly. Every SCV you kill makes this game that much easier. And yeah, I think it's fair to say I'm just disappointed in Milky Cow. Well, you know it's Bly, right? Like, you've got to be prepared to deal with something like this, and this just felt like, you know, if you're playing against, like, say you do this build and you're playing against, like, Serral, right? or like a Raynor, and they do this to you, I'm like, okay, fair enough. Like, who would have, yeah, they're aggro sometimes, but who would have guessed it? It's Bly. It's not a guessing game, Like, please, Bly-proof your build orders, Yeah.
Yeah. I'm with you. It's similar to playing against like Haas, or if you're like playing Printf, it's like if you're playing Printf, just expect the cannon rush. Like if you're playing versus Haas, just be ready for the all-in, because Bly is very good at what he does, but he also doesn't really do like the standard style nearly as well. So a Nidustorm follow-up over here is going to be interesting. That in theory the Banshees should be able to scout this out and also kind of be annoying over here, because there's only actually 3 queens out, and there should be a 4th queen on the way and should be popping out soon. But can the Banshee actually get back to that angle? Oh, he may just never go in from that angle to the natural.
Yeah, he's just not going to see it. Game's over, man. Like 30 drones to 6 SCVs, and then obviously Bly's just going to spam roaches through a Nidus network. He doesn't even need the Nidus. He can just A-click across the map with roaches, right? Let them do what they want, have a party.
True.
He doesn't even try Nidus the main base. Like that's how okay he feels about this. Okay, he didn't have an Overlord in position, but the Overseer wouldn't have been too far to go. Just roaches at the front gonna seal the deal here.
I think you're right, though. I actually think this is even the better way to do it, because if you Nidus at the front, get the roaches over there, you pull the entire main army to the front lines, and then you Nidus the second time in the main base, while your opponent had to pull all their units to deal with your actual roaches in the front. So they don't actually have the units to kill the Nidustorm anymore, because, they just need everything at the front to not die. It's either that, or you just die at the front because you're killing the Nidustorm, like right now.
Nidus will die. I mean, that's nice. Your CC's about to get killed by queens, so you don't see that every day of the week, but it is burning, it's being chased. We are going to get creep off of the Nidus to speed up the advance of the queens, and that is not a mule that will work out. And, yeah.
See, I think it's little things like that. Like, Bly is so far ahead right now, but it's just the fact that, like, you see the mule coming down on a CC that had, like, single-digit hit points burning down. And like, in any normal game, Milky Cow would easily be able to look at that command center and be like, yeah, there's no way I'm saving that. Or he'd be like pulling it back to an angle where the mule actually would have maybe been able to start repairing earlier. But just goes to show you, people just get tilted by Bly. Like, people don't get to play their A game against Bly, because Bly sometimes just Blys you.
He Blys you. GG's. Yeah, man. I mean, cool. I don't know what to say. Like, you know what he's going to do. I mean, this is the thing. This is what Bly made a career doing the expected kind of aggressive Bly things, and people not responding, not dealing with it, and it keeps on working. And I get it. Like, you got to respect a lot of other things, but I really feel like, you're Milky Cow, you're playing StarCraft every day. Bly is really only playing for these events. I think you've got to be okay just going into a game and saying, hey, look, I think my way to lose is him roaching me and me having no clue, versus my way to win is just, okay, I maybe don't do a build I'm as comfortable with, or maybe I do a build which puts me a bit behind against a normal opener. But if Bly does a normal opener, I'm the player that's got more experience as of late. I'm the player that's more comfortable in those longer games. You own that a little bit, right? Take advantage of that. Make the most of it. So, yeah, I like I said, disappoints maybe a strong word, but I just feel like it is a very Bly thing to have happen to you, and it's just crazy that we're still in 2023 and that Bly can make this happen to people still, right? Like, that's what baffles me.
Yeah.
Because it's not just Milky Cow. Everyone that's played against Bly has done this, where they've just died to a Bly build, and they're like, yeah, I guess I just didn't play against the fact it was Bly, So, yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's also unfortunate because it made me curious, like, how often does Milky Cow played against Bly? It's actually played quite a few times. Like, they've played a total of, I'm trying to do the math on this, I think like 67 different games against each other. Milky Cow has won the last 4 times that he played against Bly. Like, they've played over 25 or so series, like 26 series against each other, and this is the 27th one. So it's not like Milky Cow doesn't know what to expect. It's not like he isn't familiar with Bly or the way that he plays and everything. So it is just a bit unfortunate. Yeah, the Milky Cow is not quite bringing the best game plan to deal with Bly himself. And Wardy, all I'm gonna say is I do think that Bly is a player that gets stronger the longer. It's similar to Haas. The longer the series goes on and the more chaotic the games are, the stronger he gets. And getting into a game 3 when game number 1, even if you end up winning, it's a very messy game, and game number 2 is like a very frustrating kind of way that you end up losing. I feel like that's never a good place to be going to game 3 against Blyan.
Yeah, I'm completely with you, man. It's I mean, I would hate to play against Bly, right? I would
Yeah.
not be too happy about it because he's just a frustrating player to play against. I would hate myself every time I lost because I'd be like, man, I knew it. I shouldn't be losing to this. Why is it happening? I know some people feel like that, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just the Bly thing is we are only filling so much time because our game 3 has not been hosted. I don't know if our referee just forgot who won game 1 and thought it was a 2-0, but
they're still just processing. They're just
looking at it
the
like,
series.
what happened?
Yeah, it's like, you know what? Sometimes the players need like a minute between the games to just kind of process what's going on and be like, all right, I just need to like recuperate myself. The referee needs a minute to actually recuperate themselves.
It's like,
from
yo,
the series
I need
now.
a moment to do my admin, bro. Like,
Yeah,
the game wasn't
that series
long.
threw me off from my adminning. Yeah.
Yeah, so we figuring out what's going to happen. Milky Cow calls for a tie. I don't know how that works in Swiss.
Draw? Offer a draw?
Both players survive to the next game. Yeah, that's
Dude,
it's a new one.
that'd be so sick. Imagine, you know, I've always wondered what would happen. Like, is there a breaking point for how many ties in a row you could have before like the broadcast just goes too long and the admins finally just like, do we have to play this on a different day? Do we come up with some other solution? Like, what happens if they just draw like 5 games in a row?
Yeah, I mean, I've never had to be in that situation, but like, I guess we just keep on playing and we never go to the next match.
Never go to the next. The DreamHack, the ESL Masters just continues on. It was originally for 3 weeks, but now we're going on to a 5th week. Well, thankfully, you know, StarCraft does have one solution built into it. Actually, no, this doesn't help. Actually, I don't know. Maybe it does in a Swiss format. For those who don't know, if you exceed, I think it's like 5 hours and like 24 minutes or something, some weird number like that, it gives both players a loss. Like, it doesn't draw. It doesn't say like both players won. Both players lose the game.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
I was actually thinking about this, and I was thinking about specifically the time it kicks you out at, and I wonder if the time it kicks you out at, because it's random. I wonder if the time it kicks you out at is based on the old time, right?
It is.
So it's 10
based
hours?
on, I think, 6 or 7 hours or something, or like 6.5 hours,
the old time?
something like that.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
I think so. I think it's based on the old time, something like that.
Because if it's like 5.5 or 6 hours, then maybe it's like 10 hours of old time, but maybe not. I was just thinking
10
like what?
hours?
Well,
Ooh.
I was just thinking what makes the difference? What makes it decide like, oh, that's enough, you know? I mean, how old was Blizzard?
That's a good
Seconds?
question.
I'm
Yeah,
not even
you know,
sure.
I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember what the conversion ratio is. And for those who don't know, like, I guess this is now such old StarCraft lore that there's a lot of people who got into StarCraft after we switched. StarCraft in-game time used to go faster than actual normal time. Like a second or 5 seconds or 10 seconds in StarCraft used to be faster than 5 seconds in the real world. And the reason why is because if you've ever noticed, the default way that we play StarCraft is we play it on the faster or fastest setting instead of normal. So in StarCraft, if you actually do the little drop down and say, I'm going to play on normal speed, everything is moving way, way slower. And that's what the actual in-game timer used to be based on. And they did change it eventually.
Which is kind of baffling, right? That we had it for such
Yeah.
a long time. We just like accept. It's like you make StarCraft 2 and you're just like, let's keep on using this method, right? Like, even though we're never gonna play a game like that.
So the reason why the lore on this is, and by the way, are you the one making the lobby now, or?
No. So I've got another
okay.
referee on the way.
Okay,
I don't know what happened to referee
I'll
C,
finish.
but we're gonna improve to referee A, I think.
Amazing. Well, I'll let I'll buy a little bit more time and explain the lore behind this. So the reason why this existed and why we're like there's the normal and fastest speed where everyone just plays on the fastest speed, right? So like, why would you ever not just have the normal game timer based on that? In Brood War and in StarCraft 1, the developers actually thought people would just play on normal. it became like a trend where people just tended to want to play on faster or fastest. But like, it wasn't even the default setting when you would make a lobby initially. You'd normally actually be set to normal mode. And so that was the case in StarCraft 1, even to the point where the ladder itself, before all StarCraft Remastered and everything came out, the ladder in StarCraft 1 actually played on normal, or it was either normal or just fast speed, not fastest. This is the reason why a lot of people would play StarCraft 1 ladder on like third-party websites and things like that, because people didn't want to play the ladder games on normal speed.
They did not.
Anyways,
you keep talking, Fedra, and I'm now lobby host. So
okay.
I've taken over.
Yeah, so anyways.
I'm the referee now.
Okay. The godlike referee. Well, as this game gets loaded on up and get all the players and stuff in their spots. But that is the kind of reason why we went from there. And then StarCraft 2, they just kind of carried over a bit of that philosophy, but they changed it so that it was like, okay, well, people just clearly want to play in fastest. But the whole way things were originally just set up in StarCraft 1, they just carried over that overall logic of like normal fastest speeds and everything. So that's the reason why the old in-game timers used to move faster. And that's why we were talking about like the in-game timer may say like 5.5 or something hours when it just times out and automatically gives both players a loss. But it probably is like closer to 8 hours or 9 hours or 10 hours or something along those lines. I don't remember the conversion ratio is though. I'll look that up while Wordy figures out what's going on. Oh no, the game is all right. The game is starting.
I've just taken
Perfect.
control. Turns out one of our referees gone. The other referee can't log in. Battle.net is making us refereeless, so I'm the boss of this now. I'm referee. I've got the players of the right colors. I think Milky Cow's been red. So you know,
it's almost like you've actually run a bunch of tournaments yourself and admin them.
I do feel like I'm very capable of hosting the lobby, so you know, let's. I don't want to brag too much before everything goes wrong, right? I mean, if everything's about to fall apart here, then that ain't gonna be too great. So, in the top right-hand side, our blue Zerg player. This is Bly.
Down here in the bottom left-hand side of the map, we have the red Terran player. It is Milky Cow from Team CSO.
The referee's like, I have a surefire way to make sure we hit the timing for Americas perfectly. We will just wait to host
track for that.
Are
we actually on track for that?
No.
No,
America
we're still an
starts in
hour out from
52
Americas.
minutes. Yeah, well, officially, I mean, in theory, right? We are on schedule because this match was meant to start 40 minutes ago, which it did. And
yeah,
they give 45 minutes for a best of 3. It's just, there's also meant to be like 30 minutes between regions and a 15-minute pre-show. But we don't do a 15-minute pre-show. And the 30 minutes between regions is more like buffer time in case matches go long, so yeah.
And Bly will try and ensure that we are truly getting a little bit of that.
He's going to make up for lost time here, guys. Proxy hatch going down. Away we go.
Yes, indeed. And here's my question, Wordy. I don't think I've seen Milky Cow go for any form of real scouting early on. Like, he hasn't gone for any SCV scouts. He hasn't really been...
Last game.
Oh, he did SCV scout?
He SCV scouted last game, the hatch first. He knew it was hatchery first for sure.
Okay. All right. Then I do feel a bit better about it. SCV is going to be moving forward. Granted, I think this SCV gets the information way too late for it to do a whole lot of anything about it, but I was going to actually ask if he was going to scout around for proxy hatches and stuff. And I do like that you could see he darted around a little bit just to check kind of like corners of areas for a potential proxy. But unfortunately, he's not going to be catching the real proxy location.
Yep, down that ramp is quite a cute one. It's very rare a Terran's going to check over there. But now you see no hatchery and you know what's happening because this is too late to just be kind of like some kind of like, oh, like pull into hatch. He's going to go into the main and just check, and he will see the roach roaring, obviously. So he gets full confirmation of what's coming his way. And it is already a bunker coming up. He is going to bunker high ground. There's no reason to defend low ground here. You can put the CC into the high ground, so no reason to do that. A couple lings are going to run up, but they can gain access. But I feel like we just stand here and fight and kill these off and just keep on making Modern Marina at a time. Don't need to lift the barracks up just yet. But we do want to wall at some point because you don't want to let the roaches walk straight in.
Yeah. more than anything else, these two Lings are here not only just to confirm what Milky Cow is up to, but also it's a little bit of a distraction, right? It's potentially saying, all right, you're going to be busy microing these Marines to take care of my Lings, so maybe you're a little bit slow on building like an extra depot. Maybe you're a little bit slow on building extra bunker or something, getting your Marines into the bunker. Roaches have an opportunity to run on past, and actually, yeah, they're going to do exactly that. They're just going to say, well, what if I just don't fight your bunker? You have to pull workers. And now these Roaches get to potentially get a couple of pickoffs here. Armor on those Roaches as they turn into Ravagers is going to help out a little bit versus these Marines, but one of the Ravagers is going to definitely end up dying here.
Yeah, the other two will finish up, though. Then these Marines are not next to the bunker anymore. I know we've still got ourselves a surround, but we corrosive bile our way out of the surround. Okay, we also corosive bile ourselves. Not the prettiest of moments, but it was definitely something. One Roach still trying to come up this ramp. Another Ravager morphing in. Obviously, Bly's on a timer to get as much damage done as quickly as possible at the moment. He's doing, or trying to do, exactly that. As this Ravager does break 3, we still have 2 of them moving around. I'd love to see these Ravagers get to the front and bile down the freaking reactor so that the Roaches can continue to move in. I feel like that's, I understand it's not easy to move where you want to with SCVs chasing you and everything, but I feel like that might have been quite a play. One more bile does not connect, and, you know, just a couple of Roaches low ground. Now going to be chased away by a Cyclone. By making 4 more Roaches, though, I mean, he's got the numbers continuing through, and he's going to keep on picking away at that depot, and actually get a few shots on the Cyclone there as well. 3 kills, or 3 damage is always nice. Gets a Marine, too.
Yeah, I think this is actually still not going the worst for Bly, just because there's no Marines in the bunker. The bunker is literally not doing anything right now. Eventually, there will be another Marine popping on out. The Overlord manages to survive, and also high ground vision being kept over here. Another couple of these Ravagers also being made ensures that Bly should be able to at least get a couple of corrosive biles down to force out some SCVs to repair, and then he can try and target fire down more SCVs. Remember, Bly is still actually behind in workers, even despite all this. And now with the siege tank out, this is supposed to be the big turning point where it becomes extremely difficult for Bly to do anything.
Yes, because now you don't have high ground vision either, plus the siege tank being there. Now it is, like you say, very difficult. There's a couple more Overlords showing up, but you have a few drones on the way. We'll see what Bly decides to want to do. If he gets a couple more Ravagers, he can bow down the bunker initially, and then maybe have a chance just to dive up and get into the tank. Because notice that there's not another tank building. I think that is a terrifying prospect, that there is only this one tank. And right now, we're just going to take what we can get, which is apparently still some shots off on this depot. Like I said, I really wouldn't mind more Ravagers and just hitting the bunker down.
There's a supply block incoming, right? As soon as he loses that supply depot, he's going to get
already
supply block. He's already supply block. And the depot's just starting now. That depot doesn't unsupply block him. Yeah, he needs 2.
More Ravagers, you bow down the bunker. Or maybe right now you could just run up and bow down the tank as well, because there's already an opening. Ooh, this is terrifying for Milky Cow. I think I'd like him to bow down the bunker. I actually think
this is Bly's best chance of doing anything. He doesn't necessarily know that how supply block Milky Cow was, but there's literally just going to be all the rounds of production a lot more delayed right now.
He's going to get a second tank out. That makes it much more difficult to justify going in here.
Yeah.
So, obviously, Bly doesn't necessarily know. He might have already thought there was a second tank. It took such a long time to start building the second one. Bunker will go down. He's still taking a tank shot there, and I mean, at some point, you've still got to go, right? I think he just wanted to take the bunker so he could open up, and he is going to get in. Bows onto the first tank. He's going to knock that down. Second tank is safe for the moment. We have another tank building off the factory still. That was a good amount lost from Bly there, and that might just be enough for Milky Cow to start taking this. The Marine count's getting that little bit higher, too, so trying to keep that established throughout the course of this crazy situation.
Yeah, also enough of the Ravagers, I think, went down in that last little skirmish that even though Bly has enough to still one-shot the tanks, it makes it really difficult, because if he loses almost any more of these Ravagers, he's suddenly just not going to have enough to deal with the second tank anymore, and that is going to be a big problem. So I would normally say, like, okay, this is where you maybe start thinking about transitioning, or like, sorry, a minute or two ago, maybe you just need to have some more drones and stuff being added on, but he's just still adding on more Lings and Roaches. I don't know, I'm almost wondering if it would make sense to like go for like a drop Overlord and like slow drop them onto the high ground to absorb tank fire or something like that. I don't even know, man. How do you make this work?
I think you rewind and you just go sooner. Like, he really had a timing.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, is
Draw,
now
question mark.
Yeah, I mean, these Marines kind of ran back a bit there, and maybe they could have stood and fought as we get rid of a lot of the Ravagers. The Milky Cow's going to type GG. Yeah, I mean, he lost all his tanks, man. It was kind of weird because it happened so suddenly. I was still trying to process what the situation was, but there was just a lot of Roach Ravager left. And that's going to do it. Bly eliminates Milky Cow from the regional. And I have to be honest, I think that's a very disappointing result for Milky Cow. He's been working on this. He's been getting better. He's been improving. And getting knocked out by Bly is absolutely not what he had on his card coming into this tournament. That is almost absolutely for certain.
That I'm so I'm still like puzzled right now, Wordy, because here's the thing. I'm looking at this and I do actually see there's like a few things that are going really, really wrong here. One is that Milky Cow at the very last like little bit, I think because understandably he's dealing with like the Roach Ravager tech and everything. I don't want to like undersell how like chaotic and frustrating these kind of games can feel in general, but like I realize he stopped making any units out of his siege or out of his factory for a while. So like he didn't have another tank or even like a lot of Marines coming out of his reactor barracks coming for a bit. So his next round of production was missing that normally would be popping out and maybe could have helped. He did have still one siege tank left over. And I actually think he was very close to taking out enough Ravagers where like he wouldn't have just gotten one shot by the Corrosive Vials.
I'm going to bring it up on screen
like,
by
man,
the way as well. Because like I feel like I'm just going to bring it on screen because I still have the replay open. Like, the Marines run back. If the Marine... I mean, I know you don't want to lose your Marines, but if the Marines just, like, shoot the Ravagers, maybe you can get rid of a couple extra ones. I mean, obviously 2 tanks go down, and these Marines are kind of goners. You kind of needed the SCVs to already be there. You needed the heads up that this was about to happen, and just not enough units at the end, right? Like, everything dies so quickly to these Ravagers, and there's just not enough damage, and then you can get away. The last tank can't fight, and it's kind of a really wild little situation, so very cool. I mean, go Bly.
Man.
Bly gets a win. I mean,
yeah,
excited for
Bly.
Milky Cow, but very excited for Bly because that's obviously, I would say, something we were not necessarily expecting. I wasn't expecting Bly to kind of come and do much here, and I really felt Milky Cow was going to perform better. So, GG's, and that is going to round out Europe for today for your Dragon, and that is going to be Bly picking up the win. As, yeah, some fun games. I think Bly, Milky Cow, and Shadowm Petit Drogo actually really were the last couple of matches we just watched. And to me, the best matches we had so far today. I think Mana Gongfu was fun as well. Pretty much all the games that went to Game 3 were very close, and all the 2-0s were very 2-0-esque, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's a fair way of summing it up as well. And kind of makes a bit of sense. We did have, again, like a lot of closer series, I think, just because we're in that round 3 where, as we've talked about, the Swiss format gets closer and closer as the days go by, and I think this is the closest kind of round that we'll typically get. So it's been a lot of fun so far with wrapping up Europe for the day. Still, I think 2 more days or so of round 3 left over, so there's still a lot of different matches and stuff to play out. A lot of, especially from Group A, but it's been fun to see how Group B is turned out today for sure.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a lot of fun watching these games play through, and very excited for the next couple of days as well. This round 3 is living up to the hype so far for your Dragon. I'm definitely enjoying it. So, with that said, obviously we are going to the Americas in about 40 minutes time. So we're gonna have like about a 35-ish minute break before we come in and do a little bit of chitter-chatter before that Americas region starts. Thank you again to our sponsors on the screen: Blizzard, Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, and the ESL shop, of course. We couldn't do it without you. I'm Wardy. He is Fear Dragon. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it is the Americas, and we'll be diving into that in just a little while. We'll see you very soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, once again. It is still Wardy and Fear Dragon. Believe it or not, we have not morphed bodies and transitioned to different people in the time that we've been gone. It was a little bit of a long break, but not that long of one, you know, as far as these breaks go between regions sometimes. Today was pretty manageable, Fear Dragon. How are you feeling? Are you ready for some Americas? You ready to get me excited about NA?
I am actually quite excited about NA, and you know what? I get to cast a bunch of my good friends, and you know, I feel like all the little kids that I've been seeing grow up in North America for so long, even the ones in that first match that we have coming on up, are already just like, "Hey, who's casting?" And I'm like, "I love you." And he's like, "Oh, hi, Ravi," and I'm like, "Oh, he knows." Thank you, Future.
He knows, but he also hasn't watched the stream all day.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Wardy. I think you also know the pro player lifestyle where they just tend to wake up at like 2 p.m. or something.
I just went to the schedule, and I've just definitely saved the in-game file as the schedule, so I'm just gonna try that one again, guys. And we'll take a quick moment because my schedule file takes a while to actually save, so we'll go to the standings first instead. I like looked at it and I said it took me a moment to process what had gone wrong, and I was like, I've really just overwritten the wrong file. Here in Americas, Ravi, we've got none of these players we're going to see today. Special, Trigger, Colorzer, and Estrella sitting at 2-0. And then at the 0-2s, Paddy Mac, Nina, Dolan, and Uko. We're not going to see any of that today. Today, we're diving headfirst into the middle of this group, as we're going to be having all the 1-1 players play out. What are you excited for? How are you feeling about this group? Any surprises so far? You know, I'm surprised to see Scarlett 1-1, but when only 4 players can be 2-0, I'm like, you know, that's fine. She lost to Colorzer. I could have seen Scarlett losing to any of the players that are 2-0, and I could have seen any of the players that are 2-0 beating Scarlett as well, right? That's the fun part of this Americas. It's really competitive now with this new format.
No, 100%. I think especially with the region merging, North America is honestly pretty stacked. And I say that with the sense that like there are a lot of top players, I think, for the region right now. Special, Trigger, Kelazor, Estrella, all sitting at the top. You still have players like Scarlett and everything, Vindicta, Cham, players who are like oftentimes doing quite well in their region. But I would say if I had to say like surprises and stuff, I think I am a little bit surprised to see Nina not doing quite as well. I think she's been not also feeling great about her results so far, so we'll see if she can bounce things back, not necessarily today, but just in the future. And as for matches I'm excited about, actually this next match is the one that I was most excited about, because Future and Vindicta is going to be our first match for North America, and they're just both, like, I don't have a better way of putting it, Wardy. They're both just memers, and like, that's the peak of North America. They're friends with each other, and they're memers, and they're not afraid to meme on friends. Like, that's the essence of North America. So I'm excited for this one.
Not that we need any more essence of North America brought in. Me and Zombie Grub had pretty much the entire essence of North America explained to us 3 times over last week in week 1 of this region. So, great. Yeah, Future Vindicta up first, gonna be fun. Then Cham versus Masa and Scarlett versus Eggz. I do think we're going to see some proper North American StarCraft coming up here, as you can come to us and see what I wrote about these two. Oh, 2 hopeful Terrans looking to improve from a 1-1 score. Fear Dragon. You think both these are hopeful? I think Vindicta comes in as a favorite, right?
Yeah, I would say so, especially with current form and everything. And here's like my take on it is I feel like it's 2 players who are kind of like at different headspaces with their approach to StarCraft right now. In a lot of ways, it's not super recent, but Vindicta did make the plunge into just being very focused as like a full-time content creator in StarCraft. And it's not necessarily that he's absolutely gung-ho killing it as like trying to be a professional player, but he's content creator, he's streaming, he's making YouTube videos and things like that. Future, on the other hand, I do think has been kind of towing that line between he was the big hopeful for a really long time for North America. And it's not to say that I don't think he still has a lot of like potential and stuff, but it does feel like Future has been a bit focused on other things, and he kind of just like dives back into StarCraft every so often here and there. So I feel like it's 2 players, 2 promising Terrans of the North American scene that are just in very different headspaces right now.
All right, well, in the bottom left from the Platinum Heroes, our blue Terran, Vindicta.
And up at the top right from Alpha X, it is our red Terran player, Future.
All right, I've got the real important. No, you
Oh,
go
go
ahead. I
I was gonna make a really dumb joke about how I used to call
my
him Young Money
question
Future, but
was
now he's.
stupid. So it's.
Oh
it's
no,
fine.
I want to hear your question because my
Okay.
thing was also stupid.
Who wins a fight between the Platinum Heroes bird and the Alpha X Dragon Drake thing?
I mean, you're asking a biased party because I think dragons are really cool. I think dragons win those fights, but
The Platinum Hero bird has leveled up a lot. Like,
Yeah.
it's got like metal wings and everything. It's made of platinum, man. Like, this ain't no normal bird.
It's a fair point. I'm having to like pull up the Platinum Heroes bird right now because I'm actually like I don't have all the logos in my game. You have all the nice stuff in your game set up. I'm still just like pulling it up. But you're right. It is made of metal and everything.
It looks
But
a lot
I don't know,
fiercer than
man.
the Alpha X Dragon. Like, the Alpha X
does.
Dragon is just like, oh, I'm having a little one stretch, and the Platinum Heroes bird's like, I'm coming to get you, mate.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I'm looking at a large version of it inside of like like a web browser and stuff, and I don't actually think it's that big. I think it's a very intimidating bird for its size. So it's like if that bird was in a fight with I don't know like a cat or something, I'd give the bird a good shot on that.
But
If
counter
the bird is in a
argument.
fight against a dragon,
But
I
the
don't
Alpha
know,
X
man.
Dragon doesn't exactly look big either. It's like a little baby
I'll
Drake.
give you
no?
that. Well, that's
I'm very
true.
unsatisfied by this answer. I don't know where we're at. like you're just
All
like,
right.
dragons are cool, man. I'm like, okay, if you're a dragon, way to answer the question as boringly as possible.
Well,
two-
okay. If you want to go down that route, then I'll say that a bird can be pretty effective. One is going for the 2-Rex opening, and the dragon is not quite prepared to deal with it just yet.
Yeah, this is a T-Rex, obviously just in base. But you're going to have two Reapers here. Oh, but Future gets the catch, and Vindicta keeps his Reaper moving forward. He could have saved that Reaper, actually. This could have been 0 for 0.
Yeah.
But Vindicta loses one, and that's a real shame, because he's the player that's meant to be aggressive off the T-Rex, and now he won't find anything. Obviously, the T-Rex in base is safe against a proxy. Ideally, you can still get a little bit of something done if it isn't a proxy, but this just did not work out well at all. And now you're going to have to play without a factory done, and, well, a much later factory done, so you don't have a Hellion. He does get a good first shot here. Grenade to help. Oh, he's just losing Reapers, man. This is a great start from Future.
Yeah, Future is going to have to turn around over here and trying to evacuate out. As he bends corners, this is where it does get dangerous, and you start to take a bit more chip damage on those Reapers. Nice grenade delays Vindicta. And here's actually another thing I think is really important to note about these players. I do think Future, just straight up micro-wise, I do give him an edge against Vindicta in like early game and maybe even like the beginnings of the mid game. I think as the game goes on, I have always had a lot of confidence and faith actually in Vindicta, like late game. Specifically, I think of like not TVT late game, but like the other matchups. But even TVT, I think that Vindicta has really good army control when it comes to big maxed out armies. So I do think it's kind of interesting that Vindicta's the one that goes for this kind of more aggressive playstyle. He ends up diving on in, but you can see that at the end of the day, Future has still not even lost 2 workers yet, and he's cleaning up the entire armies here.
Well, kind of. This is just an
okay.
experience. Oh my god, he goes for the SCV in the end. Okay, that was wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the extra couple of units showing up from Vindicta really helping out, but man, that was his army. That's it. It's gone. And now you've got a medevac, a Marines and tank going across the map, and this is not going to be fun for Vindicta to defend against. The Future immediately counter-attacking, and honestly, I like the setup he's got here.
40. Unit before units pop out, unit tab.
Unit
Like,
tap, there's
look at
nothing.
Vindicta's look at Vindicta. It's 30 SCVs and 1 mule. Now there's a Marine. That's it.
Yeah. This tank should go straight in the main, man. Straight in the main, no chill. He does as well. I love it. The Cyclone does show up, but we can unlock that Cyclone by lifting up the tank, and now SCVs are pulling in, and they have to as well. Like, this is the right call. Reaper shows up for some extra damage. Now we're finally going to leave. I mean, 6 workers is already great. Going to go to the low ground, and at this point, you may be able to siege the tank here as well. The medevac got locked onto. If the medevac got locked onto, I would have liked to see the tank siege, maybe. But either way, 9 workers killed. We continue to trade decently. We might lose the tank. We've lost the medevac, but the worker kills are huge, and Future is super far ahead at the start of this game.
Yeah, I mean, to even add to that, Future's still highly even a tank back at home because he didn't go for any Cyclone or anything. So he's actually even fine on like tank count, Marine count, Raven. Future has all of those other tools. The only thing he's maybe lacking is, you could argue, like the Cyclone, which does have some utility and everything. But Future killed all of those workers, got a solid lead in economy, and still is not really behind after throwing away his entire army there to get that damage done.
How do you like the third CC being behind the gold? I think that's what he's doing, right, with his SCV? Like, what else is he going to do? Tell me.
Proxy Starport?
Maybe just a depot for, like, vision up this left-hand side would be the much more boring answer. But
yeah.
I want to believe in the gold.
I also think that there's an okay chance of that, because like they already have starports. It'd be really weird to get a second starport right now, but like,
yeah,
I don't know, man. I'm preparing for North American shenanigans.
Well,
so.
that's the thing. If this was Europe, I'd be like, oh, he's sending a scout and SCV out at a bit of a weird timing. But this is America, so I instantly go to the craziest resolution possible, which is building the CC behind the base. Then you know what it was? I just noticed his camera flicked there. I was like, what are you going over there for? And I saw him click there. I was like, what are you doing? I was like, bro, is this really... Like, you're in a great position. You're in a lead, and your thought process is, hey, what if I take the gold? What if I take my third base on location behind the gold?
I want to note for people why this is so ridiculous. Because I'm going to say 3 reasons for it. 1, you're obviously missing the gas geyser. 2, you need more workers to saturate it, because the minerals normally concave around your command center. They're convex away from his command center. And 3 is we do have a weird almost passing of the night of these 2 armies in the center. Okay, got to be really careful about that, Future, because, you know, there's a cyclone out there on the map, but it looks like he will get away safely. 3rd is, why did he need to take it on the wrong side in the first place? Is he worried about like Vindicta sending a scout to that side but not actually seeing the other side of the mineral line?
I actually think it's more likely it gets scouted on this side, because if you drop up the left side, you just see it. Whereas, I do think it's more likely.
You know what? I would have gotten more.
What?
If he had taken Vindicta's gold base.
Is that not Vindicta's
Then
gold
you take
base?
it on the outside, and I think that actually makes sense to me.
How do you tell which gold base is whose, though? Could be anyone's at this point.
What? The bottom right-hand one is definitely Vindicta's, right? That's the one that's way close.
Not if
like,
you
think about
expand upwards. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, but do you expand upwards in this matchup like
Well,
that?
it's to the TVT,
Okay,
who knows? Yeah, hold that thought and hold that game, because we might hold to the Raven. No! Ooh, he actually got matrices off.
my
What
God.
the hell? Okay. Well,
Yeah, there are so many interference matrices off, but right now Vindicta is the one that is way later to siege up any of his siege tanks there and gets into a much worse position. And now Future has full control of the natural Vindicta. I mean, he's 40-50 supply ahead at this point after all of those workers end up falling. Future has such firm control of this game. You know what that means, Wardy? That means that gold base will survive.
I was gonna say, do you really believe it's because of the workers he killed, or do you not think it's because of the gold base he's taken? Clearly, it's that.
because of the. It's absolutely because of the gold base that he's mining from, like, inefficiently, with no gas.
Yeah, I thought so. Good to hear you admit it. Yeah, Vindicta's pretty dead. He is down, out, and GG. And Future gets a super solid lead. The opening of Vindicta did absolutely nada, and actually worked against him. He like just constantly took damage when he really didn't want to be taking damage, losing the Reaper, and then the follow-up and all of that stuff. GG's, and Future goes up by a game. I'm impressed because obviously I really looked at Vindicta the other day playing TVT against Dolan, I believe it was, and I was like, man, he is really good. Like, he played like a really solid first game, and the second game he got ahead, he played against Mech, and it kind of felt like he was letting the game go, and he had the sickest 360 surround. If you didn't catch that highlight, then you obviously don't look at our StarCraft, because there's the only StarCraft content on there in the last week. So it was so like he was really, really good in TVT, like in my eyes. And Future just yes, he got ahead early, Future, and maybe that's what he needs to get the edge. But he played it out really well, right? I mean, apart from the gold base, ignore that. But like he really took the moment in this fight. He counterattacked after killing the initial units. Like a lot of the core concepts, apart from the gold base. Brilliant. So really cool first game from Future. Yeah. Excited to see game 2.
Yeah, me as well. I really want to go back to the fact that I think I was saying I believe a lot more in Future's early and mid game, not like because I think that Vindicta's a bad player or he doesn't have a good early mid game. It's just that I think that that's literally where, if you had to say strength of a player of Future or strength as a player for Future, it's it's his early game, it's his mid game, it's his micro. It's a lot of that kind of quick split-second decision making that I think Future's quite good at. So it doesn't surprise me that in a matchup where I will say in other regions like Europe, TVT will oftentimes go maybe a little bit longer and stuff. In North America, TVTs I feel like are actually oftentimes still a quick matchup. It doesn't surprise me to see Future getting a bit of an edge here.
Well, clearly right now the Drake is beating up on the bird. There's in the bottom left, our red Terran. Gotcha.
And up here in the top right-hand side of the map, we have our blue Terran player. He is Vindicta. That bird is getting melted, man. Melted by the fire of the dragon. I mean, if you think about it, the Alpha X dragon, it's kind of like a fiery phoenix dragon, right? So it makes sense. Just the heat of it, it's melting the steel.
I was wondering how it would actually go in terms of like, can you actually melt platinum, and whether a dragon could. But turns out there's no solid evidence of how hot dragon breath is.
I feel like we started going down like this weird chemistry route of like, I was wondering what is the boiling point temperature or like the liquidation point temperature for platinum, and after looking it up on the periodic table, I discovered that a dragon's breath is in fact okay and hot enough.
Well, platinum melts at 1,768 degrees C, which is very high. So
okay, we're in the Americas region, Wardy. You need to convert that to Fahrenheit. Come on, man.
I mean, sure, it's 3,200 Fahrenheit. Like that makes it any more relatable. Yeah.
Oh my god,
yeah.
That's really hot,
It's
dude.
really hot.
Holy cow.
And apparently, based on some fictional novels that have stated the breath temperature of dragons, not all dragons can melt the melt platinum. A lot of dragon breath is seen to be 1,500 to 2,000 Fahrenheit. So actually, if you made a shield of platinum, you'd probably still burn behind it, but your shield would stay together.
Okay, here's the thing though that I've learned from watching a lot of there's like those YouTube channels where it's like primitive technology. It's just like a dude in the wilderness doing random like technology related things and creating furnaces, is that depending on the circumstances of how you're adding the fire and stuff, you can make things a lot hotter. If you're like in an enclosed space, you just keep adding more fire.
Okay,
so I don't know.
Why
man.
would the dragon be in an enclosed space fighting a bird?
Because they're doing a contain on the base, of course. Isn't that what TVT is all about? That's what he did at the end of that last game. He contained him.
He did not contain him. He literally dropped tanks in his base. There's nothing containing about that in the world. That's the worst contain I've ever seen because it was too good to be a contain.
He contained him to a 0-game score lead. There we go. All right. Checkmate, atheists. I win. And I do want to quickly address the fact that we do have the game openings and stuff opening on up, and it overall is actually looking like it's a 1-1-1 setup with a command center for both players, slightly differently timed and stuff, but it is going to be kind of interesting because Future is the one that gets way more aggressive this game. And, well, yeah, Vindicta just didn't really make a lot of the early game Hellions and stuff this game.
Yeah, he really went a little bit greedy as... Ooh, a Hellion splash obviously could be big here. Good micro back on that Reaper. Still chasing the Hellion. As the other Reaper's also microing. Oh my god, Future's a god! What a legend. Holy crap, that was sick. He did lose some SCVs on the other side, but he cleans that up too. Wow, what a god. That was sick.
Yeah, he lost some SCVs to the other side. I think to the Reaper that was on the other side of the map that was doing a bit of damage. But Future is going to be so thrilled about how this is overall gone because he's going to get full scouting information. These Reapers are still alive and being annoying right now. You're going to be able to kill off at least one more worker, if not two. There's another low health SCV in here as well. Is he going to target fire down? Oh, he doesn't get it.
He's not a god. He has weaknesses. Yeah, it's still awesome though. I mean, great damage done. He did need to do some damage because as you can see, he's done all this damage and he's only 4 workers ahead, which obviously considering how much was done, you might have expected that to be much, much higher. Than what it actually is. So, yeah, very cool. And just going to be seeing our game then, continuing onward, and Future ahead, but not quite as ahead as he was last time after the other game.
Yeah, I think he did end up investing into like his economy a little bit later than Vindicta, which is why he needed to get some damage done. But I guess the next step here is that Future is not done yet. He wants to continue to do additional aggression, and he did go for the Banshee opening. There is a Raven out. There's also a Cyclone out here for Vindicta. So in a sense, he has all the tools he needs to just like push this back very, very quickly. But he's definitely gonna end up losing at least 2 or 3 workers over here. Maybe actually a bit more, because some of the SCVs are still softened up from earlier.
Yep, I mean, you actually have to use the Matrix to stop this damage being done, and you're not even going to kill the Banshee. Oh, maybe the Viking does get in range. No, Banshee gets out alive. Pain for Vindicta. I mean, just a few more SCVs, Future taking a lead, and based on how Future played the lead in the last game, I'm terrified for Vindicta, because Future had 0 chill in the last game. He was living up to the chance of melting platinum, because he was on fire. And he was hot.
Yeah.
All that. You guys got the reference. It took me a while to figure out what I was going to say.
He is heating the smelt and melting the platinum at roughly a temperature of 3,073 degrees Fahrenheit, or whatever it was. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm on board with this. I'm on board with this metaphor.
It was just dragged out.
Yeah, dragoned out. Yeah.
So funny.
Dragoned out.
I got it. I got it.
Get it?
That's why I said you're so funny. I literally gave you confirmation that I understood, and you had to say it
but
again.
nothing's funnier than ensuring that everyone got the joke.
I'm gonna do the observer thing right now, where I type in the chat, where I type like my real feelings, because you can't see it.
Yeah, I can't see anything that you're typing. I don't have a preview or anything. Oh no. I do fully agree with you, though. It is not Future's nature to have chill. I think especially whenever I watch him play TVT, it doesn't matter like how the European TVT meta has developed and how we get these really wild like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 base games going to like 25 minutes and these holdout things of Spirit versus Hero. It's like Future and a lot of the North American Terran players just like, yeah, I was okay with the 2 base era of TVT. Let's keep going with it. It's a lot of fun and it's very active. Interference matrices on these siege tanks is going to ensure that Future just dominates this fight.
Yeah, tanks just didn't really get to do anything at all. We can kill this last one as well. SCVs!
SCVs!
Oh, they got it! Let's go, SCVs, only in Americas! That was legitimately 2 SCVs killing a tank, still in the fight, because there was a cyclone and everything involved. I mean, come on, you can't make this stuff up, man.
Workers rise up in America, taking them out.
Why was there even workers here, by the way? This is not a push you're building bunkers with. What?
Yeah, I think he does it sometimes to just literally have it for the repair on a siege tank, so that like if 2 siege tanks are hitting each other at the same time, he repairs up his tank a little bit and then it ends up winning out in the battle. And it's like such an old school way of doing it, but you're absolutely right. He had to get a bit of value from it, and he did. So
he did indeed. Well, you know what? He's got a Raven cast still available. We'll see what he wants to do with it. Looks like he's going to work toward the main base in general here. His opponent actually doesn't have vision, so he's going to be able to just go after that tank straight away. Drops double auto turret instead. He does not have the Viking count, though, so this is not super pretty from Future. He's killing 7 SCVs because there's a Banshee that's came back in and had a good time as well. It's nice, but I feel like it could have just been a little bit easier if we just went at the front, right?
The one Marine was just working its way on that one Viking in the air. And yeah, now the high ground vision is gone, I think. So a Future has to evacuate out. But he's still, even now, the Banshee's getting more damage, I think, right now. He's got 9 more workers. And at Future, he's just continuing to find additional damage here and there. It is just worth mentioning, though, that despite like worker losses, despite a lot of these other like tank losses and everything, Vindicta is hanging in there. And he even has now the Liberator over here to join with the air superiority control. But I think the only thing he's really lacking right now is severely is like the Marines. But he has Liberators, he has Vikings, he has a decent number of siege tanks, and even his worker count is actually pretty even.
It's a bit of a shame the Future just flew those 2 Vikings in on control, because he could have killed the Lib, which was what forced the tanks back, and just could have made his life a little easier. There was another Liberator anyway, but the one that was there would have already been dead, so it would have been kind of nice. Anyways, Future still has the army supply lead, I think, is the main thing, but you know, TVT is a struggle to end games, and especially when your opponent has air control, ending games can be difficult. And you can see Future, he's like, man, I'm done. Like, I want to end this. So he's actually building another Raven already. So not just moving across the map, but adding another one of those units that potentially gives you the chance to break these positions. He's just going to add another one too. He wants to keep the Raven count up, even though you generally don't do that again until much later on when you add like 2 more starpots and really play for air control. Because every time he builds a Raven, it's going to get a cast or 2 off, but then it's immediately going to get shot down by Vikings. So it's a big investment. It's basically saying, hey, I'm going to be able to win the game with this push and use this Liberator and not care about it dying because it's going to be a one-time thing.
No, absolutely. And Future is just trying to find some kind of angle over here, but he's just has not been able to find anything so far. And I think this is, again, like, it's really is Future's style. He just refuses to kind of back off, and I think this is like peak Future a lot of the time. And sometimes it can really work out well and like a momentum gets built. But I think against, again, players like Vindicta, who I think have a very strong late game, sometimes it does start to feel like you're just hitting a hard wall, and it's, like you said, difficult to actually end the game.
Because that sends Tower down. Obviously, so much control, taking a 4th base. There's a couple of Hellions running by the other side of Vindicta, who is going to take a note out of Dolan's book. This is what Dolan did to him last week on Ancient System. He was like, I'm behind in the early game, going to play mech to get back into it. And mech is a fantastic way to get back into the game. And knowing Future and seeing what he's setting up to do, he looks like he wants to just wrap around and try and win the game right here and now. I'm not sure if that's the right call, man. I know that's Future's style, but I think the defense might be a bit too much from Vindicta. And yeah, I'm not convinced right now. The Ravens are just going to go through the missile turrets, and apparently we are going to commit into the natural. We're clumping up, though. There's more tanks ready. All of this for siege tank and 2 missile turrets, man.
I guess they'll get a couple more siege tanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
But now the Vikings
really.
land on these 2 siege tanks, and Vindicta kind of gets the strike back. And now, for the first time, I think since maybe like a minute 2.5, Vindicta is actually ahead in supply. And it's actually a fair lead in army supply as well. Like, it's another 10-15 army supply with a mech player.
This is why you play mech, because the Terran players don't like playing long games. And so they're just going to throw their armies away into you, and you're back in the game and back in the lead. The air control was big for Vindicta to survive to this point, but this was Future just going one too many times forward. The Ravens gave themselves up, super expensive, and, you know, he had the setup to do whatever he wanted, and he could have just gone, you know, and taken, like, you know, he's already on 4 bases, he could have just delayed the 4th of his opponent, taken extra starports, and just played into a very healthy, like, Sky Terran count himself with, like, a lot of Vikings and Ravens, and then I genuinely believe you get into a very good position. The problem is, just doing what he did there was just giving up bio units for no reason, and now you're rebuilding bio units to probably try and do something similar, and you get caught in this endless circle of just doing the same thing that probably isn't going to work. And yeah, Vindicta, I mean, I love it for Vindicta, because I do not see any sign from Future that he's going to stop, like, you know, taking this mech army kind of seriously, because he's just going to disrespect it and just try and run on in. Well, we'll see if disrespecting the mech works out. This time it is going to. He overwhelms. Not enough over here from Vindicta, and this base is not a planetary yet, so he can continue to fight for a little while. Vikings landing becomes expensive also. This actually turned out to be a much better fight from Future. Wow, yeah, I mean, that's the weakness of mech. If you're not positioned well, you get punished hard.
Yeah, and Future is the epitome of committing to whatever kind of aggression he's going to go for. So if you are out of position, he really finds a way, an opportunity to punish you. And suddenly now, yeah, Future is the one that's going to be leading up about 20 supply after also sniping off a very important 4th base. And a key thing I think is different about like some from the earlier portions of the game is that Future takes all those trades and stuff, and he does lose most of his army. But this time he's at 90 workers and has 5 bases, now reducing his opponent down to 3 bases. And well, this planetary fortress is going to cover a little bit against the Hellion harassment. Not 100%, but mostly covers it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't lose any SCVs, which is fine, and just take a couple units to go clean that out. So, yeah, Future keeping the momentum up. 2-2 finishing for him, so he'll maintain an upgrade lead, which means when he throws bio units at the mech army, he'll do a little bit more before they die in the same amount of time. Because the armor, I don't think really makes any difference in these bio units, but the attack upgrade maybe helps you grab a tank here or there. So we have ourselves a couple of Ravens. I don't think I've ever seen a Raven get blown up by a Widow Mine. But that will be one of those times. We did get double Matrix off, and there's only one tank that's left sieged here. And the Thors go down, and again, the Marauders showing the power. That's going to be enough. GG's. Future does get it done. I'm sorry I doubted you, Future. I didn't mean to. I just, I wasn't a believer of stimming and winning into the mech, you know? Like, I didn't, like, the first time he did it, I was like, that was terrible. So when he was going to do it again, I was like, surely this is still terrible. No, it was not. It was not terrible at all. It was perfect. And Future gets the win. That actually surprised me. I thought Vindicta's TVT the other day was really good. I thought Vindicta's maybe the better player right now going in. But I think both games also just came down to the very early game and just damage being done instantly. I think if you replay this series and Vindicta sharpens up that early defense and doesn't take that damage, I'd love to see that, because I feel like that may be when we see Vindicta perhaps take a lead and play it out and everything, but obviously that was not meant to be in this series, and Future absolutely played to his strengths and finished the game while his strength was still active as well, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, some may call it hot-headed, but I would say that Future, in fact, just played at 3,100 degrees Fahrenheit, and that was just enough to melt the metal.
No, you need another 100 on there, yeah, still.
Was it 3,200 is necessary?
Yeah, it's like 3,214.4. That's what you need.
Ah, okay, 3,313.4.
14.4. Okay, you know what? They say don't do math on stream, but with Fear Dragon, you just don't do numbers on stream. Fear Dragon goes from Fear Dragon 64 to Fear Dragon 79 on stream, apparently. He's just like, whoa, numbers on stream, so much pressure, man. What's going on?
Accurate as all heck, but regardless, that is honestly a really, really awesome W there for Future, who I think a lot of people may have counted out, and I think a lot of people do just recognize Vindicta as being the player that's maybe a little bit more informed. Vindicta, frankly, he had a really tough last match against Estrella in the last round, but he still managed to actually make that look like a really close series. So I think Vindicta still got a good shot at advancing out and stuff, but Future is going to feel really, really good now being able to, really boost up that score after, I think, losing the disc, but beating Uko. Beating Vindicta, it's like, oh, wow, actually, yeah, Future's doing pretty well in the Swiss format right now.
Yeah, it's really, really cool to see. As our schedule here tells you, there's 2 best-of-3s left today. Cham versus Masa is getting readied up, so we're not going to take too long. We'll be right back. ZVT is up next in just a few.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back. It's your favorite two casters that have been casting all day today. Woody and Fear Dragon. Yes, you guessed it. We are back and we are here to sell you guys tickets to the DreamHack SC2. No, not DreamHack. ESL SC2 Masters Summer event in Jonkoping in June. You can get your tickets right now for that offline finals and watch all of this epic StarCraft live in Sweden. Go check it out. DreamHack.com/summer/tickets. 20% off with the code StarCraft, because what can't StarCraft do? Fear Dragon?
It cannot convince you not to go. Because
Nailed
it's
it.
just going to be that great there.
It's going to be that great there. 2 matches left today as we have Cham versus Masa coming up, followed by Scarlett versus Eggz. We've had 8 series so far. It's been a pretty fun day. Future getting that win over Masa was kind of, not Masa, over Vindicta was very fun. And yeah, there's TVZ coming up. You've had some thoughts on it in the break, Fear Dragon. Why don't you share it with the group?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this is gonna be so. I'm gonna do the tasteless thing. This could be a long series, could be a short one, but I don't think it'll be a middle one. All right, here's the thing. I don't think it'll be a middle one. All right, because my prediction is like 80% chance. I would say these two players. Masa loves being aggressive. He loves doing proxies. He loves doing all sorts of all-ins, throw away like kind of shenanigans and stuff, and one-off build orders. He loves doing that kind of stuff. Cham also, I think, is a pretty aggressive player a lot of the time. He's been able to play some like solid macro games and stuff against players like Special and whatnot in Latin America in the past, like, I want to say year or so. But I do think these two players hitting each other, it really does make me think 80% chance it's a short one. There's a 20% chance though that Masa really does enjoy going for like these kind of aggressive style in your face mech builds where you do get a lot of banshees, but you also get up a lot of siege shanks and kind of draw things out, especially when he falls behind. So I'm like 80-20 on whether or not there's going to be a long or a short game or series right now.
Yeah, I think Cham obviously has that nature of being aggressive as well, right? But if Cham gets aggressive and Masa holds with like something mech, I can also see Cham being like, okay, I'm done. Brood Lords or something, and then we obviously sit back for a long time. So I'm with you. I don't even think it's necessarily about these two players versus just what you can see out of ZVT in general most of the time anyway, right? So
yeah,
I kind of say that it's almost more matchup based than the player based. I mean, obviously the two players maybe leans towards it being potentially a little bit shorter or so. But with all that said, let's dive on into the action. There's no reason to wait around. So let's jump in. We're going to start in the top left-hand corner. For the Red Terran player representing Storm Gaming at the moment, it is going to be Masa.
And down here in the bottom right-hand side of the map, we have our blue Zerg player from Starlight Twinkle. It's Cham. It's always it's, you know, that name always makes me laugh a little bit because it's also abbreviated ST, which just makes me also think of Team Startail from back in the day.
It's not though. It's SLT. That's how they abbreviate it.
I know.
They
in my mind.
In your mind. Unfortunately, Fear
eye.
Dragon, it's not about what's in your mind. It's what's on the screen.
What's
Because I know
on the
in
screen
your
is going to
mind, you're like cannon rushes and all of this and stuff, and really it's just a proxy rack. So.
I love the cute little things also here. I feel like Masa is really good about thinking about this kind of stuff where he will do things like spread out the barracks in this kind of weird way. So it's harder to identify whether this is a 2 racks or 3 racks and things like that. But if this does get scattered by the Overlords, and the Overlords are actually on their way over to the one of the barracks. So Cham will actually catch wind of this.
He did turn a little bit further south. Okay, he goes right again. I think he would have seen it anyways. He will see it obviously pretty late, Scout, because this is as one of the barracks is finished. Can he spot the fact that this is number... Ooh. This is funky, right? Because, yeah, that's number 4. It gets cancelled.
Oh, this is so cute. Wait, okay. Wardy, if this is most other players, I would think that this was like some 4 racks that you just decided to do a 3 racks. I actually am not sure. Like, I actually would not put it past Masa to literally see that the Overlord was about to scout him and intentionally throw it on a 3rd racks, cancel it, so that basically just to like mind game Cham, intentionally canceling the
Yep, but
building the barracks to be canceled.
he hit the third SCV as well, man. So he kept the third SCV back, and now he is going to get it scouted eventually. Obviously, maybe that's changed a little bit about how Cham has reacted so far. A lot of the time with 3-Rex, it's kind of about following up with a lot of aggression. The Marines do not make it back to the bunker. The surround. Oh, one of them gets in. The one of them that was very low actually gets in. That's a massive save as right now. This bunker is trying to hang on in here. The Marines will hold strong against the Lings for a few moments, but not long enough. 6 drones went down. We kite against those Lings. Marines are up. Oh, the next bunker finishes. That's a major issue. Uh-oh. Kiting back against the Lings. Yeah, we're going to go for the healthy
some of the Marines at least. Oh. Single Marine in there. That's going to be really annoying, but it's going to be difficult to get a second Marine in there, right?
No, you just you dive the full HP ones in, right?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Now he's fine. Now he's actually just chasing down that queen.
That was kind of ridiculous, man. I mean, obviously,
What a
Bloody Rex
disaster, man.
proxies can be very fun. No! The wrong Marine jumped out. The hurt one jumped out. That wasn't meant to happen.
Yeah, and now the SCV can actually, because it's still alive, it can repair up the bunker, make it even more annoying. Zergling's speed starts on up, but can you actually salvage the situation from here? Like, the Marine count just grows, and all you have are slow Lings. The speed, there's no way speed finishes in time for this to actually be like a bust. All you're thinking about at this point is just the transition, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, you lose the hatchery, but that's okay because it's 3-Rex a lot of the time. But then again, usually it's okay to lose the hatchery if you don't try and defend it, but we have tried to defend it, so then I kind of hate it. Because if we dive before this hatchery dies, we're going to lose a lot of Lings, and I don't think that's a good idea at all. Maybe we go with the Broodlings to try and bust this. Nope, not going to be the case either.
Yeah, I don't even know if he actually had the Ling count to actually bust through this, because there's 14 Marines out right now. There's only 20 Lings at the time when the bunker died, so now he's going to end up losing potentially some of these Marines as he does die very, very far out, but the bunker actually still have been out for a little bit. He micros away from the bunker, but now the Marines come in to reinforce the low health Marines, putting in the DPS, and all of the Lings have died.
Gonna try and get the queen. It's gonna be kind of low. Gonna replace the creep tumor down here as well. All the Marines do go down, but Cham's supply is obviously in the gutter. I mean, 19 to 27 ain't exactly pretty. And that queen is so low. Can't believe it lived here. And the creep tumor going up is kind of nice as well, I guess. I mean, gives you a little bit of speed on the queen mobility as well. So there is a benefit to it. But we're obviously just have more Marines pumping out. And back at home, Masa expanding factory. And this is just going to secure his lead in the game, right? I mean, there's Banelings morphing. They're going to bust through this bunker, but they pretty much then have to go across the map into what will be a factory and at least a unit or two coming up. So I just don't think there's going to be enough here. Truly from Chan to make this work. Here we go. The Banes are going to come down. Honestly, wouldn't mind Marines soaking the Banelings because I feel like if you're protecting the bunker, it turns out okay. Because, now there's not enough Banes to take the bunker out.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that Cham was going for the Marines with those Banelings. I know that obviously he was getting target fire down, so it becomes a little bit hectic to try and figure out how to get the Banelings connected with the bunker in the first place, but it delays things so... Yeah, he just taps out. It delays things so much. He was so far behind at that point.
And he was as well.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, I don't disagree. He really was that far behind, right? Like, it's rough. Like, the Terrans just tacking up back at home. Cham tried to bust out. Like, it's very different if you just let the third hatch go down. You build up in your main base. You do whatever you do. But this was like, he tried to hold the low ground. He tried to hold the low ground, and he failed. And then it was extremely costly. And that gives Masa a 1-0 lead for your Dragon. The 3-Rax, 4-Rax fake thing, whatever we want to call that. That does go the way of Masa. And we go to altitude map too. This has to be mech, because why the heck would you not veto altitude?
Yeah, I don't disagree with you there. It's going to be so interesting because it did all start with just that proxy 3-Rax that was super duper in your face and aggressive. Here's the thing though, 40, I've stopped trying to predict Masa because Masa is a player that will pick a map like this and be like, surely this has to be mech. Why else would you let this through? And then he just proxies you again.
Proxy racks, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why it's so big you can't find the proxy to confirm how many racks there are. Like.
Yeah, the overlords will never have a chance of actually finding the barracks.
What if you proxy 2 racks on the top left and 2 racks on the right side? And then even if you scout 2, you don't know about the 4. Yeah, maybe.
I legitimately think I've seen Masa do something like that before.
It wouldn't surprise me, honestly. Master is the proxy master.
He's like, I always love telling this as like an example story where There was a game where I actually asked Masa to like break down the logic of like what he did with this little segment of things, and well, it'll take a while to explain, so I'll probably explain it fully in the game after we do like the player intros and stuff. But like Masa just goes 8 levels deep on the meta, and I love how it just confuses people sometimes.
In the top right-hand side, that's a very quick SCV on the move. It is Masa.
And down on the bottom left-hand side, we have our blue Zerg player. It is Cham. Starlight Twinkle. Yeah, as we do see, like you were saying, those fast SCVs moving across the map, heading over the Zelnaga Watchtower, because why would you go here this early on? But yeah, Masa's literally the kind of player that, like, I asked him to break down a replay one time that he had against Scarlett, and he was like, okay, yeah, so I have Hellions to take this amount of time to build out of a factory versus Widow Mines. So when Scarlett pokes forward with the Zergling, she sees that like this unit would have popped, like a Hellion would have popped out by now, but it was instead a Widow Mine. So then I actually cancel the thing and rebuild the Hellion so that it comes out later and she thinks it's a Widow Mine. Then she leaves, and then I cancel the Hellion anyways and go for a Widow Mine because she knows that I like to do stuff like this. Like, I'm not even joking. He literally just sat there and explained this like calmly and rationally, and I'm like, do you understand how this comes across? Like how psychotic this sounds? This is incredible. I love that side of Masa. I love that he is willing to just go 12 levels deep and just act like it's totally normal.
You know, the terrifying part of this game right now, though, is like, this is a game where you do not know about the 3 racks, and it's very possible Masa just says, and it's a 4 racks, because you can't scout across the map fast enough, and because you're turning around to try and find the proxy racks, it's far enough away to not be a good position to proxy racks. But the whole point is, it's not about running forward and getting the fast bunker up and trading. This is about building a crap ton of Marines, pulling the SCVs from your base, and going all in. Like, this is about one big push, not going ASAP, and that's why it's okay to build it over here. So Cham is scouting for the wrong kind of proxy, and he has no clue what's going on in this game, and this is the kind of thing that can just kind of insta-win if it's controlled properly. So, yeah, Masa. Proxy genius.
I love it. Even gets the supply depot by his barracks, which I was trying to think about this. I'm like, why on earth did he do this? If for some reason Cham just decides to try and go across the map instead of like trying to defend his base and turning this into a weird base trade, he has a depot like around so he can still have some supply. There's like random weird things like that I'm sure Masa has encountered through the extremely strange circumstances he's done these kind of builds. But here we go. 3 SCVs heading on in. Cham is supply blocked.
Yep, Overlord kill was actually kind of a big deal. As we have, I mean, a Spine Crawler building the main base, sure. We're going to see these Marines are going to come up. There's a lot of Marines, man. I mean, there's just so much firepower in this. The Lings are going to go down in like one shot. This is rough. I mean, Masa's got to decide what he's going to do. He's going to try and bunker the high ground. Okay, I'm for it for the moment. Obviously, behind this, you can obviously SCV pull still. You don't have to SCV pull straight away, so you're going to keep production for a while. Get out of the range of the spine, though. Don't let the spine do too much. That's obviously just unnecessary. The bunker's still building. Now some Marines getting caught by the Lings, which have gone around the other way, so this is becoming a little bit costly. Marines going to try and hide in the corner, and these Lings could really cause a lot of chaos, because they can just go and hunt down reinforcements for like a long time here. I mean, they're already kind of doing exactly that, right? So, this part is getting a little bit weird and funky, as we have ourselves... Well, the Marines in range of a Spine Crawler, of the spawning pool, sorry, means the Spine Crawler now has to react and pull out of position. One transfusion, that's all you've got, though. And the Marine...
Yeah, he doesn't have any more. Like, he has to just go for a bust or something over here, right? With Lings and drones, because otherwise he has to rebuild the spawning pool. He doesn't have the resources for it. Lings end up having to dive in on the Marine zone. The bunker even covers them. Not even about having Marines in the bunker, literally just the wall of the bunker.
Yeah, it's dead.
And it's going to be before Zergling speed finishes too. So even these remaining Zerglings are going to not have their big buff there. He can't make you more units. He literally can't make more units. He can't make a Spine Crawler. He can't make a Queen.
And these new Marines obviously just show up. So that's the power of the 4 racks. You have so many more Marines showing up. A lot of the time, resetting the Marine count is obviously absolutely huge. But in this case, yeah, it was big, but you lost so much in the process that it's actually still playable for Masa, who now kills off this, works on this low ground hatchery. I mean, spawning pool just takes such a long time to rebuild. We're actually building drones amidst all of this, because what else are you meant to do right now? These couple Lings go down, and the thing is, it's all about timing here. Masa wants to go before the next round of Lings can build. So you've got about 25 more seconds before the pool is finished, and then once the pool is finished, you're also going to have a little bit of time while the lings potentially build. You want to go just before those lings are popping to essentially get rid of the spine and to take this fight when there's as little as possible from the Zerg. That's pretty much what this has to be. I mean, it looks like he might walk around the top side as well. Obviously, Queen is supply blocked, can't build. Ling speed starts again, 4 lings coming up. But we've not had, we've just not had lava injects during this as well, right? So you're also limited there. Yeah, Masa just going to have 24 to 6 army supply, and at the moment, looking pretty darn good.
Yeah, salvaging the bunker even, just get a few extra resources around so that he can build even more of those Marines. Spinecrawler goes down almost instantaneously. Here are the rest of the boys here to celebrate with champagne as game number 2 goes Masa's way. A nice, quick 2-0.
A very quick 2-0. A couple proxy racks, and Masa does what Masa does best, proxy racks it up with a whole bunch of mind games. And that's actually a wild result, because now that means Cham moves to 1 and 2 in the group. Cham, who was our Latin American champion in the last regional last year. Yeah, we expected him to maybe not be the favorite come into Americas, right? And like maybe he won't win the whole thing, but we thought Cham was a lock for playoffs because he was playing so good. He continued looking good this year in Katowice, and all of a sudden here he is 1 and 2. He has to win out to be able to make it into playoffs. And Masa is a match away from making it into playoffs. Only in the Americas, Ravi. Only in the Americas.
Dude, I also think it's just so easy to count Masa out. You like don't actually see Masa that much playing in events. It seems like he's just a player that is effectively retired at this point. I know that he's the player that I think if you talk to him at any point in the last 7 years, he would see, like, you would talk to him, especially after an event, he would seem like a player that was on the verge of retirement because it seemed like he was like ready to retire. And he would say that and have that kind of mentality. But no matter what, Masa just still seems to, like, he keeps playing, even if only a little bit sometimes. And sometimes it's like when he's playing the least that he does the best. You literally can never count Masa out. I think that if Masa just stopped playing StarCraft for 30 years, came back and was like, oh, there's like this retro arcade like thing that they're having a bunch of the best players in the world from back in the day play, I think he would just show up after 30 years and still actually be really good.
I think so too, man. Like, absolutely. Yeah, actually kind of just crazy. It baffles me. What a great series. Like, it was such a short series. A lot of people were like, that was great. But like, yeah, it really was. Like, you know, just showing the creativity, showing how just proxy racks, which honestly, like, proxy racks are always a thing, but they've not been that popular lately. Like, let's face it, right? Proxy racks have not been like as big a thing as they used to be. Madness, absolutely madness. We are speed running through the Americas. We have done 2 series in 1 hour, and honestly, Fear Dragon, I'm not sure. It probably gets longer than, you know, the TVZ. But I don't know if the ZVZ has, like, late game macro written all over it either. So this could just be a very quick ending of the day, as Scarlett and Eggz come up next. We'll be seeing that on the flip side after this.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back. The speedrun of the Americas continues as we enter ZVZ mode, and we get ourselves ready for this upcoming series, which is going to be between Scarlett and Eggz. I apparently completely forgot to do what I meant to do in the break, so I just quickly fixed that now, and you guys didn't see anything, right? Perfect. I was just enthralled by Fear Dragon's company. That's what it was.
Aw, so sweet. Well, don't worry. While you get those fixed up, I will talk about this upcoming series. Oh, wow. So fast, so efficient, so productive.
So productive.
I'm a fan. So productive.
I was going to ask you, obviously to lead into the conversation, just, I mean, what a tough draw for Eggz. You're 1-1. It's Scarlett. Like, come on. Like, she's so good in the ZVZ as well. I feel like that's like a really brutal draw for Eggz, who is being good in ZVZ, but like, I feel like this is the worst he could have got.
Yeah, I think that this really is a tough break here. And it's kind of funny because this is caused by the fact that Scarlett ended up losing to Hellraiser, which is like a very understandable one. But the other option was that Hellraiser would have theoretically been like the player that was 1-1, and you may have had to play against Hellraiser, which is also a really tough break. But yeah, it's tough no matter how you slice it. I really do think that Americas is actually just like a pretty stacked region now.
Yeah, no, it really is. I'm loving it. And I will be the first to say that I really didn't like Latin America and America last year because, well, some of the games were fun, don't get me wrong. There was a lot of games that just, it was unnecessary to watch, right? There's just a lot of fodder, I suppose. This region this year has been so much better. It's only been week 1. This is the start of week 2. This region's been way better this year. As in the bottom right, our blue Zerg. Well, first, probably just for safety, it's Scarlett.
And up here on the top left-hand side of the map, we have the red Zerg player. It is none other than Eggz from Platinum Heroes.
So who wins? Big Platinum Bird or 3 stripes that have angles?
Or commercial. Sorry,
what?
Not commercial. I'm like, oh my god, I feel so embarrassed because I used to work in this industry for so long. E-commerce, commerce. Yes. Thank you, Wardy. I definitely didn't work at Amazon for like multiple years and literally lived the e-commerce lifestyle for a long time. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like the birds from Platinum Heroes are like something that you'd find on a Shopify website.
Yeah, actually, I can see that, right? You just like, get your metal birds today. Perfect for scaring off other birds, I guess. So.
Perfect for
display.
Smelting fodder for dragons.
Train your dragon to get out of it. Okay, we're done.
I like to imagine that there's some poor people in the YouTube videos who are just like watching these games out of order or like skip some of the other series and have no idea what we're talking
like what is going on. Or you just clicked on the Twitch chat clicked on Twitch in the last 20 minutes too, right? I mean,
yeah.
So yeah, Scarlett opens pool first. Eggz actually opens completely gasless, which is really not common anymore. Like there was a time where you'd play gasless sometimes, and you go obviously for the wall off, a late third hatch because you don't have link speed to protect it. And you kind of just wall off and go roaches. Nowadays, a lot of people, if you're going to play like that, you don't go gasless, you go speedless. So you still get the first 100 gas because you want to go and... you can fake speed maybe, but also you just go into a fast lair and you can get roach speed or fast +1 missiles. Like, there's just reasons to use the gas. And a lot of the times, the economy trade-off isn't worth the benefit you gain from, having that faster upgrade. So... interesting to kind of go gasless, fully scouted, I believe, by Scarlett as well. So she's fully aware it's gasless. Like I say, it's just not really the norm. And I mean, Scarlett can put her third hatch down, and because Scarlett knows, look at her gas, she does not need to start link speed because there's no threat of link speed from Eggz, and so immediately she's just ahead because she's doing exactly what Eggz is doing with a third hatchery already down, and her own roaches will come out in very good numbers because she will have a ton of gas already. So... to put it bluntly, this is a horrible opening for Eggz because it's been spotted and Scarlett can respond perfectly.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement. And I think it's something that I think is really tough because Scarlett, I think of many of the players out there, I think she's just very good at knowing and understanding the game, the way that things work. There's sometimes that she'll falter in other ways, like maybe she won't scout something, or she'll get fooled, or she'll overthink something. But when it comes to things like this, where it's like she sees everything that's going on, she's familiar with like how the trade-offs and everything work, she's really good at just picking the right way to punish particular styles or build orders and stuff. So yeah, this is already not the most amazing start here for Eggz, and Scarlett, already kind of a favorite player coming into this, is going to be starting from a pretty comfortable spot.
Yeah, I mean, it is, you know, you can see, like, obviously Eggz again, like the slightly faster +1, the slightly faster roach speed, but it's not that much faster, and Scarlett just has a 9 worker lead and a 3rd hatchery done. But I mean, that's the difference. Like, yeah, Eggz, you still have all of your things coming up quickly. Of course you do. That was your plan. But Scarlett has all the same things with like a 10-second delay on +1 and a massive eco lead. Like, it is just night and day, the difference in this game, and it is just like an outdated build from Eggz, which I would have loved it. And, you know, in a different universe where Scarlett didn't get the scout, I'm like, oh my god, I love it from Eggz. It's so unseen, it's so unknown. Like, you know, who does this anymore? It's perfect way to get an advantage. You can't let the Ling in. You can't let a scout. And obviously the pool first helps Scarlett scout as well, and maybe it's just that knock-on effect where just Eggz got a bit unlucky here. It's not over. You can still play out of this. We're going to see a Spire from Eggz, which will mix this up. But yeah, it's not going to be easy. He's definitely playing from behind.
Yeah, and it's also worth mentioning that even little things, like Scarlett actually did cut a couple of the extra like safety roaches that Eggz went for fairly early on, when Eggz was basically just finishing up or starting up the lair. Started up for roaches when they were still on like 35-ish drones or something. Scarlett was just like, yeah, I'm going to go to like 50, 60 drones, and then I'll start making roaches. So even just getting out a couple extra workers, there's a point in time where Scarlett was up like 12, 13 workers, and that was with more workers in production for her than, you know, Eggz had. So she ended up getting even a little bit further ahead. Now we even have a little bit of a supply block as one of the overlords goes down to the Ravagers there. So Scarlett getting even a little bit better of a lead in terms of like the army supply. You can see it's 66 army supply to 32. Eggz, of course, it does have the Spire finishing up, but supply block, so that gets delayed. But also, there's only maybe like enough gas for what, 5, 6 mutas?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, 6 meters on the way. Scarlett doesn't know about the meters, so she is going, but she's going to stop to kill the rocks, and that's going to give Eggz a bit more time. This is just going to be a question of how long does it take Eggz to clean up these roaches. I think too long. I think Scarlett gets a lot of damage done before these roaches and Ravagers get cleaned up. I think this 3rd hatchery at the very least dies. Burst of Bars might cancel a couple of the mutas as well. Cancels one of them. And now Scarlett sees it. She also gets a bit of reaction time herself, so she can begin to prep up a Hydra Den. She can obviously build some stuff on the other side. And she just has so much that it's not like there's a roach wall to buy time for the mutas to deal damage. So she is just going to kind of move on through. And yeah, eventually this gets cleaned up, but she finds mega damage in the process.
Yeah. If there were actually more Ravagers alive, they could have actually, they were starting to go after the Overlords that were all stacked on up and could have even supply blocked Eggz even further. But yeah, Scarlett, she may not even get cleaned up over here before Eggz taps on out. The mutas are so slow to clean everything up. Scarlett already has a response basically back at home and can already deal with this low number of mutas. And Scarlett's not even cleaned up yet. In fact, with so many drones killed and now the rest of them running, Eggz isn't actually mining anymore. Yeah, there's the GG. That's a rough start to an already kind of rough series that Eggz basically really did need or wanted to win, because, you know, Eggz, you don't want to be going down like 1 and 2. You don't want to be on that elimination spot.
No, you really don't, man. I just actually can't get over the fact that I was kind of joking with speedrunning and stuff, but like we are actually like speedrunning Americans. Like, you know, like we had to wait a while to start this region, and like if we didn't have like a crazy PvP and maybe the TVZ go 3 games and our referee disappear instead of hosting game 3, like we might have had a longer break between regions than just Americas in total, which is a little bit ridiculous. As I love this. Our admin just hosted this game, and it's apparently Scartel versus Eggz. It's the Scarlet version of the cartel. I like that. It's the Scartel.
I like that.
We scan up builds and we just count them immediately.
And it's definitely a scare to see what exactly Eggz is gonna have to go up against next, because, you know, I will say, as much as this has been a speed run, and like both of the series that we had before this, I think were like they were speedrun, but also they were like really interesting or like fun games for certain ways. I think that last game, while it was kind of interesting, is just to see like how Scarlett got ahead initially, but I don't think it was that interesting of a game in the end, and it was like wasn't close or anything like that. It was like Scarlett went for the attack, and you even mentioned she didn't even know about the mute. She just kind of like went for the attack and poked, and then it was like, oh yeah, you don't have anything. Like I just kill you now.
I think it's a fantastic example of just how well the players know the game, because I think Scarlett just said, hey, if you're doing this, a build that's not been done forever, she knew exactly what he was doing, she knew exactly what she was doing, and she knew she was going to have a lead to justify attacking. And just so happened he was going for Spire as well, which it was like a bonus for Scarlett, really. But I think if you just enjoy seeing a really good read and a really good understanding of what to do, that was a great part of the game. How it played out, very boring. Like, it was obvious Scarlett's going to win, right? There wasn't, it wasn't super fun. But like, if you can appreciate like really high level like moves and like reading of strategies and responses, it was absolutely a textbook response from Scarlett when she had the information. So that way it's cool. Hatchery first this time from Scarlett. She's top right. Eggz is bottom left. Let's just skip the intros. We've already talked for like a minute, so we can do this because we don't have an observer waiting to twitching on the Zoom.
Introduce the players.
Map is like, I will not observe until the players are introduced. It's just the way
I feel
like they pay me for this, guys.
One of these events, we're gonna see how long we can actually just edge Mapu on that and get him to truly just get full on antsy. See how far into the builder is before we finally get getting yelled at by like Mapu.
He twitches as well. Like when you're like waiting to enter, and he does like a little zoom in. He's gonna be like, you notice me.
I feel like he's just gonna like drag the camera over the corner of the map and like sit there, like put us in timeout.
Well, when he goes to the corner, he'll be like, we'll just talk about what's in the corner. Like, whoa, there's a planet back there, man, and there's strip lights on the side of it. Like, ooh, these buildings are pretty, man.
Is that Andor or Endor?
This CVZ opens up mirrored this far. This time, Eggz does decide to take gas. It was actually a little bit faster gas from Eggz. Minor difference, shouldn't really play out to be too meaningful, I don't think.
Yeah, you can even look at the gas counts and stuff. It's literally like a 15-20 gas difference and stuff, which amounts to maybe about like 7-8 seconds faster or something along those lines with the Zergling speed upgrade. But Eggz doesn't seem like it's starting up Zergling speed, and that might be the more interesting aspect of what Eggz is doing. Is 150 gas is how much you need to do some fun stuff? No?
Yeah, if you have an Evo chamber, sure, but I think this might be the super fast lair and just skip speed. And kind of what I said last game is what we maybe usually see of like just going straight to roaches, but this time with the gas. So an alternate route, Scarlett doesn't know, so she is going to get link speed of her own, starts the third hatchery. And yeah, the third hatch is still her advantage, but obviously if she spends that link speed, she doesn't have as fast of a lair herself or as fast as an upgrade. And that's where Eggz can absolutely get into an advantage too. So possibilities, and extra gas, still no lair though. Makes me almost wonder if there's going to be a fake upgrade and then we actually just like spam roaches. As he starts carapace, that makes it feel like less of a fake. And then we just actually just play a carapace like roach ling setup and maybe like a late ling speed. When you play carapace though, you usually have ling speed because you play a roach ling. So I'm not fully convinced yet as to what we're exactly doing. There's ling speed. Oh, maybe a fake roaches and you just flood with lings and carapace. So it's actually not roaches at all for a while. And you just fake out that it's going to be roaches, and in reality, it's actually going to be lings, and then Scarlett's making roaches, and she gets caught off guard. Ooh, I like it.
Ah, there's that. That could be actually a really cool play there, and I actually am on board with something like that. 2 lings, by the way, it is enough to take down. I think it's like 5 health every like 5 or 6 seconds of attacking. So you will see this hatchery constantly sitting at around 180 to 190. hit points if they kept attacking, but eventually Eggz is able to clean that up.
Yep, pushes it back. He is actually building roaches too, so I was wrong on saying no roaches. I guess if there's gonna be no roaches, you maybe would have pulled out a gas or something, but yeah, gonna be roaches, ling speed, and just I guess then just roach ling, and obviously hoping the Scarlett just doesn't necessarily realize how aggressive this turns out to be and just obviously skips over. Eggz is now building a roach rowan in the back. Now that's a fascinating development. The only reason I have for this is if you feel like you're gonna lose your roach rowan in the front.
Yeah. Oh, he can't fit out.
Yeah, he's walled in.
Oh, okay. You know what? I should have, as a Protoss player, I should have recognized I was actually like a full.
That is.
Because I think that is something that's happened before. Like the Lings can fit out, but like
not the roaches.
The roaches I think can't, right?
Yeah. So the roaches have to finish off the roach roaring, and we have a replacement. Okay. I mean, kind of a wild game, man. I mean, just so much to talk about.
I'm so excited for Scarlett to scout the roach roaring disappearing. We're like, what happened? Yeah, you're right. This is going to be an interesting one because the roaches have been spotted now by the Overseer. But Scarlett is, like, I think in a lot of these situations, you want to hit before your opponent's economy or economic advantage is, like, paid off. Scarlett's had, like, a 16-ish drone lead for, I want to say, like, almost 2 minutes. Eggz is backing off now.
Yeah. It's kind of awkward when you all in and your opponent has more army supply than you. Like the carapace upgrade doesn't quite make up for that. Scott's now gonna have roach speed and +1 missiles, and this is all in because it's hatch tech, right? There's no lair.
Yeah.
Like it's not like this was just like a friendly poke and well, I'm just gonna go home and macro. You don't have a lair, so this is like the entire game plan of Eggz game 1 and game 2 is just not working. Like, I liked the trickery and the ideas here, but maybe this time around we just try to do a little bit too much. It got a little bit too fancy because the streamlined version of this would have maybe been a lot better. Now, instead, Scarlett's just going to make roaches and attack, and this time there's not even kind of mutas to hold on hope for, so we'll see if Eggz can hold this off, but Scarlett's up a good 40-ish army supply. It changed a little bit as a few more units started, so now 20, 30 army supply, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
TLDR. And here we go.
This is going to be very, very tough. +1 missile attack is still on the way there for Eggz, but Scarlett already has her own +1 missile to negate the armor upgrade Eggz has. Roaches just completely overpowering the roaches here of Eggz. Scarlett pushing on forward, and, well, the reinforcements just not coming out fast enough. GG. Scarlett takes a quick 2-0. And, well, it's going to be feeling a lot more confident about her chances to advance on to the playoffs, as she is now sitting with a 2-1 series score. Definitely, like, strongly earning her victory that series.
Yeah, just way better. Sometimes you gotta be boring and just say it, right? Like, she was just on another level. And she really was, like, she completely read and understood and completely counted the build game 1. Game 2, I feel like I have to watch it again to truly understand the full thought process of Eggz and maybe see what Scarlett saw when she could get ahead. But the thing is, TLDR, Eggz did a lot of fancy weird things, and Scarlett just went forward, right? And so, and Eggz did not catch her at a greedy point. Eggz caught her being 16 drones ahead, but way too late, so his build just didn't time out well. Which is why it's weird, because like, you take Link Speed late, and you're kind of waiting on that, and it's just wild. Like it was just a weird way to open, and that does it. That's pretty much it, man. Just straight up GGs, and we have ourselves a Scarlett victory to round out the day. Let's bring up the schedule, which is also known now as the results tab for the day for your Dragon. For being a very fast America, as you said it, like the previous 2 matches, this one not so much. I think we agree on, but like the previous 2 matches were very fun. I was very impressed by some of Future's micro. That Reaper micro was sick. And also very impressed by Masa's ability to steal proxy racks in the year 2023 and make it look so impressive and interesting.
Yeah, the win rate of this build is absolutely phenomenal. I haven't seen it lose a single time today. It's it was a very fascinating kind of end for the broadcast with North America. But I feel like just throughout the entire day, whether it be in the Asia's region, whether it be in the European region, or even just North America, I feel like we had a lot of really fun games today, I would say, for the most part. And I think that's one of the benefits of the whole Swiss format. As we get into the later rounds, we get some more interesting matches. And even though some of those interesting matches are unfortunately a cause of, 2 good players met with a 2-0 score in the last round, and now you have someone like Scarlett who's like a heavy favorite facing off versus someone like Eggz, who is still a good player, but basically just kind of being given a little bit of a rough draw. I think another example of that was when Hellraiser had to play Clem. It's like, yeah, it's not the Hellraiser's bad. It's just that you kind of had to play one of the best players in Europe, if not like sometimes the best player. So I think sometimes we've had some like 1 or 2 of those kind of matches, but for the most part, a lot of really fun matches today.
I'll even say Hellraiser Clem game 2. Hellraiser put up a decent fight, man. Like he made it close and it was competitive for quite a while. Clem won out in the end, but compared to the first game that they played, it was a very interesting match, and I really had a good time with it. So, Yeah, we had some really fun games. It was nice to have you here, Fear Dragon. I know we'll cast again next week for one of the playoff days, won't we? So I look forward to that. Is that a week today or week tomorrow? Week tomorrow.
That is we start next week is interesting because next week we begin the playoffs, everyone. And the playoffs don't actually take Tuesday through Sunday to finish. We actually start on Wednesday. So I think there's actually one extra day off next week, and I will be back with you on Wednesday. So the first day of the playoffs.
Awesome. Well, it was awesome to have you. We had a lot of fun, and I honestly don't have much else to say. Like, I'm kind of like still processing the fact the day's done. Like, I'm like, what?
You know, just because we don't have any more games that we're delaying or anything, and we just did have such a short day. I want to hear, what was your favorite moment from today, Wardy? Because I feel like there's a lot to pick from. There was, of course, like some of the like fun, just close series. There's like some of the wonky. Yeah. I'm like trying to like refresh my memory as I like explain things to you and also give you a chance to think about it. I'm thinking about like the Mass Tempest versus Mass Tempest wars that we ended up seeing in one of the PvPs earlier today.
Okay, so
we had like
I'll talk through.
Yeah,
I think Asia was not super exciting, right? I think Asia was kind of whatever. Europe started off with Clem Hellraiser, which was fine. Gongfu Mana was fun. I think Gongfu's comeback was pretty sick. It was kind of sad to see Mana lose. Lambo Young Yakov was almost as short as America. So it kind of comes down to Shadow and Drogo, Blind Milky Cow, or the Americas matches. I think what I actually liked the most was genuinely Future Vindicta, the moment when Future jumps into the main base on Ancient Cistern and the Reaper micro. He pulled a Reaper one hit away back from an SCV while also microing to chase the Hellion on the other side, and it can be fit on one screen. It was just very clean. Like, it just looked really cool, and it was really, really like meaningful as well. Because by doing that, he kept all the Reapers alive, and they came back in and killed more workers. So, yeah, if I had to go through and pick one, I would say that was probably my absolute favorite of the day. So
yeah, I think it's a good pick, and you know what? It makes a lot of sense. Future, I will say the most that I've seen of Future in the past like 3 months has been whenever Peely Peely is like streaming. He does like micro tournament, and cats will join in a lot of the time. And Future has been there pretty consistently as well. So you know what? Most of the time I've been seeing Future play StarCraft, it's because he's playing micro tournaments.
Perfect, just what you want to hear, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we actually have a little graphic here just of matches coming up tomorrow, I believe. So if you're interested in tuning into day 8, you can be here for Beomorph and I want to say Cats maybe is here tomorrow. Casting, I'm going to very quickly check the schedule because you sent it to me earlier.
It
is
did.
Beomorph and Cats. So Beomorph and Cats are going to bring you guys Firefly versus SCV, Go-Go Joey versus Maxed, Oliveira versus Nice, King Cobra versus Night Phoenix, Goblin versus Strange, Battlebee versus Showtime, Serral versus Wayne, Harston versus Laser, Eric versus Disc, Dolan versus Patty Mac, and Nina versus Uko. I was kind of giggling going through this because it's like, man, there's not like a single Zerg for Cats. But then there was some Zergs. But the funny thing is, the day after when it's me and Cats, there is like one Zerg match out of 11. I'm like, man, that is unlucky. How did Cats show up for none of the Zergs being here? So at least he gets some tomorrow.
Can I also just say, poor Battlebee. Like, Battlebee, 2-1's Gerald. Really close, awesome series. Like, I wouldn't say a massive upset, but like, hey, Battlebee's on the up and up. Okay, you have Serral round 2. Oh, okay, that's rough, but like, got the tough match.
And he put up a good fight against Serral in game 1 especially.
Yeah, put up a good fight too, yeah. Exactly, like it wasn't like a short series. Like, he took it to like 11, 13, 14 minutes and stuff. This is doing a good job. All right, round 3. Okay, got Serral out of the way. Showtime. Like, this guy can't win.
Showtime versus Wayne, and Wayne beating Showtime and knocking Showtime down has really messed it up for a lot of people, hasn't it? Like, that is...
Yeah.
Wayne, man, he's ruined everything for some people, but of course, very cool for himself to move through and to keep everything going. So, yeah, very, very cool. So that's day 8. That's tomorrow, guys. Obviously, thank you to our sponsors, ESL Shop. Nope, that's the tickets for the offline finals. These ones, the Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, US Air Force, and the ESL Shop. Go on, then. I can also tell you to get your tickets for the offline finals one more time as well. You can check that out on DreamHack.com/summer/tickets. Any final words?
If you have any questions, make sure you tweet at Rotterdam08 about any questions you have about
our Twitter expert, Rotterdam08. Yes, he's the official Twitter for the casters.
Genuinely, the other day, Roddy was streaming. It was his birthday, and I think I forgot to clip it. I was gonna clip it, But he did say, if you have any questions about like ESL Masters or any of that stuff, like feel free, just let me know in the chat. I'm happy to answer. And I'm like, oh, Roddy, you've given me a little soundbite clip that I need to just perpetually send every and any question I have, or like anyone ever has, to Rotterdam 08 on Twitter.
Well, I actually don't think we need anything else. That sounds good to me to round out the day. You guys go and bug Rotterdam 08 on Twitter. And with that, guys, we are going to leave it there. So thank you so much for watching. We really do appreciate you all tuning in, dropping by, and watching some ESL Masters. We will see you all next time. And until then, have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow for more StarCraft 2.